हेलो चैट, व्हाट इज अप? की हाल चाल? वेलकम बैक टू अनदर लाइव स्ट्रीम। चैट की हाल चाल? शू। आवाज आ रही कि नहीं लोंडो? आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं? इंस्टा पे यार डाला नहीं है स्टोरी वगैरह। यार एक मोड को मैं ऐड कर देता हूँ ब्रॉडकास्ट में, कभी कभार कर देगा शेयर। बट ब्रॉडकास्ट में किसी ने मस्ती कर दी तो गैस, ये देख रहे हो एक चीज? ये देख रहे हो? ये देख रहे हो? हाँ मेरी जान, देख रहे हो किस किस को दिखा? आ, 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 आ। नमस्ते भाई, नमस्ते, राम राम सारियाने, वेलकम बैक। आज आज तो तुम्हें पता ही है, टाइटल देख के समझ गए होंगे। वॉच पार्टी टाइम, लेट्स गो। ये यार मैं बैक से भी दिखाता हूँ तुम्हें। रुको, दिखेगी इधर से? बैक से यार मैं थोड़ा अभी क्या है, वो थोड़ा नहीं कर दूंगा, बट ऐसे दिखाया था बैठे बैठे। देखो, दिख रहा है? बताओ गाइस, सेक्सी है कि नहीं है? भाई लकीली तो तेरे तुम्हारे भाई को मिली है ना, यही है। आ हा हा हा, क्या बात है भाई, जो मिली है ना ये मुझे पता नहीं कैसे मिल गई। मेरे को तो अभी भी थोड़ा ऐसा लोडिंग सा हो रखा है कि यार कैसे, मतलब कैसे ही मिल गई। ओह माय गॉड, कैसे हो भाई? लोंडे आए जा रहे फटाफट। गैस थोड़ा सा ब्रॉडकास्ट या स्टोरी डाल देता हूँ मैं, थोड़ा लोंडो को पता लग जाए। या फिर रहने दूँ? डाल देता हूँ यार, कभी कभार यार, वो समझ रहे हो। फिर बोलेंगे भाव खा रहा है, ये वो करके डालता नहीं है। देखो मैं स्विच कर लेता हूँ तब तक अपने किधर गया? अभी तो बातचीत वगैरह चल रही है। कैप्चर क्यों नहीं कर रहा?
We love every time big tournaments like EWC. There is our best organization, and we love big tournaments, PMGC and EWC.
Always the biggest and best for STG.
Yes, we can give our focus more,
Yeah, that makes sense. Finally, of course, I wanted to address the fans watching at home live from Belgium. Is there anything you want to say to them, a message to send out?
ओह माय गॉड, बंदे बोले पंग भाई जब भी आते हो आप अपना सिस्टम हैंग कर ही देते हो। मैं क्या करूं? अब मैं क्या करूं गाइस? आवाज वगैरह आ रही प्रॉपर? ठीक है, डन सीन है इसका। ओ, 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 इसकी टेंट। यासीन, गोडल जर्सी बच्ची। अच्छा हाँ यार, गोडल जर्सी यार नीचे पड़ी है, लेके आऊंगा मेरे को। जर्सी पहनेंगे अभी तो यार, थोड़ा सा टाइम लग जाएगा। वो मम्मी पापा को पता नहीं रख रखी है जर्सी वगैरह सारी। सारी जर्सी में जितनी भी सारी अपनी थी, वो सारी की सारी एक पेटी में पैक करके धर रखी है अभी। और तुम्हारे भाई का प्लान था कि जब वो, क्या नाम था यार, कुछ तो नाम था भाई उसमें, मेरे को ऐसा कुछ आइडिया था मेरा कि चार पांच जर्सियाँ टंगा के हैंगर वैंगर में और इधर बैकग्राउंड में रखता। उसके लिए टीम लगेगा, थोड़ा थोड़ा टीम लगेगा, समझ रहे हो तुम? प्लीज चेक द मेल पंक। हाँ हाँ, रुको एक सेकंड गाइस, तुम लोग अभी फटाफट से मुझे हेल्प कर दो स्टोरी डालने में, ठीक है? टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करते अपन एक दूसरे का। अब वो हेल्प करने के लिए सिस्टम हैंग है बड़ी। टाइम ले लो पूरा पूरा, ले लेंगे भाई टाइम। रुको गाइस, भाई जैसे मैं तुम लोग के साइड कैमरा करूँ ना, इंडिया ओपी कर देना, ठीक है? ऐसे मोटिवेशन के साथ सबको बुलाएंगे, आ जाओ भाई इंडिया, टीम इंडिया को सपोर्ट करने, सब के सब। समझ गए तुम लोग? क्रैक करना है भाई ये। अभी रुको, इसको इधर क्लिक मारते हैं, ये लिंक सही तो है ना? ओ माय गॉड, क्या बातें, क्या बातें। अ, अ, अ। अभी जो तुम्हारे नाम के बाद में गैस ये कोई तो, ये पता नहीं क्या पाई ए करके आ रही, क्या है, क्या सी नहीं है, समझा नहीं मैं। वापिस से ब्लैक क्यों हो गया? उसको लगा के रखना पड़ेगा क्या?
Much.
अच्छा, ये ब्राउज़र को ऑन करके रखना पड़ेगा, ठीक है ना? नो इश्यूज। एक सेकंड दो गाइस, मैं तुम्हारी चैट मोबाइल में पढ़ लेता हूँ, क्योंकि अपन पे मॉनिटर एक ही है। नर्वस फील हो रहा है पूरा गोड लाइक के ड्रॉप क्लैश के कारण। अरे भाई, अपने लोंडो पे ट्रस्ट रखो भाई, सब कर लेंगे। पूरी तैयारी करी उन्होंने इतने टाइम में। अभी टाइम है पेलने का, जो दिखे पेल दो। समझ रहे हो कि नहीं? जो दिखे पेल दो भाई। गाइस मैं थोड़ा इंस्टा स्टोरी डाल देता हूँ। गाइस वी आर लाइव ऑन यूट्यूब, फटाफट आ जाओ, आज करते हैं वॉच पार्टी। लेट्स गो टीम इंडिया। वो खराब कर दिया क्या मैंने? ओह शिट, तो कैमरे के सामने इतना बोलता नहीं हूँ ना गाइस, मैं थोड़ा हो जाता है सिस्टम। रीट्राई करें, रीट्राई करें, रीट्राई करना चाहिए अपन को एक बार के लिए। पंग भाई एक बार जीसी क्लैन का नाम ले लो और बोलो ये नेक्स्ट ईडब्ल्यूसी जा रही है। भाई जी क्या नाम है आपका टीम का? जी जी है क्या? जीईसी क्लैन। बिग शाउट टू मेरे भाई। अच्छा खेलो, मेहनत करो भाई, पक्का जाओगे। हमारे बोलने से तो जाना होता तो मैं खुद के नाम लेता। मेहनत जरूरी है भाई, और जो चार बंदे हैं उनका इक्वल कंट्रीब्यूशन जरूरी है, सिर्फ एक दो से कुछ नहीं होता, तुम लोग को पता ही है। रुको कैसे वापस इंस्टा स्टोरी डाल देता हूँ, फोटो खींच देता हूँ नॉर्मली। अच्छी नहीं आ रही यार, सिस्टम हैंग हो जाएगा ऐसे तो। ओबीएस में ये सही है। एक सेकंड दो यारो। EWC वॉच पार्टी, ये अपना ये हो जाएगा और इस पे अपन थोड़ा सा कोई क्लिक करेगा, वैसे तो करते नहीं है मुझे पता है, बट फिर भी क्या जा रहा है अपना काम है लोगों को बताना। कोई बुलेट में तो जाएगा। यूट्यूब लाइव। क्या सीन बच्ची बच्ची एकदम बढ़िया। आप लोग बताओ गाइस, पंप हो कि नहीं हो चैट में? पंप हो कि नहीं हो बताओ। अबे क्या यार, टू 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 करके हटाओ इसको, एग्जिट हो जाए ब्रो तू भी। अब तक मेरा माथा वाथा घूम रहा है, इससे पहले एग्जिट हो जाए। गैस मेरी आवाज आ रही है ना तुम लोग को? मुझे लग रहा है मेरी आवाज कट हो गई है और मैं बड़बड़ किए जा रहा हूँ। अबे क्या है ये? आ रही है, ठीक है। फुल पंप हो कि नहीं लोंडो? आज तो मजे ही आ जाएंगे भाई, मैं तो एक्साइटेड हूँ भाई पूरा टीम को देखने के लिए। आई थिंक गाइस ये वाले ग्रुप में सारी टीम मेरे ख्याल से एग्रेसिव ही है, मतलब फाइट के इंटेंट के साथ खेलने वाली टीम है, जैसे ये लोबी है ना। तुम्हें क्या लगता है गाइस, आप लोग बताओ, आप लोग ने भी मैचेस वगैरह देखे हैं, तो आप लोग को क्या क्या अभी तक लगा है कि कैसी टीम है, कैसा रहेगा माहौल? ओ माय गॉड, पावर आ गया पावर।
See everything that's going on here. Also happy to see India back on internationals again as always. So my first question to you, friend, is obviously you do very well regionally. I want to know about how you think you're going to be able to fare here at PMWC, as well as, you know, again, playing internationals against all these great teams.
So of course, like from a very long time, we didn't have slot for the international stage, at the global stage, and I feel like from our region, no one has played exceptionally well in the international circuit. And our preparation is like very simple. We are just gonna play our natural game, and whatever happens for a reason. This is that God's plan, and we'll just go with the flow. Very basic and simple one.
क्या बात है?
Fantastic. And I want to ask you about your drop spots, because across Erangel, Rondo, Miramar, you got some pretty aggressive positions that you're looking to claim here against these teams. So in your group, are you concerned about any particular teams in those drop spots, or what do you think?
Yeah, like we have a gunfight, a drop clash in Erangel and Miramar with Hora and HC. In Miramar, we have Hora at the Lakob, and in Erangel, we have a team called HC, which is in our group. So yep, we have 2 drop clashes in our games, and basically everyone knows what's about Rondo. You just come at one place, one drop, just keep fighting and you get recalled. So that's why. On Rondo, a drop doesn't matter, but yeah, in Erangel and Miramar, we have a drop clash.
So in terms of the group overall, you think you're going to be able to advance? What's your prospects here for PMWC? Where do you think is realistic for Godlike?
I'll be very honest, as I said, God's plan, but yeah, we'll just go with the flow. Hopefully we make it to the finals.
Go with the flow.
Stage, but we don't know what's gonna come. What
Go
will be
with
the
the flow.
outcome.
Yeah.
So yep, hopefully through group stage.
All right, any final words before we let you go?
Just guys, just keep supporting us and we'll keep delivering. And of course, it's our first time at the global stage, and we'll try our best. We'll just play our natural game, and hopefully we secure the thing which we have come for. So yep, that's it.
Thank you very much, S Power. Pleasure to talk to you. Good luck.
Pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much.
Let's go be.
Hi, Claris here at PMWC, and we have got T Amber as well as the MVP from.
भाई अपने लोंडे तो पंप तो है भाई, पंप तो लग रहे गाइस लोंडे, बताओ भी चैट, लग रहे कि नहीं पंप? खेलेंगे यार भाई, ये बस मेरा भी यही मानना है, मतलब मेंटेलिटी काफी सेम है, गो विद द फ्लो वाली, क्योंकि तुम्हें भी पता है जैसे गॉड लाइक का गेम प्ले है ना, उनको एक प्रॉपर एक आध ऐसी फाइट चाहिए मेरे ख्याल से, या तो रोंडो में मान लो या फिर उसके स्टार्टिंग के 3 मैच में से एक ऐसी फाइट 4v4 की जो वो क्लीन वाइप कर दे टीम को, तो उनका कॉन्फिडेंस और मोमेंटम जो बिल्ड होगा ना वहां से, तो उनको रोकना उसके बाद में मुश्किल होगा, तुम लोग को ही पता है। बस वही है कि वो छोटी मोटी फाइट्स वगैरह है, जैसा भी है, मतलब वो गेम के अंदर का पार्ट, अपन को पता नहीं क्या चलता है क्या नहीं, बट वही है कि एक प्रॉपर 4v4 फाइट निकाल दे क्लीन हो भी, तो भाई जो मोमेंटम बनेगा ना, मेरे को फिर वही लगता है इन लोग को रोकना बहुत मुश्किल होगा। लव फ्रॉम राजस्थान सिक्कर ब्रो, लव यू टू मेरे भाई अंकित वर्मा। आप लोग बताइए गाइस, एक बार सभी के सभी है ना, अपने झंडे के साथ में भाई फुल मोटिवेशन स्पैम कर दो चैट में, इंडिया ओपी कर दो गाइस, लेट्स गो, मोटिवेशन दे दो बे, जितने लोग भी है फटाफट। ज्यादा आ रहा है क्या, रुको मुझे एक सेकंड, सिस्टम हैंग हो गया तो जितने लोग भी है गाइस, लेट्स गो, टीम इंडिया ओपी कर दो एक बार, मोटिवेशन भाई फुल रोंडो को। रोंडो वाले में यार मेरे को फील तो आ रहा है, मतलब शुरुआत अच्छी होने वाली है, लाइक ड्रॉप जितना भी ड्रॉप फाइट वगैरह में किल्स निकाल लेते हैं, एवरेज जो किल्स ये होता है ना 4-5 शुरुआत में, कल वाली लॉबी में तो भाई 5-6 किल निकालना बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा था रोंडो में भी, कोई भी ड्रॉप फाइट में सब मैक्सिमम आई थिंक 5-6 पॉइंट निकाल रहे थे, देन जोन के लिए क्लोजिंग वगैरह टाइमिंग एंड ऑल ये सब देख रहे थे। लेट्स सी आज का कैसा क्या रहता है, मजे तो आने वाले भाई, मैं तो पंप हूँ पूरा। पंक की गॉड लाइक, अरे पंक भाई मेरी नहीं है भाई, वो है इंडिया की गॉड लाइक, जिसमें मान्य भाई है हमारे लीडर, एडमिनो है, पावर है, सोमे, अपना नूब है, स्मोकी भाई है, क्रोनटन अमर भाई, इन सब की गॉड लाइक है, हम एक सपोर्टर है टीम इंडिया के, सिंपल। कैमरा को मिरर करके बॉटम लेफ्ट में रखो, बस तुम लोग बता देना मुझे कैसे भी क्या करना है करके, इसको तो हटाता हूँ पहले, इधर लेफ्ट में रख लूँ गाइस, ये सही है? तुम लोग बताओ चैट। पंकुटी शाउट आउट दे दो दादा, इनकॉग्निटो एडिट्स, बिग शाउट टू मेरे भाई। गॉड जी भी, अरे सॉरी 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 भाई, सॉरी दिल से भाई, दिल से मैंने मिस आउट कर दिया जल्दबाजी में, सॉरी मेरे भाई। गॉड जी भी है, हमारे गांव को छोड़ है, चूरू से है। छोटा करो फेस कैम, और कितना छोटा करूं?
Hey, don't worry about the key. Actually, if your team qualifies to compete at the Esports World Cup,
मिरर करो,
you're presented with a key, right?
मिरर कैसे
See,
होता
we don't
है?
get that, do we?
No,
So I made you this.
this isn't a key.
Yes, it is. It's essentially it's a picture of you, and I turned it into a playing card.
फ्लिप,
This is me.
It is you. Look at these.
But yours is
ऐसे?
way cooler than mine.
Dude, all I did was upload a
ऐसे
picture,
क्या
of you,
guys?
and that's exactly what you look like.
doesn't look anything like me. What are you
क्लियर कर दो कैमरा को। अरे भाई जो फ्लिप
Let's talk
बोलते हैं ना
about
उसको,
this. All right, we've got Rondo
ये तो क्या
for
मतलब वही है
PMWC. I'm
opposite।
excited. It is crazy. And we didn't have it last
अभी
year.
सही है कि नहीं बताओ?
Yeah, very excited. $3 million on the line. Yangon Galacticos, the defending champions, are going to be here defending their title on the Gadia City grid. It's going to be epic. You know what, mate? You can keep that. Put it next to Have fun.
Wait, come back.
BGMS का शूट हो गया। ये जो एनएस भाई, ये जो आप बीच बीच में मजे ले रहे हो ना भाई, हो गया भाई शूट। ये वाला शूट नहीं, सीधा शूट, सीधा आउट। ओजी का इतना चलेगा भाई, वो जैसे भी खेल रहे हैं। तुम्हें बात बताऊं, वो हैशटैग सेकंड पे एंड की है। हाँ, कुछ कुछ चीज़ें बेटर हो सकती थी, तो उन लोग को मेरे साथ अब पता है। सिंपल बात ये है, वो लोग अपने फाइनल्स में पहुंच गए इतनी मेहनत करके। उन चारों की मेहनत है, उन पांचों की मेहनत है, जो भी अपने उनके साथ में और बंदे हैं, मैनेजर वगैरह, उन सब की मेहनत है, तो पहुंचे हुए। तो उनको बेटर पता है भाई, मिस्टेक्स एंड ऑल पे वो वर्क करेंगे। तुम लोग गलतियां निकालने से कुछ होगा नहीं, बट वही है, अपन अपनी साइड से हेल्प कर दो कि भाई ऐसे ऐसे, मतलब मोटिवेशन के तौर पे। गेम का उनको अपन से ज़्यादा नॉलेज है, तभी वो इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं। मेरा तो ये बोलना है, मैं कोई होता नहीं उनको बोलने वाला, ना कुछ और। हाँ, एकदम ही खराब खेले तो बात अलग हो, समझ रहे हो तुम? मैं कोई होता नहीं किसी को बोलने वाला करके भाई। ऐसे सेकंड पे एंड किया, उनको पता है बेटर कर सकते थे कुछ कुछ मैचेस में, और वो करेंगे। लॉबी जैसी होती है उस हिसाब से गेम स्टाइल रखना चाहिए। कोई भी टीम इतनी अग्रेसिव नहीं थी। हाँ, कुछ कुछ टीमें थी जिन्होंने मारा है, घुस घुस के जोन लिया है वगैरह वगैरह करके, बट समझ रहे हो, लॉबी रीड करना ज़रूरी है। नॉलेज गेन वगैरह करना, डे 1 के बाद में डे 2 का एग्जीक्यूशन वगैरह सब मैटर करता है भाई है। और उन्होंने किया है, कुछ कुछ में थोड़ा ख़राब भी गए, बट वो कर लेंगे। क्योंकि अभी कितनी टीमें क्वालिफाई हुई है? 5 यहाँ से हो जाएगी और बाकी की 6 सर्वाइवल से होगी। तो वो लॉबी को रीड ही करेंगे इस हिसाब से कि घुस के मारने वाली लॉबी है, होल्ड करने वाली लॉबी है, स्ट्रेटेजिकली है, कैसा क्या करेंगे, उस हिसाब से सबका गेम स्टाइल रहता है।
What a surprise for Group of Death. A lot of underdog teams actually did rise up to the occasion and actually secure their final spot very early on. And especially again, an Indian team made it, which is always super hype, and congrats to them.
Yeah, you say Group of Death. We might be talking about that a little bit later, because I think this might be the Group of Death. After Group A, how are you feeling, Niptera?
Very excited for Group B, because Group A, like I said, again, we've had some discussion about this. They say Group A was Group of Death. I think it's pretty even, to be honest. I think you've got some massive contenders in both groups. So Group A being as hype as it was, I am definitely looking to Group B to be looking at some more.
मैं सिम पाएगा, ये सिम अपने वाला सिम पे क्या?
We'll be looking at a lot of hype.
Chip!
There you go. We have the qualified
इधर आ,
teams.
वॉच पार्टी करते दोनों भाई।
Continuing on here at PMWC at EWC 26. 4 Thrives. They didn't fully dominate, Max, but they did just so consistent. They were doing everything so well that even IQ was like, we still need to improve.
Yeah, which is good. It's good to see the team that still dominated their respective group is still able to work on what they did wrong in their previous stage and actually try and qualify and do better into the finals itself. Just like we saw Horror, right, back in PMJ Season 1, dominated their respective group. In the finals, was a little bit
Games
shaky,
on
so I
bro.
would like to see, hopefully, more presence in terms of chicken dinners, Niptera, if we do actually see wins, because we do have to keep in mind, we do have the Smash ruling next weekend. That is something they need to heavily focus on.
Absolutely. It's definitely something we need to really think about is, yes, they can dominate, and it's always fun to see, right, a team that can dominate and come in first or second without any wins whatsoever. But with that Smash ruling, we are going to be looking at
Game sound बढ़ाओ, बढ़ा दिया,
potential when
बिहारी
the
के
going
नहीं,
gets
बताओ।
tough. That's going to be a massive factor at this year's PMWC.
It will be a massive factor. Who's going to be able to win it? And will they be winning it via Smash Rule or not? So far, honestly, I'm hoping that it ends up happening here at PMWC at EWC 26. But something that we were not expecting yesterday was a funny moment for Aurora, because during Rondo, Max, there was a moment where, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Seoul. He ended up calling your favorite stuff, players, in the cover, and this ended up happening right here.
अभी guys अपना एक ही काम है, Team India को support करना. Let's go.
Oh, hey, you know what? That's a good helmet. That's a good advertisement you could put there. But yeah, unfortunately, the cover flare is a little bit random where it's going to be falling. And normally, you want to communicate, guys, steer clear. The cover flare is coming down. I guess he didn't say that at that moment, so that was quite unfortunate. And they did get knocked, but I believe they got back afterwards. But cover flares, they could be your friends or your enemy. Be careful.
Yeah, if you were ever wondering if it can knock you, yes, it can knock you. Yes, we have full proof up there. But let's just remind everybody about the prize pool, because there's so much money on the line here. We got a prize pool of $3 million, 1.7 for the finals, 152,000 for survival, and 1.14 million for group stages. I mean, yesterday we saw with 4 tribes being able to get that first place, they ended up with something along the lines of like $70,000, $72,000.
That's over 8 games for 8 games. No, for 12 games. Thank you. I can't do math. We know this. It's fine. It's fine. But no, that is a pretty insane number of stats coming on through. They're very excited to see who's going to be taking that first place home for Group B tomorrow, basically.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, for Group A, if for some reason you did end up missing it, don't worry. We got you covered with the STC Rewind.
Jackie Powers here, joined by John Allen live for the STC Rewind. Well, we're going to be talking PUBG Mobile, John. Run that right back.
Absolutely. We had a lot of action unfold for Group A over the last 2 days. Yesterday was the final day of their group stage, and a lot took place. 3 really important chicken dinners. The other one's also pretty important, as well as some performances mixed in, but I want to highlight OG at the start of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Doing a lot, doing the business, continuing their momentum from the end of day before to be able to find another chicken dinner in a technical back-to-back to open the day on Rondo. 11 eliminations. That really bolstered their scoreline and helped them and on the performance that they were able to find. RRQ and Alola as well with some really crucially timed chicken dinners. Match 3 and match 5 to be able to see themselves away from that elimination bracket, making themselves a little bit more secure in their footing.
It was a sick start to the day. Like John said, being able to connect that back-to-back gave them a lot of energy that kept them in a great spot for the overall runnings. Because as much as the individual twists in the narrative of those results mean a lot, it's the big picture context, John. So should we start to switch our attention towards that, get into how that developed?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the bigger picture, of course, is those qualification spots, right? Moving in towards the top 5 and hopefully away from the bottom 3. But all good things must come to an end. For certainly 3 of our teams yesterday, it did, which, of course, X-Force Rejects, Thunder Talk Gaming, and Gaming Stars all had to take a dive on that one. 3 teams, they're not going to be making it forwards. Their keys obliterated.
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
If you dominate, you're able to live your movie on the stage, or your keys get crushed. And, well, they did go down, much like we're going backwards. That's how it went for those squads. 4 fights were up on stage, showmanship moments with Barney that well and truly earned.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 thrives at the top of the pack.
और मेन वही है ना, अभी जैसे कास्टिंग वगैरह होगी गेम की, तो मेन लैन का मोस्ट प्रोबेबली पूरा फील उसी में आता है। जो अपनी जो हिंदी जो भी कास्टिंग हो रही है वो अलग साइड से हो रही है, जो लैन पे इंग्लिश कास्टिंग हो रही है वो एक साइड से हो रही है, तो पूरा फील ले रहा हूँ मैं। मैचेस टाइमिंग भाई 4:30 से स्टार्ट है, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली डेली 4:30 से होते हैं। पता है क्या सीन हुआ, मेरे को वॉच पार्टी का मतलब ऑलरेडी परमिशन मिल गई थी, बट मेल पता नहीं, मेरे को कल भी चेक किया, परसों भी चेक किया, आए नहीं फिर करके, फिर कल रात को मैंने वापस से चेक किया रिफ्रेश मार के ये वो करके, देन देखा मुझे यार एक्सेस मिल गया, मैं बोला बढ़िया बात है, तुम लोगों से बातचीत भी हो जाएगी और अपने लोगों को सपोर्ट भी कर देंगे पूरा।
Galaxy scoreline, meaning that they weren't quite able to join that top 5, and that was a little bit of an upset, I have to say. I mean, a lot of teams, a lot of players, a lot of viewers will have expected them to be joining that top 5 podium finish, but it wasn't to be, unfortunately, and Ulf will have to go to the survival stage along with so many of our other teams.
Was the best
live on the show.
Breakthrough. Godlike would have God and thanks
I do not want to talk to you, Clark. Since last year you were horrible to me. I'm done with you.
I'm not horrible to you. You're my favorite friend.
Favorite friend. Okay, yeah, sure.
यार अभी के लेकिन बेटर है, देखो मैं बताऊं, था वो अच्छा था बट अभी जो है वो बेटर है ऑब्वियसली।
I'm going to make
तभी
it
वो
up to
इंडिया
you.
को
I've got you a
रिप्रेजेंट कर
gift.
रहा है.
A gift from you?
It's all the pictures of all the good times that we've had together throughout the years.
I mean, that was the first time we met. That was actually a really fun time. I was a big fan of yours back
कौन है
then.
भाई?
were you?
गुरुवाणी, वेलकम टू हैकपुर आर्मी मेरे भाई.
Oh.
स्वागत
I remember this moment. That's my first
है
handshake with
आपका.
Kyunbin.
Yeah.
How did you know I
Oh
liked him
my
back then? That was
God.
ages ago.
Yeah, he's a god. He's a god.
Yeah, he's really good. When I was in a desert with Blank, also classic. That was a good.
It was a beautiful moment. I wanted to capture it for you.
Yeah. Oh, the first time I ever cursed a team. I'm lucky I'm not doing that anymore. I stopped predictions.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Well, you know what? But thank you so much. This is literally the best gift I've ever gotten. So I forgive you. Last year, it's over. It's
Thank
done.
you. Right. Well, that's me then. So yeah, have this.
Okay,
I'm
sure.
gonna do some other stuff.
Have a good day. See you later. Yeah. Oh, that's so nice. I love the. Wait. Fourth Rives. Ulf. Alpha 7. Wait, Maxman's official predictions? What? Kalaris, get back here.
पूरे बकचोदी चलती है एकदम.
We knew we were gonna get him one way or another to actually do those predictions. I'm joined by another.
ड्रॉप क्लैश अवॉइड करना
How you doing?
चाहिए
Big dog, excited to
कि
be
लेना
here. We're
चाहिए
on the
पंख.
rooftop. This view is
भाई
insane.
वो आपका प्रैक्टिस एंड ऑल पे डिपेंड करता है.
He's got little legs, but he's
अगर आप
very
काफी टाइम से
fast.
खेल रहे हो, काफी
It's okay,
टाइम
I know
पुराने
you
से
were
तो
running, so if
करना
you need to
चाहिए.
wipe
सिंपल
your
है
sweat,
क्योंकि
I
आपका
got you,
टीम
bro.
को
I got
और
you. There
सबको
you go.
नॉलेज है उधर
Just,
से
don't let it
कि
fly.
लाइक रोटेशन
Figure it out.
वगैरह वो सेम लाइक चेक पॉइंट वगैरह जो होते हैं वो सब दिमाग में डले हुए हैं. और न्यू में आपने नया कोई ड्रॉप लिया और उसके लिए आप कंटेस्ट कर रहे हो और फिर चलो ड्रॉप फाइट निकल जाए बट चेक पॉइंट में थोड़ा कन्फ्यूजन हो या लेट वेट हो जाए और बाकी टीमों ने अगर घेर लिया हो तो वो बीटी आ सकती है मे बी.
Man, is I want to see a little bit more aggression that we didn't get a chance to see out of Group A. I think we're gonna maybe have a team that's gonna end up dominating here.
Yeah, it feels like
क्योंकि इसमें यार भी क्वालिफाई करना मैटर करता है.
was very homogenous, which
तुम्हें
in
पता है
itself kind
टॉप
of makes
5
this
आना
a
जरूरी
smaller
है.
group of death because it's going to be
तो
very
स्मार्टली
hard to
करो जो भी
qualify.
करना.
Not
ओजी ने भी तो ड्रॉप चेंज
might
किया ही
still
था.
struggle to make and reach
सैन
the
मार्टिन
finals,
ने
but aggression is going to be of the hour, of the essence for these guys,
तो
especially with the
कर
first
भी
map of
सकते हो
the
नहीं
day
भी कर
to
सकते
beat
वो
good
यार
old
टीम पे
Rondo.
डिपेंड होता है. देखो सिंपल है.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's
स्मार्ट
so
मूव भी
wild
होता
though. We
है.
saw Group A, it was
कॉन्फिडेंट
the
तो फाइट
group
नहीं
of
कर
death,
सकते
right?
ऑब्वियसली वो
But
मूव भी
still, when
बहुत
it
अच्छा
comes to
है.
Group B, we got so many dang
वही बात है कि
champions
किसी का
here,
काम
right?
कर गया
We
तो
got some
वही अपने
superstars that are
इंडिया में
coming
क्या
out as
करते हैं
well,
इसने कर दिया
individual
वाह वाह
players.
वाह करके
I am
और उसको
expecting a
काम नहीं किया
team
तो
that we just
दूसरी बात
haven't
रेडी
seen
रहती है
before to
कि
just go
अरे भाई
crazy here and
इसने
make a
क्यों
name
नहीं
for
किया कर
themselves.
लेता है
Okay,
ये
so
हो
you're
जाता है
wanting
वो हो जाता है.
Yangon
नहीं
to
काम
do
है.
exactly what they were able to do last
चिल
year.
करो भी उन
when
अपने
they
लौंडों को
ended
छोड़
up
दो
winning.
अभी. भरोसा करो इस बार.
Earlier
जितने भी
we
लोग
were
हैं गाइस
talking
हार्ट्स इन द
about
शेड लेट्स गो.
group of
मैं
death,
पानी
group
पी के आया
of
फटाफट
death.
से.
Now we have possibly the group of death, Max. Because with this one, I know you were saying that Group A was the group of death, but I feel like Group B, we might be getting that aggression from everybody that we didn't get a chance to see before.
I think it's the group of life. I think they all want to survive here. No, was that cheesy maybe a little bit.
It was cute.
No, but I feel like in terms of the teams here, compared to like Fourth Rives doing really well in their group, winning Group A, I think that here, as you just said, Hot Troops, a team can come out of nowhere and just dominate if they just step up their aggression to the next level. So really, I would say Group B is the hardest group, not only in terms of teams to try and qualify, but also to predict. I have no idea who's going to make it.
Yeah, and if we're talking about that, we got to now actually talk about Yangon Galacticos because they are the defending champions. And to be fair with this squad, besides winning PMWC last year, we haven't really seen them at all, Max. Like, they have been non-existent. They weren't able to make it to PMWC. They weren't able to make it even to PMGO Season 1.
भाई
This will
BGMS
be
तो
their
अपना चांस
chance
खो
to
बैठे
show
हैं
up, and they're
obviously. अच्छा
here,
नहीं
not
खेले
because
क्वालीफाई
they
नहीं हो
ended
पाए.
up qualifying, because they
बाकी
ended up
की
getting
चीज
invited
देखो
back.
जो होनी थी
I'm
वो तो
gonna, I
होगी.
rewatched PMWC last year, right? The broadcast
वो
was a few days
कंट्रोलेबल
ago, and
में भी
I'm
नहीं
gonna
है कोई
repeat what I
चीज
said
और
back then.
बाकी
Is that
BMSD
we know
बच्चा
that
उसके लिए
when a
मेहनत
circle
करनी है
comes
अच्छे
their
से
way, they
चीज़ें
can get
लगाना है.
big games, especially
वरना
for
वही
the
है कि इतना
dramas,
खेल के भी
placement
मतलब
podiums
क्या
were
है
quite
क्वालीफाई ना हो
consistent
सको.
for these guys.
तो BMSD की
I
तैयारी
wanna see
करेंगे.
them get wins
लोंडो
when the
थोड़ा
circle
टोचन
is
देना
shifting
पड़ेगा अभी.
away from them. If they do that, I think they're going to show that they can do what it needs to try and hopefully qualify to the finals, and after that, make it and become the champions here at PMWC 2026.
क्या आपको याद है एक बार टीम
changes in
एक्सोन ने
the
बैक टू
aggression
बैक
would
3
be
चिकन
required,
लिए
but
थे
Yangon, of course,
टूर्नामेंट
they made it
में.
before.
हाँ
Maybe they can
BGMS
make it
सीजन
happen
1 की
again
बात
in
है
good
मोस्ट
old Paris.
Hopefully
प्रोबेबली.
we see it happen. I mean,
तीन
yeah,
मैच
you're
में
right. We
हमने
haven't really seen much of
मतलब
them when it comes to this
90
year. And we looked
80
at,
91
we actually
निकाले थे.
casted PMMI
जब
together.
अपना वो वाला
And
पॉइंट
we saw
टेबल
them,
15
you know,
वाला
in 2026 make something happen on, in my
मोस्ट
opinion,
प्रोबेबली
one
80
of
के
the
अराउंड पॉइंट
toughest
निकाले थे
lobbies we've
वैसे
seen
90
this
के
entire year, and they ended up in 22nd place. So not the performance they wanted, right? But this is their bounce back opportunity. They're coming in as the defending champs. I hope they put in just a little bit of extra work to say, you know what? let's go back to back, baby. Let's make it happen.
If we're talking about underperformers, we definitely have to talk about none other than Alpha 7. Because Alpha 7, I'm sorry, Brazil. I'm sorry, Alpha 7 fans. Because they have been having one of the worst years possible ever since winning PMGC last year. Yes, they performed so well. You can see how much it meant to them when they ended up lifting up that trophy for PMGC. At one point, I actually thought Carrillo was going to retire, but this squad has been non-existent so far this year.
It's tough to watch, right? Because this squad has won pretty much everything when it comes to international events. But when you look at this year, it is shocking to just see such an underperformance. And it's going to hurt their legacy if they don't make it happen.
Yeah, true. I mean, actually, I want to bring up a topic that you mentioned to me during PMMI, which is you talked to them after PMGO Season 1, and they said they didn't prep right. And I hope they prep into this one, because otherwise, this is going to look pretty bad into this lobby. And the group of death, as some of you guys call it.
Don't forget, we actually got a chance to talk about with Rebel, and he did say we ended up prep. We did a lot more prep this time around. They're feeling like they're ready. I'm hoping that is going to be the case. I know Kalaris was able to catch up with Alpha 7. Let's see what they had to say.
Hi, Kalaris here at
कर ही रहे यार,
PMWC
मतलब वो
for day
एक
number
तरफ
1
से
of Group B.
उन्होंने एग्जांपल सेट किया
Revo here to talk about everything that's
इसलिए
going on.
एंडेड हो गया तुम्हें
My
फिर
question for you, man.
ये पूछना है
Obviously,
कैसे
it's
क्यों
been a
नहीं
bit of
कर
a mixed
सकते कैसे
bag
नहीं कर
this
सकते
year,
आरू कहाँ से
obviously,
निकल
with
के आए
PMGO
आतंकवादी
as well
कहाँ
as
से आए निकल
PMMI.
के
Coming into
VCA के कहाँ से आए
PMWC
देख
though,
लो
how are
भाई
you guys feeling
वो
overall?
प्राइम एग्जांपल है
What's it feel
पूरी
like?
टीम
We are feeling confident. We did
जितनी भी
like
टीम
very
बनने
good
वाली है
preparation, so we
किसी को
are
कुछ
ready
करना है
for
स्पोर्ट्स में
everything who
तो
comes,
उनसे सीखना
to
चाहिए
in our face. So we're gonna face them. We're gonna fight them. And who wants to fight with us? We're gonna fight.
चालू
them.
करना बोल रहे पंग बाड़काऊ कर दो बे चालू भाई इधर लोंडे हमारे बावड़े हो गए फटाफट से चालू कर दो भाई माथा मत घुमाओ
Kind of still a bit of a fresh roster move as a whole.
I think like when it got on PMGO and PMI, our synergy got a bit low because like we lost, and it happens with all the teams. So now we are feeling good. We are confident. Our synergy is really, really good. And then I like the team. The team is taking the EWC, so we are ready.
All right, any final thoughts for this as it does go on? Obviously, PMWC is a very important tournament for you guys as a whole. So, did you watch out on the groups yesterday? That's what I kind of want to know. Did you watch the results? Were you surprised by anything from them?
Yeah, it was a surprise like OG. I think they are a really good team, but they are
देख
they
मेहनत
are
रंग
getting
लाई
experience.
सारी
So
टीम तारीफ कर रही
I'm
है
happy for they qualify for the finals, and like for Taurus, I mean, also a really great team, and now the other three teams are really good. So I was just surprised by OG.
Good result for Group B. You're going to be coming out strong?
Yeah, we are gonna do great. We're gonna qualify, and let's go.
Thank you very much, Revo, for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Mine is not a prediction. Mine is just, in a way, a statement for Alpha 7. You're saying you're going to be coming out strong there, Revo? I want to see a win in the first game if they want to be able to start off strong.
They can't mess around. I'm so glad to hear that he's feeling good going into this tournament because they need to do good.
अभी के लिए गाइस मेहनत तो पूरी जी जान से कर रहे हैं बाकी देखते हैं भाई क्या है क्या नहीं करके Let's see.
Into their numbers so far. So you look at what they did in PMGO Season 1. It was only 6 matches. They got a 3rd place in that Game 1, but couldn't even crack the top 10 afterwards. 19 points total, 14 eliminations, only 5 placement points in that tournament. Then you go to PMMI, that big tough tournament. 24th place in 12 games. A really bad underperformance. And you look at their numbers as well. 39 total points, 32 eliminations, 7 placement points. So out of all those games, we see a ton of eliminations, but those placements are gone. So they need to start. They have the firepower, but they got to get to late game.
One team that I know has that firepower is none other than Hora and also Nunshim Red Force. I got to give you some love. You got to, come on, hype up my boy Hyunbin.
Oh, yeah. Also, XZY really good. But Hyunbin, Hyunbin, he's kind of built different. But no, these two teams, Hora Esports from Nepal and the side of Hyunbin and the boys right from Nunshim Red Force were looking really, really strong recently. And Nunshim Red Force in particular, one big threat that this team kind of poses in this tournament is that they won by smash ruling. The only other smash ruling win in a global event in PUBG Mobile Esports history. If they make it to the finals right away from Group B, I'm telling you guys, they're going to go out blasting, hoping to get that PMWC trophy.
Prediction time, Max. on the spot.
What, like what, MVP?
Non-Sim Red Force? No, not MVP. Non-Sim Red Force. For everybody currently watching, I want you to clip this because we can use this to reverse the Maxman curse. I'm trying to help you out here. Non-Sim Red Force, top 5, yes or no?
Yes, I think it's happening. Top 5. Hey, come on, I need
Love
to
you,
support my boy
Punkk,
Hugo,
love
even
you
though
too,
the
मेरे
curse
भाई.
is maybe a thing, I don't know, you can theorize about it, but I
कितना
think
time
the
हो
Red
रहा
Force,
है? 5 मिनट
if
बाकी
they
मेरे
don't
ख्याल
make it
से.
top 5, it's
अबे
a
entry वगैरह
massive
होगी क्या
fumble.
guys आज?
South Korea on
होगी
top.
कि नहीं
A
बताओ
huge fumble.
chat
We've
में.
already seen some fumbles
होनी तो
happen
चाहिए
in Group
वैसे.
A as well with Ulf and Furia and some of the other squads.
Guys,
Now it's
याद
your
बताऊं?
time to put in your
मेरा यार मैंने लास्ट टाइम भी एक को बोला था कि जब वो लोग थाईलैंड में थे कि अगर तू फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई होगा तो मैं तुरंत टिकट कराने टिकट करा के आ जाऊंगा. अभी वो जैसे ही फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई हुआ ना, मेरा मन तो बहुत कर रहा है गाइस, कसम से बोल रहा हूँ कि मैं फाइनल्स में जाऊँ, उसको सपोर्ट करूँ भाई. पूरा मन तो बड़ा कर रहा है भाई. जाके सपोर्ट करना चाहिए बट यार देखते यार. एक तो गरीब भी हो रखे है ना भाई. वीज़ा वगैरह मैं तो आज तक ट्रेवल किया नहीं है, नॉलेज भी नहीं है मुझे बाहर का कैसा क्या है. वो कोई साथ जाने वाला भी नहीं, बीटी है. कहाँ कुछ फंस गया ना भाई, सिस्टम हैंग हो जाएगा मेरा बीच में. कोई एक आध बंदा भी हो कि भाई हाँ अपन चलते हैं इधर, रुक रुक के थोड़ा घूम भी लेंगे. घूम तो क्या ही है, मतलब मेनली तो 3 दिन सपोर्ट करने जाना है और घूम लेंगे थोड़ा बहुत उन दिनों मौका मिलेगा तो.
if the pressure is going to be getting to them.
बट यार मेन
STG right
दिक्कत वो
now,
है ना
going to
कि
PMGO
थोड़ा
season 1
नॉलेज
early
वगैरह
this
बाहर
year,
का थोड़ा कम है.
I was not really
रूल्स
sold on their
रेगुलेशन के
performance,
बारे में
right? I
पता
feel like
नहीं,
a lot of
गलती
us
से भी
were
मिस्टेक कर
saying
देने
back
कोई
during
सही
the
करने
broadcast
वाला
that they
नहीं
actually they got
है. एक
very
आध बंदा
lucky
हो ना
with
तो
a few of the circles,
सोचता हूँ मैं.
especially on Miramar.
Let's see.
But S2G, I think that actually right now during PMMI did really good, right? We were talking about them quite a bit, Hot Jukes, and we're like, actually, this team has leveled up. The synergy's up there. Sol K's IGLing is on point. Kelsey in particular was putting up big numbers. So S2G, if they bring that same level of play that we just saw in PMMI, who knows? Top 5 is in the cards for this squad.
Oh, let's see what's going to happen because we have Vitality, E-Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, Group B might
भाई थोड़ा
just
खुश
be
रहो
the
यार,
group
प्रेशर
of
मत लो,
death,
खुश
but I
रहो,
think it's
everything will
time we
fine.
stop yapping and we actually get started with PMWC at EWC 26.
अभी के लिए भाई प्रेशर वगैरह कुछ नहीं है, वो कभी कभार थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे माहौल हो जाता है, समझ रहे हो तुम लोग. प्रेशर वगैरह नहीं है भाई. अपना ये है भाई, कुछ भी बाहर हो रहे अंदर हो रहे, बट रिग्रेट नहीं होना चाहिए एट द एंड. बस फिर तुम एक आध मैच के बाद बोलोगे ये कर लेते वो कर लेते, वो अच्छा नहीं है. अपना बस यही है भाई, रिग्रेट कभी नहीं होना चाहिए. मन से खेलो, एंजॉय करो, मेहनत करो, जिस चीज़ के लिए तुम्हें पैसे मिलते हो उस चीज़ के लिए काम करो, टाइम दो. खैर छोड़ो, आइए शुरुआत करते हैं. लेट्स गो. लेकिन भाई कुछ ही बोलो यार, ये जो स्टेज देख रहे हो ना गाइस, भाई अलग ही फील होता है भाई. इधर तो मैं देख के इतना फील कर रहा हूँ कि भाई काश उधर बैठ के मैं भी खेलता, इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करता. भाई कितनी बड़ी बात होगी ना गाइस ये चीज़ करनी. भाई ये चीज़ में तो फील कर नहीं सकता, बट वही है यार, मतलब मन करता है कि एक दिन जाके मैं भी रिप्रेजेंट करूँगा. मन तो होता है भाई, मोटिवेशन मिलती है भाई. अपने लोगों को देख के और मोटिवेशन मिलती है कि यार वो लोग गए हैं टीम इंडिया के, अगली बार मैं भी जाऊँगा.
Like this fabulous Frenchman, Luti.
Thank you for that, Bunny. But you know what? The stage looks set. The Group B is ready for battle. So it is time to introduce our team, starting with EDA Esports. TT Project.
TT Project. भाई डेंजर टीम है ना TT Project तो.
ETSH Esports.
भाई वो लास्ट वाला तो डेंजर लग रहा है.
Esports. Non-Team Red Force.
अरे भाई ये तो
Esports.
Chiamati. आपकी आवाज बढ़ाओ, मेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही क्या लोंडो? रुक जाओ यार, अभी गोल्ड लेग आने वाली है। हाँ क्या बात है, अबे अलग ही चमक रहे वे जो भाई, ये अलग ही चमक रहे भाई, पूरा वाइट वाइट।
Team Vitality. S2G Esports.
S2G गाइस लास्ट के लास्ट ईयर थी ना विनर, लास्ट के लास्ट थी शायद। ये भी डेंजर है भाई, अबे लॉबी ही डेंजर है भाई, मजे आने वाले भाई, ये जो मैचेस होंगे ना आज के भाई, बहुत कुछ।
The margins are so tight. Every rotation, every elimination, every point matters.
Nous y voici. Group B is locked in and ready to go.
भाई
Day
ट्रॉफी
3
पे
of
कुछ ही
the
बोलो।
PMWC group stage at EWC 2026 starts right now.
Last year, Yangon Galacticos arrived at PMWC as underdogs. This year, they return as defending champions, with the chance to do something no team has ever done before. Win the PUBG Mobile World Cup back-to-back.
Face cam fix Punkk.
They have to push now.
कहाँ करूँ?
Their journey to the
ये आ गया,
title
ये
was
इसलिए बोल रहे हो क्या?
anything but straightforward. After struggling to find their rhythm in the group stage, Yangon were forced to take the longer route through the survival stage. Their entire tournament came down to a single point. One fewer elimination would have ended their World Cup journey before the grand finals had even begun.
For this year, I do believe in my team because we had like a little bit of training time and we put a lot of work to that. We had a lot of discipline, so yeah.
Shots back and forth, trades on either side.
But after surviving elimination, Yangon looked like a completely different team.
भाई लेकिन कुछ ही बोलो गाइस, भाई डिसिप्लिन बहुत जरूरी है भाई। अगर तुम्हें कुछ चाहिए, किसी भी फील्ड में कुछ भी काम करना है, तो भाई डिसिप्लिन होना बहुत जरूरी है भाई। बैठे बैठे तो कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला है, ये तो मैं देख चुका हूँ भाई इतने सालों में। डिसिप्लिन, मेहनत, थोड़ा किस्मत का भी होता है खेल, बट डिसिप्लिन जरूरी ही जरूरी है। जितना तुम रखोगे वो चीज को लेके, लक भी तुम्हारे उसी के अराउंड ही घूमेगा भाई। ये तुम लोग को भी पता होगा बस, डिसिप्लिन का तो बहुत बड़ा रोल भाई।
What changed between survival stage and grand final is especially our mindset, you know. When we completed to the grand final, we don't have any pressure anymore. We can get all our fully potential.
Last year, Yangon had nothing to lose. Now everything has changed. They are no longer the surprise team flying under the radar. Every opponent knows their strengths, studies their rotations, and enters the lobby determined to take their crown. Being the hunter brought them the championship. Now they must learn how to compete while being hunted.
Defending champion is so much like everyone is watching on you and everyone is learning about you. It's a lot of pressure on us, but we will try our best.
No team has ever won the PUBG Mobile World Cup twice. No champion has ever successfully defended the crown. Yangon Galacticos now have the opportunity to become the first. This year the question is no longer whether Yangon can win. It is whether anyone can stop them from doing it again. Can Yangon Galacticos make history and win PMWC back-to-back? Or will a new champion take their crown?
The stage is set. Paris is excited as the energy is starting to reach a fever pitch, and myself and Blank are in position for another exciting day. The twist in the narrative, though, Blank, is that we've changed teams. A new group, the return of the champions, is right behind us, getting ready.
Yeah, we have some godlike fans with us right now, which is cool. You can imagine they're going to get pretty loud at some point today as they start to pop off, or we hope they pop off. We've got some big names coming in as well. We've got Nongshan Red, an absolute monster on that squad. Alpha 7 looking to potentially be just a little bit better, which isn't all that difficult considering the run that they've had this year. But it sounds like they've done a lot of preparation in the meantime, according to Revo. And again, like I said, I think Revo has cemented himself as probably the best shotgun player, close range player in the world. But I think Funk's going to give him a run for his money going forward.
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised, dude. The signs of life we were seeing back in the first stage with the way that it was played, Blank, it was incredible. Do you know what's even cooler?
It is the ancient charm set from Yangon Galacticos. You can join the PMWC event in-game, redeem those perks for a chance at those outfits, which look fantastic.
The culture, the style, the way it's all tied in,
the smiles.
Yeah, dude, it's sick, right? I gotta get one of those. I saw him in the flesh when he came out yesterday wearing them, boy. Oh, it's heat.
It is heat. I mean, it is a vibe. It's a complete vibe. I love it. I need to get my hands on it in game at some point. But they were rocking it yesterday, and again, they look sweet. They look cool. I was half hoping they'd be walking out in them today, but again, the jerseys look just as cool. These guys have style on the side of Yangon.
They do indeed. Already the arena is starting to get excited. The contrast, the different fans on either side. So many teams that are being represented here. Friends, family, the coaching staff.
पंप कर रहे थे टीम को। अबे हमारे गोल्ड लाइट वाले किधर है भाई? पंप करो ना भाई उधर। एक हाथ दिखा दो भाई। बल्ले बल्ले करके दिखा दो एक बार के लिए।
Two of our champions in one group. Very different right now when you look at the current landscape for either of them.
खेलते खेलते उधर देख रहा है पैनिक हो गया उधर।
They both won it. They're both looking to do it again. And for Yangon, it's a case of defending their title now. It was a bit of a rocky way to the top for them last time, but they've made it. And like we've said before, absolute underdogs.
Game sound कम करो। एक game sound कम करूँगा मेरी आवाज़।
Brought into this one, a lot of training in the back end. They've had their filler off. Now they're ready for the main event here, EWC.
ये लो। अभी आ रही है?
But Alpha 7. The fans, they're happy, they're looking to cheer their team on. And again, with the success Alpha 7 had this year, it is looking like they only have upwards to go, right? It can only get better.
It's very true, Blank. And it's starting to get loud in the venue.
अभी आएगी गाइस, ठीक है आवाज़ सबको आएगी। एकदम प्रॉपर आवाज़ आएगी तुम्हें, टेंशन ना लो। अभी सब आएगी प्रॉपर। ये लेट्स गो, स्टार्ट हो गया लोंडो। आओ भाई। गाइस अगर सबके सब चैट में भाई, हार्ट्स इन द चैट। गणपति बाप्पा मोरिया, लेट्स गो भाई, टीम इंडिया, लेट्स गो बे, मारो।
Just soak it in. For the viewers at home, it's a very different atmosphere from what we're feeling right now, live in the flesh, in the arena at EWC.
I can feel it on my skin, goosebumps.
It's in the air, Blank, the excitement and anticipation. And this is before we've even seen a single Elim.
Running it through right now. Vitality out early, down towards that south side. Tiamba, Eagle sending out towards a recall beacon for the rest of the team to get out and get dirty in the mix of it. TT Project all heading over towards Punkk actually, so not really going for a split early on the game here either. Heading over towards Neox, Darkin,
अपने लोंडे कहाँ गए हैं? दिख नहीं रहे मेरे को।
Good close range players you want to see in those moments.
Quality एकदम सही है ना।
But before we do kick things off on such a mad map, we do have an
यूलिन में फाइट हो रही है तो।
with Vitality just shortly, but things are already getting a little bit crazy here. Obscure opens up Alpha 7 with the first elimination of the.
एडमिन ने एक किल निकाला, बढ़िया।
Crazy over towards S2G.
एक और पेला, लेट्स गो। फिनिश कर इसको। S2G का एक और पेला, तीसरा भी मर गया। किल तो मिल जाना, नहीं किल चोरी हो गया शायद तक।
They usually display a ton of mechanical talent, and this would be
दो
the
किल ले लिए, चलो।
environment to display that. An enticing head-to-head. Revo on the move. 30 rounds
कोई
to play
दिक्कत
with,
नहीं है,
looking
दो
for
किल
the
लेके
big
मरे
shot from Tiamba as they start to roam.
We're in Yulin and things are starting to get a little bit spicy. Tiamba on the outside at the moment, just looking in. They already have Eagle down towards that.
हुई कहाँ फाइट? यूलिन में फाइट हुई है, हो रहा अच्छा वो रही ऊपर की साइड पे।
Difficult player to come up against. Luckily he's on
जो
the other side.
ओपन वेयर उस टाइप में होता है उधर की फाइट थी।
Tiamba can play a little bit less safely here. ETSH also
रिकॉल हो गए अपने लोंडे।
They're already on 3
बढ़िया बढ़िया.
eliminations this game. You can see the amount of recalls already coming through.
अब एक प्लस पॉइंट गाइस अपन पे ये एफर्ट फॉर लूट मार के ना जोन की जो प्राइम एरिया वही लेंगे मोस्ट प्रोबेबली. लेट्स सी. क्योंकि थोड़ा जल्दी मर गए हैं. हालांकि 2 किल भी ले लिए बट एक एडवांटेज रहेगा अपन पे.
Detonates with the stereo setup, hoping for the peek out from necessary to see if you can get an opening. Follow up from this. That's already 2 elims on a hot drop that we've seen so far from Alpha 7. What are they going to be leaving with? That's the question.
Playing on the inside here, looking to push up over towards necessary now. DP in hand, a good weapon for a 1v2. But pre-fire going through the window. It's a good one with the AKM. Will make it happen. Revo again in close range. He's nasty, but it's Loco to come up to the plate now. Grease down the inside. Will go down. It's there, but the backstop does get taken out. Hustler crew causing problems as Tiamba starts to flow on in.
Loco got an opportunity to reset himself as well with the meds. Just enough time to be in a good position to continue the fight, but Tiamba smell the blood in the water. Nail on the right side of the banister, it won't connect. Just trying to get these bandages quick so he can reply. Shotgun for the close range engagement on the peak though, not swift enough. Goodbye, Loco.
कम कर दिया लाडली इस बार ना हुआ एक
You're gonna go down there. No matter how crazy you are.
नॉक खाया.
Revo taking shots over the QZ.
मैंने क्लिप मिस कर दी बॉयज. क्या हुआ अभी?
An absolute demon in some of these lobbies earlier in the year.
कौन मरा है? कोई तो नॉक खाया. मैंने ने भी नॉक किया. आज का एक फिनिश किया बढ़िया बढ़िया. बच जाएगा.
Taking a fair big hit there. They'll immediately reset on this one though. They got themselves 3 eliminations. It's the most anyone's got in the lobby so far. Decent nade though.
Oh, रेगो गया बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया.
Fair bit of damage over towards A-King. We'll have to back off the angle. Sky.
I think कोई आजू बाजू ही होगा रिकॉल के साइड में मिला होगा.
Guys usually dominate
रोटेशन के टाइम में.
Well, is this going to be a usual result for them? On the periphery right now, setting up like vultures, keeping a good understanding of the landscape to see how these other teams are going to fight amongst themselves before they overcommit to anything too heavy on the investment front. ETHS had that nice nade to get a bit of chip damage off, but they've roamed as a pack round, and Sleepy could be caught. That's going to be the connection from NASA. An instant tag followed through with a flush there straight away.
Sleepy's generally
भाई तुम्हारे भाई ने ना एक खतरनाक सिस्टम कर लिया. मैप स्ट्रीम भी है ना. साथ साथ में खोल ली दूसरे फोन में.
Circle's got some suspenders on it right now.
2x करो.
Lift heavy over towards the north side of the map. E-Arena is now. Again, it's over towards the north side of the map. E-Arena, like I said before, playing on a 2-2 split, so they've got to play aggressive. Let me see. Out the chest, ensure that teams don't get too comfortable in that region, because they're trying to confirm on both sides of the river here, Jackie.
You got to fight for that control. And the battle against Thora is still continuing right here, right now, with Tiamba also taking a piece out of them. Nearly on the rock up on the roadside. Good spot down towards the hill. Fine speed. Great reply. Nearly the double up as well, Blank.
Incredible reactions there coming through from Milu, and I mean, he's been doing a lot of work right now. Good shots from the sidelines, though. That's QZ starting to make himself.
देखो एक बार गेम पे अच्छे से फोकस करने दो अपना. एक और बंदा मर गया क्या अपना?
Now left, kind of scrambling inside of Yulin, unsure how he wants to play this one out. Needs to get an air over towards QZ.
अच्छा ऊपर की साइड है वो.
Knows roughly where he
मिनहू
is.
की साइड से रोटेशन मार रहे हैं.
No, realizes he has to back this one up now. Misses the nade. Will head upstairs. A-King gets some shots. It's an easy pick off for QZ. Tiamba up to 6.
मान्य गया तो ठीक है ना. रिकॉल हो सकता है वो. बाकी तीनों का रिकॉल खत्म है. मान्य तो फिर भी हो जाएगा रिकॉल आगे जाके भी. Let's see.
Right now into the game. Meanwhile, you got the setup here with S2G.
मानने के अलावा कोई और मरा है तो then
between the two. Dopeness, what can you do? SMG on the clear, runs into the pre-fire of Kamikaze, so that's an easy conversion for an elimination point, bringing them down to 3 players in this elaborate fight.
Very curious to see how STG does this tournament. There was some luck earlier in the year that gave some fortuitous opportunities to get further into the circuit. But all these players are strong in their own right. They just haven't had those shining moments at the moment, but this clear looks good. feel like S2G's been putting a lot of work in the back end at the moment. It's starting to show right now up against Dopeness at least. And even if it was a fairly easy clear, the way they were going about it, the 2-2s, the jumps around the corner, felt coordinated. It's usually what Turkish teams are so good at, as well as that synergy, that coordination, which is why teams feel so
बढ़िया रीसेट होके अब बस ऊपर का जोन है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली ब्रिज के एक्सेस भी है नान चुआन से आराम से रोटेशन दे सकते हैं लूट की थोड़ी कमी रहेगी मोस्ट प्रोबेबली क्योंकि फाइट हुई थी इंस्टेंट ही टाइम वगैरह कमी मिला लोंडो को लूटने का Let's see.
My favorite drop spot on Rondo is dunching because we can get
Spam मत करो भाई,
many
moderator संभाले
eliminations
headset को
there.
थोड़ा.
We have a good strategy to play on dunching.
You're close to my heart always. Thank you for 40 Ajay bhai. Thank you so much मेरे भाई.
On screen right now, rotating.
जाना तो ऊपर का
not
चाहिए कोई
yet
rotation.
to
ये
get a
पूरा क्या
single
बोलते हैं shift
elimination
तो.
on board. Next circle shift now, Jackie, over towards the west-hand side here. Wolves feeling quite good about this, but for Alpha 7, this is a
अभी भी एडवांटेज ये वैसे देखा जाए तो इनकी तरफ ही हार्ड शिफ्ट आया है अच्छा एज मिल गया इनको एक हाइट वाला
so they can hold off other teams that they like, but this is a super hard shift. A lot of teams on that eastern side
यहाँ पे जाते मेरे को याद है एक डाउन रिच कंपाउंड है इनके क्लोज अप में लोंडो के क्लोज कंपाउंड एक हार्ड एरिया तो डाउन रिच पे ही है बाकी पहाड़ पे है वो क्रॉस फायर बिठा के खेलना पड़ेगा
And I'm sure you can hear that as well. The fans getting amped up as this one starts to kick off.
इनका बैक क्लियर रहेगा फिलहाल के लिए तो अच्छा वो कंपाउंड के ऊपर वाली रिज ली है
Circle starts to close in. Yangon Galacticos starting down towards the test track, now looking to move over towards the rest of the team. Hustler crew also roaming on that
area तो अच्छा हुई अपन पे
towards that high ground, right, to get a little bit more of that scouting through. But it's
बस
feeling more
casualty वगैरह ना हो
it's going to drop back down towards the southwest side, sit around Stadium. But again, Stadium is such a big
मुझे लग रहा है एक ना एक टीम तो ऊपर से आएगी नानचुआन से ना वहाँ से आके इन लोग को बीटना देते कि उधर का बैक अगर पे बंदे आगे ना तो इनको दब के खेलना पड़ेगा अपने लोंडो को बैक से पूरा
We also have the lake down towards that southwest side that sits on the slope downwards. This is awkward terrain.
बैक क्लियर है बैक क्लियर भाई जोन क्लोज इन होने में 1.5 मिनट बाकी है भाई उतने में कोई भी टीम कहाँ से भी आ सकती है लेट रोटेशन मार के एक आध टीम तो रहेगी भाई जो लेट आएगी वो ब्रिज से देख लेना नानचुआन वाले ब्रिज से
They're going to be able to hold themselves nicely. Could be a chance for an engagement forced upon them as well. It's TT and not
S2G पे भी अच्छी जगह है
away.
Checking the top side of Stadium there makes sense as well. A lot of times you leave a player up there. It's a cheeky maneuver, get some shots out, but S2G keeping their sides clear right now. I like playing up against this pillar as well. You can basically cut off one side of the map to you and only deal with players trying to aggress on either edge. So I think that's a good shout from S2G so far. They're a very central position to work with off the back of that.
मेरी पे आता है गाइस ऐसे काना का देखता रहूँगा लेफ्ट राइट सामने पत्थर का उसके आगे बैठ जाऊँगा कोई
I like it though. I think what they're trying to go for right now is leave that two-man over towards the northern edge, ensure that teams coming through from Nanshuan don't catch them off guard in future, so that high ground's going to be super critical for that factor in future. Alpha 7 also with a bit of a split lineup on that northern edge, looking for something very, very similar here.
अभी तक 64 के 64 बंदे हैं भाई अभी बसड़ होने वाली है ये वाले शिफ्ट के बाद में
cover flares here too on S2G.
कंट्रोल अच्छा ले रखा है
Well, big shift on it. The investment there of the cover flares, like you say, not really going to pay too many dividends for them as it will be taken out of play quite quickly. So
इधर भी एक एज रहेगा इन पे हाइट वाला रहेगा आगे का एक बड़ा सा पत्थर होता है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली लेफ्ट साइड में उनके वहाँ पर फ्लेयर मंगा के खेल सकते हैं ऐसे तो नहीं खेल पाएंगे क्योंकि लेफ्ट साइड से भी बढ़ सकती है पानी के उस साइड से बाकी देखते हैं ये 7 का ही बंदा गलती से स्लैम हो गया क्या भाई
It's a struggle at the moment. Nade over the top here. One more airburst might do the trick. Goes
Oh,
incredibly
dale,
low.
putega.
Has the lob one back of his own. Will scare Elementrix a little bit, but it's only about 20% of the HP taken off, and he looks to keep the aggression up. Carrillo gets another first aid kit through, but the vehicle is absolutely stomped out right now. He might be able to get it a little bit of a distance out of there.
If they get into a devilishly good position with what they've shown, maybe that could be a bit of a dark horse twist in the narrative for them going
अबे ये तो कुछ है
GS
लोंडा कुछ भाई
Milu
अभी
opens
जा
up
रखा
towards Schweppes though.
क्या मारते हैं
The off angler for
सभी जा रखे हैं
Arena.
मैं भी घुमाता हूँ
Bit awkward. GS might hear this and want to aggress on it. Again, there's lots of
क्या
little
कर रहे हो मास्क को भाई
angles you can play in, but Milu will clean up one. Gets
मिलेगी
immediately
आपको
refragged by Morban. ETSH finding Carrillo inside the Pagoda. Alpha 7 might just need to abandon him on this. I think it's the only play they have.
फील्डिंग तो सेट कर रखी गंदी उतरने वाला एक
either give it up or make it work right now
तो
with the mechanical
यूएस तीस पे
side.
बचे
They are
हैं
taking pot shots back down.
By the way.
फील्डिंग सेट कर रखी है B7 में आ ही रहे हैं मार नहीं जा रहे हैं
Alpha 7
एंगल बना रहे हैं
now moving Doom. Squeeze out, gets knocked out of the vehicle.
Oi,
Revo
close
not in a
fire
good
में आ गए
position, leaving Obscure with it all to do now. But NASA, last left alive.
नुकसान दोनों के फिर दोनों को गए
Revo
इनके
went down to the blue, he did his job.
नुकसान है इसको
Got a fair
खींच दे
few
रहे हैं
knocks on through. Obscure now needs to move
He's
up, get a
there,
little bit
Australia.
closer. Has to hit the first aid kit soon. NASA though cleaning out these eliminations. He peaks with that much HP. He's confident.
जोन के बाहर तो मतलब वही है नुकसान दोनों का ही हुआ
So close to
किन
his
मिल
demise
गए
as well, but they're
चार
able to
बट
at least top themselves back
ठीक
up,
है
get over towards the recall tower if possible. It could be a saving grace for Alpha 7 Blank.
अपने लोगों के अभी तक फाइट नहीं हुई ना बॉयज तो वो लोग एज पकड़ के बैठे हैं लेफ्ट वाला
Once we hit stage 4, it's going to get a
Let's
little
see.
bit more difficult. He has to commit now. And
कहाँ गया
getting off the
जोन
road
स्टेडियम में गया क्या पूरा जोन
Next circle will hit stadium. We have not seen one of these in quite a while, and we get to see our first one now here in EWC.
देखते देखते भी क्या करते हैं इंटरेस्टिंग है भाई ये पूरा
GS team
हार्ड
playing
भी है
on the
देखो ये
outer
जोन
edges at the
बट
moment.
लेट्स सी
Rehan
क्या डिसीजन देते हैं
working
लोग
off these stairways. It's a good place to play. Being able to peek up and down off the back of it is on fun to work against. Benongshan Red Force, they're up first. JS9 in the hands of XZY.
Oh, nice है I think एज पे फाइट लेने जाते हैं वो कौन सी टीम बैठी होगी S2G है क्या हाँ S2G से फाइट लेंगे मोस्ट लाइकली
A fitting finish potentially given where we are right now, Blank. It's on brand, it's on point. Where does it go from here? Tony K with a quick pop of the stims, get himself back up. Surf going to start coming in as well, ushering those teams forward. We saw that recall play from Alpha 7. They do reset the squad.
S2G के साथ फाइट तो ले लेंगे वो एज पे बट थर्ड पार्टी करने वाली टीम एक बैठी है ब्रिज के उस साइड में
How far can they take it?
HC करके जो है तुरंत आएगी तुरंत आएगी
Wolves with a backstab coming up swiftly onto Nongxin. That's an opener from Elementrix, but TT get line of sight and the scrap continues. The first Wolf shut down as the response from Arena's good.
Arena not been slow about this at all. They want to get thick into the action. It's a good nade, bounced off the wall, not quite finding connection though on towards them. But Wolves, they are down on their feet, looking to get the reds off as quickly as possible. Sonic going very, very low. Arena looking for these flushes now. Emergency cover flares brought in because this is an emergency at the moment.
उन लोगों की अभी तक फाइट नहीं हुई ना किसी की भी हेल्थ वगैरह गई नहीं है आई थिंक इन्फो निकाल रहे अभी वो इसका है ना घुमा घुमा के बार-बार गाड़ियां वेट कर रहे हैं मोस्ट प्रोबेबली कि ओपनिंग मिल जाए कोई की भी हेल्थ गई नहीं है तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली यही कर रहे हैं
They know they have to do this. They were here very early on in the game, but I like how much presence they're showing here.
Rio again. Getting stuck in for Alpha 7, but they're taking some hefty blows as Sleepy from Hora finally gets his revenge for the start of the game. This fight just doesn't stop either. Wolves up against the Arena for so damn long as they finally buckle under the pressure.
होने वाली बस फाइट होने वाली है जोन क्लोजन हो रहा है ना उसको आना ही पड़ेगा अपन को इसलिए नहीं पड़ेगा बार-बार घुमा नहीं सकते मेरे को बस मेन पता है ये HC करके जो टीम है ना ये मजे ना ले रहा है बस ये दो फाइट में कि उनके लिए अभी फ्री एंड है वो लोग उनको बैठे बैठे बस प्रेशर डालना है
This Thailand
कुछ
team
ऊपर नहीं चढ़ा हुआ
doing
क्या
incredible
स्टेडियम में?
work so far. TT Project looks
Power ने लिया किल लिया बढ़िया.
awkward situation. Alpha 7 still up and kicking now. But down to one player. 70 limbs on the Mac. It's not bad.
अभी भी बहुत छोटा सा है जगह, एकदम हल्का सा. यूटिल से उधर स्पैम हो गई तो थोड़ा सा बीटी होगा. लेट्स सी क्या करते हैं.
But goodness me, so many teams are afraid to head over towards stadium now.
बहुत हल्का है जब, बहुत हल्का.
It is fairly locked down on these outer edges.
I think वेट कर रहे हैं जोन का. अंदर जाएंगे सीधा बानी मारने वाले क्या ये?
A lot of teams on that eastern side quite pleased with how this has worked out. Vitality,
अफगानी मारने के लिए भी स्टेडियम के बाहर फ्लेयर वगैरह चाहिए. इफ मार रहे हैं तो अगर फ्लेयर नहीं है तो फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी.
Grabs up the old master at the moment because he has been putting in work. A 13th elimination added now. A chicken dinner here would be fantastic for the point tallies.
For Alpha 7, the end finally arrives. Try as they might to keep themselves alive in our opening game. They did well.
अच्छा HC भी आ गई ना, 3 टीमें हो गई. अभी TT भी है साइड में, TT प्रोजेक्ट करके 4 टीमें हो गई भी एच पे. लेट्स सी गलती पहले कौन करता है, क्योंकि पड़ोसी मजे लेने वाले हैं भाई. जो भी 2 टीम फाइट में इनिशिएट करेगी, तीसरी टीम मजे लेगी. लेट्स सी.
Already 14 elims. How far do they take it? And what a godlike do here. Effect with the clapback. Good for one. Nice nade from S-Power, but FS tries to hold on to it. An intense encounter between these two sides. Godlike down to 2, but S-Power making the difference for now.
अंदर डालना चाहिए
Godlike on
उसको.
our edge is a top position to be in. S2G on their sideline.
नाइस रे.
S-Power makes it look easy, but Joker.
जोड़ भी पावर. बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया. गाइस पावर ओपी कर दो बे, पूरी टीम अच्छा खेली है. बहुत बढ़िया. बहुत बढ़िया मारा उसको तो. फाइट होनी चाहिए गाइस, 4 टीम थी भाई उधर. बहुत मुश्किल था अपने लोंडो का उधर सरवाइव करना. वहां से भी पॉइंट्स निकाले और अच्छे. बढ़िया है, बहुत बढ़िया.
Heavy hit coming over to Hustler crew. You got the off angle set up, looking to take pot shots down and save his mates. Kamikaze.
नॉक्स अच्छे दिए थे. लास्ट में आई थिंक एक आध किल चोरी हुआ है क्या? 4 किल सेम कर ली. HC और इन्होंने कितना लेट फाइट लिया भाई S2G ने.
Just went out just then. Now needs to get a move on. S2G, they post up. AZM taking a huge amount of damage. The blue might just do the trick here.
S2G का इधर से अच्छा गेम तो नहीं हो पाएगा शायद तक. ये हाइट है इन पे. लेफ्ट में प्रेशर में डाला ऊपर आके. अभी EA ने 15 किल मार दिए हैं. 15 किल मार दिए भाई. क्या चल रहा है?
Given a single inch right now, and they have cleared out the entirety of the northwest side.
देख अभी आए प्रेशर डालने. शटर नहीं होने दिया गाइस मेन तो S2G को. तुरंत आके प्रेशर डाल रहे हैं.
Once again, and they are just swarming on them. Another goes down in Malik. And E-Arena looking for more and more points. 17 elims. Can they go further? Can they hit the 20 bomb?
Well, finally, it seems like someone's willing to test them. The Arena taking casualties, but they're looking to reply back. They will keep themselves alive with Tourniquet, it seems, over at the stadium. Mixed Vitality pushing on to S2G. A back and forth fight, a quiet game otherwise for Vitality. They were playing their cards close to their chest, but they've got to fight for control right now.
Looking for the roll flush over towards S2G.
एक सेकंड का गैप था बस. मारना चाहिए भाई इनको. रह गया. उतार दे भाई. बैडले मार दे उधर. गाड़ी के पीछे है. नाइस. पेल तो भाई इसको नीचे वाले में है.
The numbers dwindling for S2G.
नाइस भाई. अच्छा प्रेडिक्शन किया भी इसने. वो पिक करके मारने वाला है. बढ़िया बढ़िया. इनका तो क्लियर हो गया बैक वगैरह. कौन सी टीम थी अपने? VIT करके.
Emre incredibly low and Vitality smelling the blood in the water. They can wrap off, play this safe, get into a better position. But can Yangon hold on?
YG का स्लो है
flexing those big muscles here
किस ने
inside the
निकले
warehouse. Nade start to go
हाथ
through.
खुले नहीं हैं अभी तक. भाई 18 किल कर दिया भाई, क्या चल रहा है?
Desperation play indeed, but doesn't find the swift shot through the smoke here. Rita moves up, Smile goes down. Ida putting a frown on the faces of Yangon Galacticos. Last play incredibly low. Romeo is out.
They fall down and out in Rondo. And one by one we whittle through our squads.
भाई अगर ये ऊपर बंदा चढ़ गया नहीं, ये का एक भी चढ़ा हुआ है कि कैसी है भाई? बहुत ज्यादा किल हो जाएंगे मेरे ख्याल से इनके। 18 तो अभी हो गए भाई, क्या करके मानेंगे? और
But can Vitality suck up some of the points as they do advance onto the weakened Ida? Emre with the detonation on the vehicle. Vitality, you're going to have to recover from this swiftly. What's the decision making?
That's a rough one. Rita playing in the side building. Good burnout from him. Tries to get back inside, but good shots from Axel. Has been an absolute tear this game so far. Good damage all around. Feels like a lot of the eliminations have been stolen away from him.
That is
an insane spray from Razy. Gets a lot of damage done to
मारना चाहिए इसको जाके। टाइम मत दो। ओए नाइस वे, बहुत बढ़िया। चार्ज कर रहे पूरा वो। नाइस भाई, बहुत बढ़िया।
Man with the quickest fingers in France. Could not believe what I just saw.
बहुत बढ़िया।
I don't think I ever could Ida, honestly.
वो धप्पा दे दिया।
They witnessed that and it was terrible. Lufa will move up from Dobness, takes down the first player so far from the arena. They are down to 3. Vitality still sitting pretty with 4, and teams have to push out into them.
Two fights happening back to back. Stereo setups from our teams with Hora taking the hit straight to Vitality. Jiggle the only one keeping his eyes peeled
nice
over onto the arena encounter.
क्या खेल रहे भाई इन्होंने?
They eat the opening nade. Schwepp setting up for another one, but on the peak takes a few shots, low on HP. No fear with the steal versus Vitality. Can Dobness actually defend themselves now?
Great Molotov forces him through the doorway, opening up the lines aside. Now just one player left alive here. It is Speaker.
ये फाइट निकालनी है
Need to break their way out of here. 19, if they finish this fight, they're up to 22. An unbelievable game. Speaker has to make the crazy play, and there it is.
Nice.
A 22 elimination game.
पागल वागल हो गया भाई.
The arena is bringing it.
Not only are they looking for an opening game win, they're looking to do it by sending a message. And for Hora, they weakened Vitality amongst all this, but they were able to reset. Investing some of their utility, they're still alive with 4. Hora waiting on the steps on an off-angle setup whilst Razy scouts further back. No need to overcommit yet. Forced out of the vehicle, though, tucks in behind the tree. If you fall to sleepy, it could get very awkward quickly.
Razy put on the backside of the tree here. Has to drop something. The cover flares. All that's left to keep them alive. E-Arena pushes away over towards the northern edge. They're going to hold down here.
Smoke fake out.
Coming in with 4 players. It's going to be hard to win out this game here.
E-Arena, they
are on fire so far. This team is ready to go. No fear. Have to put some more eliminations in the books.
Oh, risky.
Can they make it back? They do. Goodness me.
It's tense now. Fine margins between these teams.
Playing a cheeky blank.
He's
looking for more eliminations here. They have already done an incredible amount of work so far. Joker gonna head up next. No one's taking shots. Getting the high ground is insane. The cover flares come down underneath. Moment left behind. Crazy. Jiggle moved down. Might have seen him though. Might have spotted him. Cover flares on the roof. You are wild for it. Jiggle, I don't think he's had any idea.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
No way.
Now he knows, Black. Joker with a headshot unloads from the top of the roof. It's good damage on
ले जाएंगे भाई ये लोग तो आराम से.
Control over this one. The emergency cover flares drop down. Now incredible peaking advantage up against Vitality. A little tank here and there, but good.
भाई लोग ये तो ले गए भाई.
This is more elimination.
पहले मैच में इन्होंने तो कर दिया बे. 2-3 मैच का.
You have entered E-Arena's arena at this point. The gladiators here in France as they are ruling from the top side, control of the ground floor as well, with Mormon in position. And Vitality know that they are forced to advance eventually. You're exposed either way. The Joker's looking for the
सबको आना पड़ेगा
back
भाई,
towards the
अभी खींच देंगे
warehouses.
इनको.
How far can they take it with the Elims? They look for more decent
Oh,
damage.
cute,
There's
yeah.
another knock from Schweppes.
Finish कर.
Instantly trying to flush out on that one. 24 in the bag. Blow up the vehicle. Don't let them go
भाई
any further
3
on
ही
the
है,
back of
6
this
बचे
one.
हैं.
Aura could do
30
nothing
किलो
but
देंगे
stand by
भाई
and
इनके.
watch.
सारी किल ठाप लेते.
M79 brought out to hopefully bring a train, but the rescue I don't think is coming from Razak next. Joker finds the peak off the back of it. Mormon holding the angle. But they're patient, they're real patient about it. But a nasty headshot Federalis saves the day here. Joker has to not be greedy. That tree saves his life in that moment. The sightline just not quite there.
यूटिल्स नहीं है इन पे. एक स्मोक है जो सरी राइट साइड जाएगा, बट बहुत
The
पिंड हो
duo so
जाएगा.
heavily focused at the cover flare set up on the roof side. If they leave themselves exposed, can Mormon steal this away from the ground, draw the crosshair off, and guarantee himself something to play with?
अभी ये लोग ही निकाल लेंगे.
It
ये
gets
वाली.
spicy. Center dots towards this loot crate. E-Arena may need to drop down at some
Zone
point,
के
but
साइड
let's see what
से
can get done in the meantime.
स्लो ही आएगा. ऑलमोस्ट सेंटर में वो लोग.
Vitality playing it slow, but will have to move. Even more emergency cover flares dropped.
मेन गाइस मोरमैन करके है ना जो ये
Building
का
themselves barrier
उसका
after
ही है.
barrier. Oh, shot down again. Joker gets the peek out. Federales cowering close towards the limited cover he's got, but no fear. Sees an opportunity and
nice
swings
भाई.
round. Federales
बढ़िया,
with a
बढ़िया.
hold. Some clean connections.
प्रेडिक्शन
in the
अच्छा है
past couple
गाइस
minutes
इन लोगों
here.
का भाई कि इस टाइम पे बंदा पीक करेगा और प्रीफेड देता है. बहुत सही है
Knocks are
भाई.
going through. They're looking to send nade. They feel like they're in range. It's on target. A bit of chip damage. Razy has to back out. One more nade over the top. It looks on target.
Nice
It's unreal from up on high.
क्या खेल रहे भाई ये लोग तो पागल हो गए हैं.
Down towards Aura. This is insane work. Sky goes down. More eliminations available here. Might take them to 29, Jackie.
One away from the big 30.
कूदना है मत
And there's
भाई
only a
अभी.
single member of the squad left to try and fight
उसी
against
को
them.
आना है.
The dream of the arena on Rondo, as they've been living their movie. Elim after Elim. And Sleepy is
भाई ये
all
लोग ने
that
तो
remains
बहुत ज़्यादा ही
between them and an unbelievable
डेंजर
game
एकदम
one.
गेम प्ले कर दिया भाई. 27 मार
looking
दिया भाई.
down
तो सब.
upon their arena, their stadium. What a ridiculous result here for E-Arena. It has been sublime from start to finish. The circle begins to close. We're getting right into those
ओए
final moments.
भाई वो
Just
क्लस्टर नहीं
one
कर
more
देगा.
minute before it all finishes.
Coming down to the
उनको
bitter
कूदना
end.
पड़ेगा.
Sleepy looking up towards the sky, but will he be on point
भाई.
when they're forced to drop? It's all a matter
तो
of
मुझे
time.
क्यों लग रहा है ये थोड़ा 1v2
Crosshair's going to be swiftly on
होने
his
के चांस
angle. Can he whip
है.
down the duo drop? That's one with the shotty. All onto the
Oi.
last man as Schweppes tries to withstand the peak. Sleepy on the double up. Quick shots, can't quite connect it. Down. The zone's nibbling away at him.
ओए निकाल दिया भाई. भाई क्या जबरदस्त खेल लिए भाई ये लोग.
39 pointer. They've got half the points to some teams earned yesterday.
भाई भाई
In
भाई.
one match.
गाइस क्या खेल लिए भाई ये लोग. 29 स्किल्स का चिकन भाई. वो भी भाई ये लॉबी में. भाई कसम से भाई. कसम से भाई. भाई इनको जो बूस्ट मिलेगा ना बाकी के मैचेस के लिए भाई. बहुत डेंजर ही खेल लिया भाई. कहाँ भाई स्टेडियम में सारे खेल टापे हैं उन्होंने. एक बार देखा 9, फिर 10 हुए, फिर 15 हो गए, फिर 18 हो गए. 18 के बाद भी रुके नहीं भाई. 11 और निकाल लिए. 29 स्किल्स का चिकन भाई. डेंजर भाई. ओहो क्या बातें भाई. ऑलमोस्ट मतलब 40 ही पॉइंट मानो तुम. ऑलमोस्ट पंप है लोंडे. अपने लोंडे भी पंप है गाइस. मारा तो सही भाई. देखो फाइट थोड़ी XYZ ही हुई है क्योंकि प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं थे वो लेफ्ट वालों के लिए, S2G के साथ प्रिपेयर्ड थे। फाइट में भाई मजे तो आ गए, कुछ ही बोलो। इसको तो लिया बाद में सही। भाई इसकी भी HP कम ही थी, एक शॉटगन मारनी थी बस, बट भाई ने बोला AR से लेने का, AR से सीधा प्योर। एक टैप मारा, दूसरा टैप मारा, दूसरे पे रिलोड किया, इसने AR का रिस्क नहीं लिया।
Click ons. They were just locked in. There was nothing that needed to be said. Where's the comms? Where's the comms? There's no comms. They are locked.
मैच आउट थोड़ा कम कर दे पंग भाई। मोस्ट किल्स मोस्ट फिनिशेस इन अ गेम, बात है भाई। डेंजरी रिकॉर्ड सेट कर दिया भाई लोगों ने, तो मजा ही आ गया भैया। ब्रो दैट्स अ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड, क्या बात है। भाई मैं तो वो सोच रहा अभी इनका कॉन्फिडेंस किस लेवल का होगा भाई। 29 किल्स मार दिए और अगले रैंकल में उतरेंगे लोग। क्योंकि आज पता है क्या होता है, कभी कभार अपन जब तो डोमिनेट कर देते हैं ना कोई लॉबी को, तो आगे के मैचेस में कितने भी वर्स्ट सिनेरियो हो, बट अपन इतना कॉन्फिडेंस रहता है अपन भर के कि वर्स्ट सिनेरियो को भी है ना अपन मार मार के सही कर देंगे। ऐसा कॉन्फिडेंस हो जाता है टीम में बिल्ड। बाकी देखते हैं, लेट्स सी। 5 मैच बाकी अभी। बहुत अच्छा खेले भाई ये लोग, तो अपने लौंडे भी अच्छा खेले हैं। ऑलमोस्ट एवरेज पॉइंट तो नहीं निकाले, बट ठीक है, 7 पॉइंट किल्स के थ्रू शुरुआत करी है। एंड लेट्स सी आगे के मैचेस में क्या रहता है। इंटेंट रहना चाहिए बस फाइट का, बाकी कुछ नहीं है। बस अपने लौंडों ने गलती नहीं करी, जो मैं बोल रहा था कि पहले फाइट लेंगे, दूसरी टीम ने आके उन पर स्लैम दिया है। भाई वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड कैन यू इमेजिन। भाई देखो मैं इतना रिएक्शन तो दे नहीं पा रहा हूँ, बट ऐसा है कि भाई ऑब्वियसली वर्ल्ड की बेस्ट टीमें इधर आ रखी है और उनमें से अपन मतलब इन लोगों ने EA ने 29 स्किल चिकन निकाला, बहुत बड़ी बात है भाई। मैं तभी तो बोल रहा हूँ उनके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा प्लस पॉइंट हो गया भाई। अभी एक तो उनको बूस्ट मिला पहले मैच में और भी 5 मैच बाकी है, तो भाई वो अपना टॉप 5 का स्लॉट आज ही कर सकते हैं। देखा जाए तो तुम खुद देखो, आज ही फिक्स कर सकते हैं। बाकी देखते हैं कितने तो कभी क्लासिक में नहीं मारे। इंटेंट तो दिख रहा है गोडल में। अरे यार एक मैच बेसिस पे देखो, मेरे को कुछ बोलना नहीं है। अपन आए अपने भाई लोगों को सपोर्ट करने, वो कैसे ही मारे कैसे ही खेले, स्ट्रेटेजिक या घुस घुस के मारे, बस वो अपना नेचुरल खेले। उनको रिग्रेट नहीं होना चाहिए अपने भाइयों को 6 मैच के बाद में कि काश अपन ये कर लेते वो कर लेते। वो रिग्रेट नहीं होना चाहिए उनको। ये होना चाहिए कि स्माइल होनी चाहिए चेहरे पे कि भाई हाँ अपन ने अपना बेस्ट खेला है। चीज़ें थोड़ी ऊपर नीचे हो गई है, किस्मत ने साथ नहीं दिया, बट अपन ने अपना बेस्ट खेला करके, दैट्स इट। और अपन लोगों का यही काम है उन लोग को मोटिवेट रखना भाई। हर टाइम हर एक मैच के बाद में DM में जाके मोटिवेट करो उनको, थ्रू स्टोरी, थ्रू सोशल मीडिया, जो भी जिसके भी थ्रू तुम कर सकते हो।
See your records broken here at PMWC at EWC 26 as E-Arena puts up a cool 39 points, Max.
Absolute madness, record-breaking Rondo, and just like E-Arena, we are on the rooftops right now.
अब 40 लोड बचे हैं। 39 पॉइंट्स भाई, और 80 का कल कट ऑफ कितना गया था? 88 का राउंड गया था क्या? 55 या इसके राउंड ही गया था। मजा आएगा बिडू। ये ना पागल हो गए, पागल तो हो गए भाई। 29 किल्स भाई मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा ही हो गया भाई। 15-20 भी होते तो तुम लोग ऐसा रहता कि हाँ डोमिनेट किया भाई। 29 मतलब तो मतलब लोबी ख़त्म कर दी भाई, सांस वांस लेने का मौका दिया नहीं है इन्होंने। अच्छा मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इन्होंने डिफेंड किया है इधर, जो 2 टीम आके स्लैम करी थी, इन दोनों को मारते मारते इनके 15 हुए किल। फिर तीसरी टीम को मारा, इनको मारते 18 किल हो गए थे इनके। फिर मेन इनसे DNA करके जो भी टीम है इनसे फाइट करने थोड़ा टाइम लग गया इनको। और ये मूव थोड़ा रिस्की था भाई, लेकिन ये काम आ गया, समझ रहे हो तुम? ऊपर चढ़ने वाला स्टेडियम के, वो भी एकदम सामने वेयर हाउस के एकदम मुंह से। बहुत प्लस पॉइंट इनको फायदा हुआ। ये तो गाइस इन दोनों ने चलो जंप करके फाइटें निकाल ली, बट ये जो मोरमैन करके था ना उसने थोड़ा सा नॉक वॉक खा के ना थोड़ा सा अगेंस्ट कर लिया। अगर मतलब स्टेल्थ पे खेल के आता ना और अपने टीममेट को थोड़ा बीट करता तो ये आराम से मार देता है हो रहा स्लीपी को। बट मे भी क्या पता, मेरे को इतना अपन को दिखा नहीं उसका पीओवी वगैरह, क्या पता वो भाई साहब उधर से लेफ्ट से आ रहा है तो थोड़ा ओपन पड़ गया होगा कहाँ ना कहाँ से, हो सकता है।
We don't have parachutes, Max. It's not gonna work. It's not the same.
Give us the zip line. That's what we need right now. We need the zip line so we can get back to the home studio as well. But for some of the other squads, I mean, if we start off, we saw Tiamba being able to start off hot as well. Neptura, they were able to get a good amount of eliminations because of that hot job that they were doing.
Yeah, I'm very excited about what we're seeing from Tiamba so far. I mean, they were looking very, very clean, very put together. Some great synergy coming in as well there. In the hot drop, yeah, I mean, they were pushing together. I think, who was it? It was Wolves, I think. Wolves up on the stairs and Yulin, and he...
बीच में खेल रहे हो पंक? नहीं भाई, क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए। BMSD की तैयारी करेंगे अभी।
Vitality was another one I was impressed with on the outside towards the end of that game. They were doing some really good stuff as well.
तो तैयारी करने का भी गाइस एक थोड़ा सा बीटी अपने ये है इंडियन सर्किट में कि अभी न्यूज़ ऑन मेटा में स्क्रीम्स वगैरह बहुत कम हो रही है, समझ रहे हो? बहुत कम होती है। जैसे न्यूज़ ऑन मेटा में अभी जैसे क्लासिक में अल्टीमेट रॉयल होता है, अल्टीमेट रॉयल में तुम्हें पता ही है कितना वो होता है, एक ड्रॉप पे सब कूद जाते हैं, एंड तक सर्वाइव नहीं करते वगैरह वगैरह। लेकिन एक बार आदत पड़ जाए ना सुबह से शाम की न्यूज़ ऑन मेटा छोटे मोटे स्क्रीम्स में न्यूज़ ऑन मेटा में हो तो फिर प्रॉपर्ली फिर वो टाइमिंग दिमाग में छप जाए किस टाइम पे निकलना है, इस टाइम पे जोन को प्रायोरिटी देनी है। अपन करते हैं नॉर्मल कस्टम में, उसमें ओल्ड जोन मेटा है, 3 जोन तक लूटो, चौथे जोन तक जोन के बाहर जाके एक और नॉक दो, पुश कर दो, ये चलता रहता है नॉर्मल स्क्रीम्स में। बस जितना जल्दी हो सके ना न्यूज़ जोन वाला सब में आ जाए हर एक जगह में, तो बढ़िया ही रहेगा मतलब ओवरऑल प्रैक्टिस के लिए।
They're basically halfway there in one game of Rondo.
I mean, that's how you want to do it, really. When you only have 2 days. I mean, we saw it from 4 Thrives in PMGO Season 1, right? You do this, you have this kind of day, you have this kind of game, and you are kind of set for the rest of the day. They have to just be consistent. Not a lot of points, not a massive win. They're good to go.
अल्टीमेट रॉयल में हायर लॉबी में लास्ट रहते बट है वो आता है भाई। अल्टीमेट में वही बता रहा हूँ मैं, अल्टीमेट लॉबी थोड़ी डेंजर रहती है। अचानक से पिंग 650 850 पता नहीं क्या रहती, कांस्टेंट वो रहती, फिर एग्जिट मारो वापस से लगाओ भाई। वो वही बात है, मेहनत करोगे इतना फिर 10 में से 4 मैच में तो वही आ जाते हैं, फिर और आप वापस माइनस होती है, सिस्टम हैंग रहता है भाई।
It was none other than Alpha 7. Alpha 7 ended up with 7 eliminations, and we're talking about expectations for this squad. This is not a bad match for them.
आपका फेवरेट प्लेयर हु? मेरे फेवरेट प्लेयर भाई जो लोग भी मेहनत करते हैं, जो लोग ट्रॉफी के लिए सेक्रीफाइस करके दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, दिन रात एक कर देते हैं, वो मेरे फेवरेट प्लेयर में आते हैं भाई, जिनको कदर है मतलब गेम की, जो पैशनेट है गेम को लेके, इन शॉर्ट प्यार है जिनको गेम से, वही अपने फेवरेट प्लेयर हैं।
You know what? I'm looking here. I'm liking what we saw from a couple of teams. I maybe just re-highlight Federalis, honestly, from Vitality. I think he did a great job. It was subtle, but he really worked for his team. So for me, yes, Federalis, want to see him in the next game.
I'm going to go for Hora. Really, so happy to see them do well. But of course, it was the E-Arena show, as we know, in Stadium. But E-Arena were just dominating everyone. But Hora, good to see, just like in PMGO Season 1, right? Dominating their respective group. Were #1 in PMGO Season 1.
भाई मैं डेली स्क्रीम्स एंड प्रैक्टिस कर रहा हूँ स्पोर्ट्स के लिए, तो टिप्स दे दो ना। टिप्स यही है भाई, प्रैक्टिस करते रहो, और जब तक कहाँ लगो नहीं तब तक स्टडी भी करते रहो। एंड बाय द वे गाइस, तुम्हारे भाई ने बस मतलब पास्ट टाइम में बीए करी थी, देन उसके बाद में अपन थोड़ा T1 एंड ऑल के अंदर अपन ने जब एंट्री ले ली थी, देन उसके बाद में पूरा फोकस गेम पे रहा है तब से, बीए करने के बाद में।
There you go, Barney Lays, take it over while we'll try to see if we can find a zip line to get out from here.
Barney and Lacer on the side of the stage with Alpha 7 Esports.
अलग ही ग्रेड से विन करता हूँ.
Okay, I'm joined by Camilla. I'm joined by Patala, of course.
अपना हिंदी वाला देख तो उसमें क्या चल रहा है. क्या है ये?
टिक्की
उधर ही रख दे. लव यू पंक भाई. डोंट लूज होप फार देना BMSD में. भाई मैं होप वगैरह लूज कुछ नहीं करता और ना कुछ और. सिचुएशन जैसे चलती है उस हिसाब से मैं रिएक्ट करता हूँ भाई. सिंपल एंड ऑल. देखो ऑब्वियस बात है भाई, हम मेहनत करेंगे, रिजल्ट आएंगे, दिखेंगे, हम खुद सर्टिफाई रहेंगे. हम मेहनत नहीं करेंगे और फिर एक एक मैच का एक दूसरे को गिनाते रहेंगे, फिर वो कोई मतलब नहीं है. मतलब वही बात है, पूरे एग्ज़ाम के टाइम में पढ़े नहीं है और लास्ट के 3 दिन मतलब जो पेपर दिए उसके एक एक क्वेश्चन को लेके बैठ गए कि भाई ये वाला ये हो गया, ये वाले क्वेश्चन का ये था, ये वाले क्वेश्चन का था. तो वो मैटर नहीं करता भाई. मैटर करती है भाई आपकी मेहनत, कितना आप सुबह शाम वो चीज़ को टाइम देते हो. वो तुम लोग को ही पता होगा. हिंदी वाली है क्या इसमें?
इरांगल जो अगले 3 आने वाले हैं, हाउ यू थिंकिंग अबाउट दोस मैच?
देखिए मैं ये देख रहा था इस पूरे राउंडों के अंत तक जाते आते मैच स्टार्टिंग जब हमारे आंखों के सामने आई थी कि हाँ उन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकाले, ई अरीना काफ़ी अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकाल के गए, बट उसके अलावा जितनी भी टीम्स थी कहीं से भी उन्हें पॉइंट्स निकालने का मौका मिला नहीं है. तो मुझे लगता है कि 15 टीम्स के लिए ना शुरुआत अगले इरांगल में होगी.
जैसा आपने कहा अगले इरांगल पे शुरुआत तो होगी और देखना होगा कि अगले इरांगल पे ई अरीना भी कैसे परफॉर्म करती है. बिकॉज नाउ आई एम जस्ट टू एक्साइटेड टू सी देम इन एक्शन. बट इसी के साथ गेम की तरफ आगे बढ़ने का हमारा समय आ चुका है, तो चलिए चलते हैं इरांगल पर.
मैच की तरफ एक और मैच
हिंदी में कॉपीराइट मिल सकता है, क्यों मिलेगा भाई?
सारी टीम्स के लिए पहला गेम, क्योंकि रोंडो उनके लिए उतना बेहतर रहा नहीं. और जब हम इरांगल की चर्चाएं करते हैं, वन ऑफ द डिफॉल्ट मैप जहां पर हर एक टीम्स के पास नॉलेज
हिंदी वाले की परमिशन है कि नहीं है? है भाई, चिल करो.
अगर किसी मैप पर आपने की है तो वो ये मैप है. और सबसे ज्यादा अगर वेटेज की भी बात करें तो
अभी मेन EWC का है ना, वो EWC के चैनल पे हो रहा है. हिंदी वाला इंग्लिश तो कोई भी कर सकते हैं.
सारे
इतना कुछ बीटी नहीं है
तैयार करते हुए गॉड लाइक एक और बार हमें देखने को मिलती हुई नजर आएगी. और सबसे बड़ा सवाल तो केवल यही बनता है कि ड्रॉप कंटेंशन वो होंगे या फिर नहीं. और उसमें भी 2 से लेकर 3 नाम हैं, गॉड लाइक, IDA, होरा ई-स्पोर्ट्स, हसलर,
चलो लेट्स सी
टीम टियानबा.
कैसे जाता है ये मैच.
नाम जो शायद आपस में टकराते
भाई 39 बफर देख रहे हो. 39 के बाद में क्या सीधा 14 है भाई.
किसी एरिया पर देखने को
डेंजर भाई.
चलिए यहाँ पे अब क्लैरिटी हमें मिल जाने वाली है.
ऑब्वियसली भाई 3 टॉप रैकर रहेंगे.
स्क्रिम्स के क्या उसी तरीके से यहाँ पे टीम्स ड्रॉप लेंगे या फिर प्लान बी सबके पास अपना अपना तैयार है. होरा को अगर आप देखें तो काफ़ी आगे से जंप लगाया गया है फ्लाइट पाथ के अकॉर्डिंग अगर बात की जाए. ड्रॉप क्लैशेस एग्जैक्टली कहाँ पे होगी, IDA वो कहाँ पे ड्रॉप लेने वाले, वो तो पोचिंग की तरफ जा चुके हैं. और ऐसे में गॉड लाइक क्या उनके पास भी कोई विकल्प है इस पॉइंट पे, क्योंकि रिसेंट जो मैचेस हमने कास्ट किए थे गॉड लाइक के, वो तो पोचिंग के अराउंड ही अपना ड्रॉप लेना पसंद करते थे. बट यहाँ पे कहानी में ट्विस्ट
डिले है हिंदी में,
पता है कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मैचेस है यहाँ पे ड्रॉप क्लैश के लिए.
वही तो बोला भाई मैं,
इंपॉर्टेंट इरांगल
हम लोग का ही है ये करो वो करो वो. अरे भाई ये लो फ्रीज हो गया क्या?
Seeing them too much, I'd imagine. But if you want to see something that's absolutely beautiful, get yourself involved with that Naruto event as you can run in stylish.
अच्छा इनकी फाइट हो गई क्यूब पे.
Taking the fight straight to Godlike, and that's an opening pick. No follow-up, you are isolated to 1-free Elin. Godlike down to a trio.
That's a tough thing. That is the tough thing about this kind of playing path, is you're not always going to get your ideal drop spot. For Godlike, they certainly have to go for a split here, but Aura, they're an aggressive team. They're going to see you dropping from the shoots, know that you're a single over towards that position.
एक बंदा क्यूब साइड को जाता गाड़ी के लिए अपना, बाकी पीछे की साइड स्क्वाड हाउस स्क्वाड हाउस पैन किक कर रहे हैं.
It's difficult, right? If you're Godlike, that kind of playing path doesn't give you a huge amount of options, and Aura just tried to take advantage of it where they could, playing a little bit fast and loose there, honestly. See if Godlike can bounce back with just the 3, certainly possible.
अरे भाई कौन बजाया जा रहा है bird.
It's early doors.
Casting तो सुनने तो अच्छे से.
So no need to hit panic stations just yet. Obviously does make your life a little bit harder on this one to be able to come out swinging into the first more consistent battleground we're going to see today for these squads. But hey, a trio can still get work done. Move up from Hora off the back of it as well, clearing some distance swiftly as they wrap over towards the zone. A7 and E Arena have taken some nice distance towards each other as well, splitting off to either side of the coastlines. They can loot happily, no reason to stick into each other there.
Tiamba.
Again,
they just started really well on the last match on Rondo. They look good.
Yeah.
Happy to see them play the way they did. They are rotating to Mills of Power though, which is somewhat concerning. I don't know if they got the memo that the circle's on the northwest side.
अपार्टमेंट में अलग बंदे हैं अपने. एक बंदा अपना इधर फार्म पे बैठा है. फार्म के अराउंड मतलब स्क्वाड हाउस में. ये क्या चल रहा है? पावर पे गाड़ी नहीं है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली स्क्वाड हाउस में, तभी बैठा है वो अकेला. मरा कौन? मान्य मरा मोस्ट प्रोबेबली. हाँ मान्य मरा था अभी होरा से. और अपार्टमेंट में अपने दो बंदे लूटी मार रहे हैं. अच्छे वाले आए थे क्या प्रेशर डालने? उनका भी ड्रॉप है. अच्छा अपना अपार्टमेंट है ड्रॉप मोस्ट प्रोबेबली करता हूँ.
Bit of an earlier split off as well from S2G. Handled themselves pretty nicely in that opening game on Rondo, to be fair, Blank.
अबे इनका तो लूट वगैरह सब ले ही लिया बे. है गाइस लूटिंग एरिया सब लूट के चले गए एचसी वाले. इन पे मोस्ट प्रोबेबली एक आध गाड़ी तो होनी चाहिए ताकि एस पावर को वो लिया रिग्रुप तो कर ले. इनकी गाड़ियाँ ले गए मोस्ट प्रोबेबली स्कूल के अराउंड से सारी. एक आध गाड़ी मिल गई तो किस्मत है. बाकी देखते हैं. पावर पैदल निकल गया अपार्टमेंट के लिए. 20 रास्ते में पकड़ा ना जाए पावर. बस डर वही है मेरे को तो.
Dopeness on the south side. Just coming out from the swamp now, and TT Project similarly trying to rotate up on that west coast. The Arena, though, they have laid the flag down.
अरे WF ये जो भी नाम है भाई, देखो मैं कोई टीम को लेके कुछ नहीं बोलने वाला भाई. जिसने जो भी है करके एक टीम का समझ में आता है, दो का समझ में आता है. देखो भाई जिसने भी मेरे को बोला था वो टूर्नामेंट को लेके जो भी अभी हो रहा है, नाम नहीं लूँगा मैं, तो भाई वही बात है. तुम बोलते हो कि एक या दो मैक्स जाएंगे ये वो करके XYZ, और तुम पीठ पीछे फिर इतना सब कुछ कर देते हो. और मैं तो बोला ही कि भाई हम लोग जितना खेले, जितना बेस्ट दिया BMPS में दिया गया. नई टीम थी, ऑब्वियस बात है. उन सबसे कंपेयर में करे तो सबसे ज़्यादा न्यू टीम मेरी थी, बट अच्छा भी नहीं खेले, वो भी प्लस पॉइंट है. अब मेरे को लगा एक आध ठीक है भाई. फिर बाद में जब लिस्ट देखी तो 4 जने को मतलब टीमों को दे रखा है करके, तो मैं उस पर क्या कुछ कर नहीं सकते. बस वही है, दोस्ती करनी आनी चाहिए और कुछ नहीं है भाई.
You genuinely don't really need to worry about making this bridge crossing.
और इनवाइट ओनली यार, चलो ठीक है, बढ़िया है.
Invite only करेंगे. But it's always a possibility, right? So they're going to take it slow in the meantime. Axel's already made it halfway up the bridge and probably is going to try and get a little bit further up here.
होरा टारगेट कर रही है. होरा क्यों टारगेट कर रही है भाई? होरा अपने यासना है, उनका ड्रॉप है भाई. टीम में वहाँ से गाड़ी उठा के जाती है हमेशा.
But you need speed on this type of circle. You need to get into position. There's not
यासना है कि तुमने इतनी टीम देखी होगी अपने इंडियन रीजन में भी, कुछ ग्रुप पे आती है गाड़ी उठाने के लिए. प्लेन पाथ पे डिपेंड रहता है. कुछ टीमें ऊपर चली जाती है क्यूब से, नेहरू सिटी का क्यूब जो होता है, कुछ नीचे से जाती है.
Slightly too close to the territory of the Arena, up by the compound. Rest of the team did get out though. Blank double back round hospital side and got themselves into safety.
नहीं मैं डिजर्व नहीं करता भाई, ऐसा कुछ सीन नहीं है. मैं तो खुद बोलता हूँ मैं डिजर्व करता ही नहीं ये सब चीज़ें. ऑब्वियसली करता तो इनवाइट मिल ही जाता है.
Which is making a lot of sense to me because typically on this kind of circle you are going to get a lot of movement over towards the western side of Everest. This area here, real big funnel for a lot of teams. Arena knows they're going to be going against a lot of squads. I think for them, they're coming off such a big height here. They do need to dial things back. Understand that they can't take too many fights. Third parties going to be galore around this area too. Your GS team over towards that eastern side now. Alpha 7 back to basics in North George.
Well, how that zone was off the back of the plane path we had coming into this one, at least you're gifted a fair amount of safety where they've not had to really run too many risks early doors. Over the course of the past 8 minutes, just been able to loot and sit pretty, getting a lay of the land.
like zone के बाहर है भाई अभी. उनको loot वगैरह करनी पड़ेगी, गाड़ी ढूंढनी पड़ेगी, and then zone rotation मारेंगे वो लोग.
Late onto this one. Vitality now entering the safety of the zone.
Clash ना हो जाए कोई team से. गाड़ी ढूंढ रहे लोग अभी.
Okay, Irina. I mean, last game they played Stadium. They were there for quite a while, right? So we can say that there was some circle look in that sense, but there was nothing lucky with the way they put down every other squad inside the lobby.
Yeah.
Here they are getting magnetized again.
Clash हो जाएगा लाडलो का. Shelter side ही fight हो जाएगी.
Teams in Group A get good circles and not really be able to convert off the back of it. Now, I really do want to see another big game from the arena here. Would be fantastic to watch happen. But it will be difficult. It will certainly be difficult, and I'm not going to hold my breath for it.
I mean, at least if you needed a warm-up to prove that they're going to be able to play some very aggressive PUBG Mobile today, that was the game for it. And again, like you say, the circle luck will only go so far. It's more what you do with the position you presented. Very clean last time. Again, a little bit of a gift that they'll be happy with, but more to be done. Potentially a bit of an encounter on the later rotate from our squads outside of the zone, with Godlike getting eyesight back over as well. There's a room there that things get a little bit panicky. The Hustler crew, Gubin, even from distance, that's on Shin Red Force getting stuck into the action.
I mean, they've been taken down by Nongshim as well as Irina at the same time. I think there was not a huge amount of expectations here for Hustler crew. Go into groups. So I do think that
fight मत लो यार. अरे fight की बात नहीं ना लो. वो गाड़ी ढूंढने गए थे. ये लोग इन पे गाड़ी की कमी थी. इनके ड्रॉप पे मतलब ड्रॉप पे तो ऑलरेडी था ही फाइट वगैरह. वो लोग तो लूट के चले गए अपार्टमेंट से. बची कुछ लूट गोल्ड लगने करी. प्लस व्हीकल इशू भी हो गया और कैजुअलिटी हो गई स्टार्टिंग में.
Would love to go straight towards the finals.
डैमेज गंदा बढ़ रहा
Very least qualify through
कितनी
to the
है
next
HP
stage.
20% HP है दो जोनों की. एक की 50% HP है.
Goodness me. If we took a look at the map right now, you can see just how jam-packed it is. We have one team playing on Everest and Aura. Everyone else, like I said, is in that horrible tunneled zone on the western side. A few compounds around that area. S2G currently playing that one that sits underneath Everest on the southwest side. That's a good spot to be working with. You can clear a lot of space from there too.
Indian.
The fact that we still have about, what would you say, 30% water in this one, with Everest being a big chunk of it, no one really wanting to move into apartments just yet. It's a nasty circle. So these are the two back-to-back games where it is mechanically and tactically difficult.
And seeing how much of a backup plan you've got in terms of adapting with these circles, like you're saying, it's not a regular game.
50% अभी 50 तो नहीं है.
It's not normal, no, it's not, but oh no.
In the world is that?
Hard zone है भाई. One of the hardest zone में आता है इसलिए.
Arena's probably going to regroup over towards that western side.
बहुत टीमों की फाइट हुई उधर. कंपाउंड्स वगैरह कम ही है ना. मेन तो सिटी में डालेंगे सबके सब ज्यादा का टीम में. ओपन इन पे पानी वाली गाड़ी रहेगी ना, ओवरबोर्ड वगैरह, तो उससे जा सकते हैं अपने पानी साइड में. देखते हैं बाकी टीम्स करती
है. This is disgusting, mate.
Yeah, this is absolutely unbelievable.
बहुत ही गंदी भिड़ होने वाली है.
Still alive and kicking. Such limited space. Such little ground left to play with on the mainland. A few shots being taken out from various squad. Wolves continue to be fought by Arena TT getting stuck in versus Vitality as well. This is the fight that's going on right here, right now. Neon's down behind the back of the vehicle. Affecting Zerich, they just got to call it quits.
वीजा वगैरह कुछ तो इशू हो गया था.
Project just going to move on this one. You got to get further in towards the circle here.
Guys, ये वीजा वगैरह का कितना क्या टाइम लगता है बनने? किसी को नॉलेज हो तो बताओ ना. अगर मेरे को पेरिस जाना हो, पासपोर्ट तो बना हुआ है मेरा, बट वीजा वगैरह और ये सब चीज करवाने में कितना टाइम लगता है?
once again already it's the arena that have been able
ऐसे
to
कंफर्म
find
हो जाता
themselves
है
3
कि
elims
कब
with a
श्योर में
big
चल
thing
जाऊंगा वीजा
secured.
से मतलब
You
प्रॉपर
got that
डेट
wrap
रहती है या
up at the
टाइम
top
लग
of the
जाता
grid
है
from George Paul as well that's coming in from ETHH as they're going to look to try and chase and
एंड्रॉइड
get
है
into a
और
good stable
मैजिक
position
7
inside
अच्छा
of the zone. Raver with a pickup. That's one back.
स्मूथ चलता होगा ना बट
1GS.
है तो PUBG ना गेम स्मूथ तो चलता ही होगा
Ida now moving forward. Adrenaline shot in at stage 3. I mean, it's got to be done. The boys got 2 of them. You need a lot of adrenaline to make your way through these next circles. It is pain that is ahead for a lot of these teams. How
जैसे मान लो मेरे को अगर फाइनल्स के टाइम जानना है अभी से कब होगा फाइनल्स में को डेट पता नहीं है 4-5 दिन बाद में 1 वीक बाद में तो इंस्टेंट करवाऊंगा तो हो जाएगा या अभी से करवाऊंगा तो 6-7 दिन लग जाएंगे क्या सिस्टम है
Still doing well, honestly, over towards this eastern side.
You see the sheepish nature of it. I'm going to replay here of the fight. Nah. Cinematic on that one. That was the follow-up pick onto Ethis. Neons was already down in the back line. Good defense there to make it very uncomfortable for TT that left. And Ray from Ida with a shot onto Godlike as well.
क्लस्टर के बीच से थोड़ा सा गया
though, man, this is a really cool push that we kind of missed from S2G. They were playing down towards the southwest side, remember. This is a hell of a swing they've been able to make over towards the north side of the circle. We're getting our next one coming in through now. How much water is going to be in play? What is this? What are we doing? We gotta stop.
It just keeps going. Less and less land mass left as the squads have to fight and step over each other to have any sort of stable ground within this one. Vitality have had some uncomfortable fights to force into a stable location on the zone. They did shut down the majority of Tian, but leaving them with just the solo.
Play zone taken out there just feels poetic right now because it is the circle that's doing the brunt of the damage right now. We're playing all the way over towards the western fin of Georgia Paul. These players have to tread water going forward. This is getting messy, it's getting nasty. Alpha 7 set themselves up beautifully on this game. Necessary necessary maneuver, hanging out all the way towards the beachhead.
सर्वाइव करना उतना ही मुश्किल है ये कौन पू करे जा रहा है भाई तुमने ये करके टीम रहेगा जिन लोग को पता है सोम्य का सोलो बच्चा है वो सेंटर का राउंड वो लास्ट में पुश करेंगे बैक किल करके सोम्य का मुश्किल है यार इधर से थोड़ा है ना पॉइंट्स वगैरह निकालना मेरे ख्याल से अगर 3-4 पॉइंट भी निकाल देना तो भाई काफ़ी ठीक है मतलब इसमें बहुत टाइमिंग के हिसाब से बहुत ख़राब गया है गेम 3-4 पॉइंट भी निकाल देना सब में थ्रू पोजीशन पॉइंट या थ्रू स्किल्स तो बढ़िया रहेगा
ensures he can try and get the res off upstairs, but he's got to be quick about this. Fajita with an A looks to post it up. Looking decent, tries to get the airburst on the balcony. I like that. A smile dropped off the top side. He's doing good work here. A grin appearing on his mouth. Now look for
ये तो स्लैम हो जाएगा तो सोम्य थोड़ी देर सर्वाइव कर सकता है अगर स्लैम नहीं हुआ और सोम्य को डायरेक्ट किसी ने अफगानी मारी सोम्य का थोड़ा जीती हो सकता है
Kamikaze with the move. Does he expect the backstab running around with the vision? Closes the gap. A good reposition from Lost. Finds the angle from the window. Gets that one on target. Vitality on the move up around the coast as well. Rita trying to keep Razy in the back line pinned on the coast. S2G still fighting while Tora find that angle onto Smile. Yangon lives for a little bit longer, but it finally comes to an end.
Aura now looking out. I mean, Aura had a decent game last time around. We'll pip to the post on the chicken dinner. With a good setup on this northeast side. We've got to go further though. S2G's in the way. Again, S2G, blinder or rotate from them. Look fantastic. Don't know how they managed to snake their way over towards that spot, but it has absolutely paid dividends now. Dopeness caught on the outside. Eagle is still alive, by the way. No clue. He's just healing it out. Nasty headshot brings the pain.
भाई बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं ना कभी ये वाले हालांकि जोन फेवर मिला है बट फेवर मिलने के बाद में एक प्रेशर डालना होता है जोन के लिए लेफ्ट राइट साइड जो भी है वो प्रेशर डाल के सही खेल रहे हैं एकदम
Smokes down, trying to give themselves some soft cover to play off the back of
मर गया सो मैं
the engine of the vehicle there. The Turney K giving the game away. Lufa with the push. Ooh, it gets a bit awkward on the run.
भाई कहाँ जाएगा इस जोन में?
Low. If you can at least close the gap.
एक कंपाउंड है वो जोन में जो E7 वालों पे है.
Panic stations coming in. Turney K Eagles.
जोन के बाहर से कौन दे रहा है?
Hello. That's from distance. I mean, they had to quickly turn around there. He was causing big problems for them. Speaker will find out with Beryl. The arena, though, they have to regroup on this. They were trying to play Garden and Architect, pull out all the weeds on the south side, but not meant to be here.
कोई ना गाइस, ये थोड़ा हार्ड जोन था यार वुड लाइक के लिए, और स्टार्टिंग में ना थोड़ा उनका कैजुअलिटी हो गई फालतू की. थोड़ा हार्ड लगता है भाई ये वाले गेम के लिए. तो कोई ना गाइस, एंटी कर दो. नेक्स्ट गेम निकाल देंगे लोंडे अच्छे से. मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इनकी ड्रॉ फाइट ही है अपार्टमेंट में, तो कैजुअलिटी के चांसेस तो मे भी हो सकते हैं.
This is just disgusting. I mean, no one's having a good time right now. We are going out into open zone. The wall's been pretty much giving themselves.
ड्रॉ फाइट में तुम्हें पता है एक ना एक होता है रामी, तो पूरा डॉग फिनिश करता है.
Towards the top 8 and necessary might just make it through. Grab himself a loot crate off the back of it as well. See how far this lone wolf can go.
औरा वाले पूरे ऊपर से है ना.
It's a similar situation, man. This is what Ida wanted to go for with
अरे माही ऊपी भाई एक बार के लिए शांत बैठ गए यार. आपको कुछ नहीं पता, रील के थ्रू आया तो बैठे रहे यार. वो टीम डोमिनेट करके जीती है. उन्होंने कमबैक किया #16 से 15 से. उन्हीं को आप ये बोलते इसका ये अच्छा नहीं वो अच्छा नहीं. एटलीस्ट भाई सपोर्ट नहीं कर सकते तो बुराई भी मत करो भाई, मेरे तो ये बोल रहा हूँ. सपोर्ट करते हो तो क्रिटिसिज्म भी बनता है. सपोर्ट नहीं करते और सिर्फ ज्ञान देना इज नॉट गुड भाई. एज ए स्पोर्ट्स फैन
And now they set Alpha 7 up in front of them. This is a great position to guard off against S2G. Also similarly tries to make a good rotate, but it's Alpha 7 still taking those shots. E-Arena similarly also sending bullets their way. Aura makes a move with the midst of all the chaos on the North Coast.
S2G down and out as they take shots from all
DNA
sides, leaving them in a brutal position. Brittle though is Alpha 7 with the beat up towards the top. Good shots in. Vitality finally take the fight back over to E-Arena. They wanted to catch them on the egress. Instead, they'll push. Nades over the top flank. Good chip damage, warm and low, but they bailed going over towards the coast. Necessary sat there with a Mini 14.
It's a wild push up from E-Arena. They're just looking for anything. Necessary will find Schweppes though, that's big, and E-Arena now left as one. Joker on the barest amount of life finally goes down. E-Arena is out. They tried to scatter Vitality, forcing them away. A 12 Elam game here on Erangel is pretty
नहीं मैं तो ऐसे ही
good,
यार
honestly,
मतलब
from where they were playing.
कि एक आध दो मैच हुए अभी से ऐसे क्या चढ़ना बंदों पे. आराम से सपोर्ट करो, पॉजिटिव रखो एनवायरनमेंट एकदम. पॉजिटिव सोचोगे तभी पॉजिटिव चीज़ें होती है. नेगेटिव रखोगे एक आध मैच के बाद में तो चीज़ें भी वैसी होती है. जब तक टूर्नामेंट खत्म नहीं होता भाई एकदम काम रहो, पॉजिटिव रहो और बेटर चीज़ों के लिए आगे बढ़ो.
Rita's got the scoop on right now, looking to make landfall eventually. Razy, Vinade up front. Surprised Carrillo was able to sidestep that one. It is scary though having Razy and Razak together here. M79 pulled out to try and create a little bit of cover in front of them, but don't know if he's got any more shells left in that bad boy. Revo moves up though, nade in hand, pulls out his a little bit later than Vitality. We've got to keep on that fight though. Axel opens up towards Revo. We want to see what's going on. Carrillo's down, Obscure might be next, leaving them just one player now. Guiz out on top side, gets absolutely obliterated. And Vitality full of life with his end game.
13 मार दी भाई, 15 मार दी.
Vivi Vitality as they're coming alive in France. 15 elims on the game.
ये तो था ही भाई, ये लोबियों में ऐसा ही जो भी टीम का चलेगी नहीं पर फाइट बहुत गंदा ही डोमिनेट करेगी. लेकिन 29 के लिए एक टीम ने भी 15 ले लिए. वो भी मैच खत्म नहीं हुआ है अभी तक. लेट्स सी.
Backstab shots from No Fear.
Guiz's got limited time though. The Blues start to move in, rolling towards him. It's an inexorable approach, terrifying. Razy likely not to get back up, but necessary still alive here. Like we said, the lone wolf living his dream as he gets up towards the top 4. Horror might have been pipped at the post last game, but they're going for the chicken.
ओए अरे reload आ गया भाई.
Oh, it's brutal, but try as he might to hold on. He got the 2 clean knocks with the utility, but it's not enough in the full fight. But this has left a broken and bruised Vitality with only a solo. Players up. Horror cleared out Wolves.
Potential a full regroup here though for Vitality. Where do they go? They can play this ridge line. Swings up slightly, but what do you do after that? The game.
हो रहा है चिकन है सब easy. 8 किल का चिकन हो जाएगा इनका.
They are ready for a spray down.
अगर किल दिए तो.
I don't know how good the utils looking, how good the supplies are looking on side. And versus a full 4-man all spread out along the coast, this is impossible.
पहली बार में तो अरे सबका ही होता है भाई. फर्स्ट टाइम में सबका ऊपर नीचे होता है भाई. बट अपना काम एज ए स्पोर्ट्स फैन भाई मोटिवेट रखना होता है. ध्यान सभी देते हैं भाई. तुम ये बताओ किसी के किधर भी देख लो, हर एक बंदा स्टार्ट है सपोर्ट करने के लिए. कोई सब तो दिखाता नहीं है. सबको ये होता है ये कर लेते हैं वो कर लेते हैं वो कर लेते हैं. अरे भाई तुम ही बन जाओ नहीं पहुँच जाके. फिर उसके लिए नॉलेज होनी चाहिए. तुम्हें ले ऐसे कुछ तुम्हारी सुनिए. एज ए स्पोर्ट्स फैन भाई एंजॉय करो और सपोर्ट करो अपनी टीम को भाई. सबको पता है इनका फर्स्ट टाइम है, बट ये लोग कर भी सकते हैं. फर्स्ट टाइम मतलब ये ऐसा भी नहीं है कि नहीं होगा. मेरे को पूरा भरोसा है भाई. खुद पे भरोसा रखे भाई. इतना अच्छा कमबैक करके जीता है BMPS. कुछ नहीं है. आपस में बेस्ट स्ट्रेस रखे और पार दे भाई लोग. मजा आ जाएगा. अभी और 4 मैच बाकी है भाई. निकाल देंगे लोग ने.
Such an open field. No cover, no chance. The only play that they can make is to take the fight straight to their face as they drive back behind the steering wheel and go in swift. Sleepy with a warning shot. The buggy comes by. Close quarters engagement as Vitality looks to hold on. No fear down. More damage done. Sky replies onto 1. It's all on a solo of Axel as he looks to cook his way through them.
Sleepy up front pulls out the AUG. The AWM doing nothing for him. Axel last left alive here. An incredible player on 9 elims this game. It's a hard fight though. A 1 versus 2. Molotov goes long. He runs straight into it though. Keeps backing off into the nades. It might be lights out for Axel soon. Oh, that's the nade.
मुझे लगा थ्रो कर ही दिया भाई. अभी ये एडीएस फाइट में जीत जाता ना वो वाले से. एडीएस फाइट में तीसरे बंदे को मार के चिकन था भाई. ये अच्छा खेले भाई. हो रहा है पानी का तो कंट्रोल लिया ना उन्होंने. अरे भाई
Gains pulled out in the second game. Good for him.
Beautiful action there. Horror locked in, understanding their rotation, the best opportunity to try and force Wolves out of that solo position that was giving them so much control. The third party into the back, controlled everything blank, and left Vitality effectively in an open island. No cover, no chance. Axel gave it his best.
I mean, Axel, he was spinning like crazy that game.
बढ़िया खेले भाई. लेकिन कुछ बोला बाकी टीम्स भी अच्छा खेल रही है. ये वाला एरेंगल का थोड़ा सा अनफॉर्चुनेट हो गया अपनी टीम के लिए. बट लेट्स सी. 2 एरेंगल और बाकी 2 मिरामार बाकी है. कोई ना कहीं रीसेट हो जाओ. मस्त खाना वाना खाओ भाई. एकदम मूड फ्रेश रखो. अभी भी अपन को अच्छी खासी एनर्जी बची है. पूरा सपोर्ट करेंगे एंड तक टीम इंडिया को. लेट्स गो. एक बार गाइस सभी के सभी जितने लोग भी है इंडिया ओपी कर दो फटाफट अगले मैच के लिए. हार्ट्स इन द चैट और इंडिया ओपी. लेट्स गो. ये लोग की बात कर रहा हूँ गाइस मैं. अभी देखो ये जो इसको ओपन करके मारेगा ना, इस टाइम ये भाई का थोड़ा सा वो हो गया था. वो हो जाता है प्लेयर का स्कोपिन वगैरह में हल्का सा. अगर नॉक निकाल दिया तो प्लस था इसका. जोन का इशू नहीं है. मेन इशू तुम लोग को मैं बता रहा हूँ ना कि वो लोग अपार्टमेंट गए. वहाँ पर ऑलरेडी एक टीम बैठी हुई थी. मैं वो चीज़ बोल रहा हूँ. अपार्टमेंट गए उधर ऑलरेडी एक टीम बैठी थी और पावर फंस गया स्क्वाड हाउस में फार्म वालों की. और मान लिया कि होगी कैजुअलिटी, तो आपस में रिग्रुप कर नहीं सकते और कहाँ फाइट लेंगे बिना रिग्रुप करके, तो वो एक तरफ से मतलब बेवकूफ़ी होगी। उन्होंने वेट किया जो भी अच्छी टीम थी उसके जाने का पार्ट से, देन वहाँ से पावर को उठाया, पावर भाग के आया पूरा रिस्की रोटेशन लेके अपार्ट्स तक, फिर वहाँ से वो लोग शेल्टर की गाड़ी ढूंढने, शेल्टर के लिपोक वाली टीम जो आ रही थी वो शेल्टर से रोटेशन देके जोन में जा रही थी, तो इन लोग को क्लैश होने वाले थे और वही एक क्लैश अवॉइड की अच्छी बात है। देन जोन के लिए गए और जोन काफ़ी हार्ड बना, तुमने देखा ही होगा कैसे कैसे टीमें गई है भाई जोन के अंदर, बहुत मुश्किल था। तो वही है, कोई ना भाई, ये काफ़ी टफ था भाई ये वाला रेंगल। बाकी लेट्स सी, 2 रेंगल बाकी अभी, अच्छा ही करेंगे। दो इशू की बात नहीं यार गाइस, मैंने समझा दिया अभी, बार बार क्या समझाएं। और मैं किसी के साइड नहीं ले रहा भाई, जो है जो हुआ है जो अपन को दिख रहा है वही चीज़ बता रहा हूँ। गेम के अंदर की चीज़ें अलग होती है और जो बाहर बैठ के अपन जो कुछ भी सोच लेते हैं XYZ, वो बिल्कुल अपोजिट होती है। तो मैं तुम्हें इन शॉर्ट एक चीज़ें बता रहा हूँ एज ए स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर कि क्या क्या हो सकता है वर्स्ट सिनेरियो, बस। इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर वो सीरियसली खेल रहे हैं। भाई मजाक वजाक कर रहे हो क्या भाई? ये स्टेज देखो ना भाई, कौन सीरियस नहीं खेलेगा मुझे ये बताओ, जितनी भी टीम सही है करके। सब सीरियस भाई, सब अपनी कंट्री को रिप्रेजेंट करना है, सीरियस क्यों नहीं खेलेंगे भाई? सारी ही टीम है भाई उसमें, अब तुम ये मत बोलो कि बाकी टीम सीरियस खेल रही है हमारी, ये मेंटलिटी मत रखो भाई। वही बात है भाई, एक अच्छा गेम सबका ओपिनियन चेंज हो जाएगा, ऐसे चीज़ें खराब की अरे ये वो करके। एंड गाइस जो भी न्यू है मेक श्योर टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। लेट्स गो, अपना 400K का गोल है भाई, वो गोल हो जाए तो बढ़िया है, मजा आ जाएगा मजा। गाइस मैं 1 सेकंड में आया, ठीक है, छोटू सा काम करके, तब तक तुम देखो एंजॉय करो, ठीक है, मैं 1 सेकंड में आता हूँ। मोर तब तक तुम लोग बातचीत करो गाइस, आपस में बातचीत करो जितने लोग भी हैं, मैं आया फटाफट।
Only hope for Thailand. Well, that hope is looking pretty damn good. And you know who else is looking good? Hora. As they were, you too, Max. You too, honestly.
No, I mean, Hora, what an absolute banging day for Nepal, right? You start off with a 2nd place in one of the weirdest opening games ever in an international tournament. And then, how about we do get that win here on a beach finish that we rarely see at any tournament whatsoever. And oh my goodness, I mean, for you in particular, Neptura, you're a big fan of snipers. Sleepy, the bolt action, oh my god, Nepal is here to play.
Oh, it's so nice to see it. So nice to see it at a global tournament. Finally, it's been years, it feels like. He's still one of the only players that uses a bolty. We need to have that more often, and maybe after this game, other players will go, maybe it's not such a bad idea to have an absolute god at sniping on your team, because oh my, that is exactly what you want to see. You're getting those long-range shots coming on through. Really, really good stuff. But Hora in general really able to circumnavigate a whole lot of traffic coming on through there, Max. You know, over on that beach side, one of the only plays they could have made, and it worked really, really well.
Max, remind me which bolt he was using?
The Orm!
The Arm. All right, Lace. Thank you for joining us. Glad to have you here. I want you to give me the best Arm sound possible. Keep in mind, Sniper is going to sound amazing.
The best sound.
It's every shot is like pure ASMR.
Yeah.
Boom. Baby.
All right, Max. You next.
Okay, on me.
On him. Put it on him.
On me.
Get the camera on this, man.
Boom.
Mama's back.
Nep, you're next. You're next.
ASMR.
All right, get ready.
That sounded
Arm
nice.
sound. AWM. Come on.
Choo. What? Did you sneeze? That was a sneeze.
What? Okay, for everybody that has been making videos of PMWC at EWC 26, there you go. There's the challenge. Go back to that last game, have Sleepy, and replace those sounds and see which one was the best. Make sure you guys share it on social media using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. But talking about teams that were able to perform so good, we have to talk about Vitality, Lace.
Man, the whole entire game from them was absolutely
absolutely incredible. They basically had bridge. They were able to hold that position so early. They were the Zone 3 gatekeepers of that entire match. They had direct lines of sight on everybody that was rotating in such a difficult choke point where they had to rotate. They actually left Reezy behind to scout E-Arena's movements. They basically waited. They flanked on in there, right behind them while they were in contention. And I mean, they reserved so much utility to be able to take on E-Arena and get them out of their way. And then obviously they set their sights on Alpha 7. Alpha 7 had nowhere else to go but to exit building, so they'll be able to do that. And especially this play, I mean, such a large distance to be able to go. They luckily had the vehicles, and I mean, fell a little bit short here, just having, you know, Axel could have sit back a little bit too far, but what an incredible game from them. Not the first place that they're probably hoping for, but goddamn, that's some eliminations they put on the board.
Oh, goddamn, indeed. No, but look at that vitality. I feel like the moment that allowed them to get into a second place in the first place is actually when they decided to push up onto E-Arena, leapfrog Alpha 7 in one fell swoop, and the fight was so quick, Alpha 7 just didn't have the time to retaliate. And because of that vitality, what an absolute banging performance. 23 points here on the second game of today. Whew, La France is looking pretty good.
They are looking really good. I mean, vitality, 23 points. Now, this is what I was talking about Group B. We were expecting teams to be a lot more aggressive. We're expecting teams to start sponging up those points towards the top. And so far, after 2 matches, that's exactly what's currently happening. With Alpha 7, we see them now being able to have back-to-back good performances. This is what we want to see out of PMGC champion.
It is absolutely. It's really nice to see them make a little bit of a comeback bit by bit here. I'm going to be expecting them to continue that, much like Orangutan in Group A, right? In day 1, they're just going to be continuing to grow and grow and grow that momentum, hopefully for day 2. So we will see how that goes. But for now, you know, 9 points on game 2 is a really, really decent start for them. So yeah, I am happy with them so far.
Yeah, and I mean, they have such a powerful roster as well, and Revo was definitely kicking it for them. This type of squad can focus on eliminations. We saw that coming out of match 1. They actually held out Wolves in several scenarios. Then in this second match, they focused on placement and prioritized that. They were actually on that northern side, uncontested for a long time, obviously sitting and building and waiting for the likes of Vitality to come along. But it shows the strength in different sides that this squad can play, and especially when you come into Smash Rule, you know, you want to be able to prioritize eliminations, but get these placements as well.
Oh, look at that. Oh, perfect timing. Like we were talking about them too. A7, the greatest PUBG Mobile team in history. I think the Alpha 7 fans will end up agreeing with that one, because so far, I mean, they have been one of the most consistent teams when we talk about PUBG Mobile esports history. Nongshim Red Force, though, they've not been having one of the best starts so far.
I'm very surprised by Nongshim. I thought
surprising what kind of way? Tell us more, please.
Okay, I will. All right. Where are they? They are silent. They're not doing anything. I thought,
he's on Furia silence. What are you talking about? Sorry, that was terrible. I'm sorry.
But PMMI, massive champions,
hello boys, we are back.
All of that sort of thing, coming into here looking very, very, very good. And then we have, what, 2 0-pointers or a 2-point and a 0-pointer? I'm confused and surprised, and hopefully that will change as we go on into the next couple of games. But yeah, bit odd, I think.
I don't have any analysis. There's nothing really to break down except that the early rotations, they can't quite get in there. I didn't see the start of this game because we were running from the rooftop over to here, so I'll have to go back and check it out and break down what really happened to Nongshim Red Force. But it was good, but unfortunately it's a very exclusive club, you know, on the rooftop. Only us and E-Arena can go on rooftops. That's all we can do.
Tomorrow, late, you'll join us at the beginning of the show.
Fine, I don't want the
I'll make sure it happens, all right? I'll make sure you get that wind flowing and just while you're talking. But no surprising, E-Arena currently in first place with 46 points with the amazing performance that this squad had in the first rondo. Not surprised. Team Vitality there with that second. Remember, if you for some reason missed the first 2 days,
35,
PMWC
46, 35, 32,
the top
then
5
Sida,
teams at
16
the end
bhai.
of tomorrow will be going directly to the finals. The bottom 3 will end up going home, and everybody in between will go to survival. TT Project, Hustler Crew as well. One team that wasn't able to perform that well here in this Erangel was Godlike. Godlike started off hot, and we were kind of joking about it. The first game that they get a chance to experience at a global event is none other than a stadium finish. But here we're gonna have to see a bit of a bounce back.
I mean, to be fair, I'm gonna be so fair to them. You said yes, their first Rondo in a global is gonna be a stadium finish. Their first Erangel on a global finish is north of Sarki on a beach, or not Sarki, but the thank you, South George.
Calm and composed and
excuse me, no, thank you. So you know what, I'm gonna cut them a little bit of slack and go, when we have a normal zone, then I'll start talking about them.
Now we're gonna get a weird circle again. Thank you. You did that.
I'm not cutting slack.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not gonna be cutting any slack. I want this team to start performing and performing now. Because we saw what ended up happening yesterday. And with Godlike, the thing with Godlike is we know that they can definitely put up the numbers. We know they have the fragging power. And with the audience that they have behind them, and with what we saw OG coming out of them, I know they might be able to bounce back. And we'll see how they're going to be able to bounce back towards today. But while we're at it, before we start match 3, let's send it over to Kalaris and John Allen.
That's right. Well, you know what? Here on the stage, we could talk about game 2. We could.
Ram bhai, how are you? एकदम बढ़िया है, बताइए.
Lovely.
Trophy तो है यार, कुछ नहीं बोलते.
There was some interesting stuff coming through from Arena. They swept the floor with everybody.
Yeah, it was impressive, really impressive. So much minutia in it as well, right? They even, not only did they not get challenged in stadium but sent to North to actually show their bets against the circle and then moved back. So it was anything but passive. And the crazy thing about all the eliminations, none of them were recall elims. So it makes it even more insane that Rondo could ever happen like that.
Yeah, a 29 elim game is unheard of at this level. It is incredible stuff to be able to witness. And like you said, none of them were recalls. So it wasn't like they were getting stuck in a Neox or in one of those other hot drop locations. They were absolutely keen to get straight into the action. As soon as those recall towers closed off, they were like, no, we're just going to play bread and butter.
And you can see the double drop here as well to kind of look at how they're able to seal the deal.
International match में सोल्डर में फर्क नहीं पता चलता really happy to see our players like Aru Manya also leading same way.
You know the crazy thing, before I had that interview with Joker,
भाई देखो बाहर तुम देखोगे international level पे तो पहली बात तो आईजीएल वगैरह का इतना कुछ फंडा होता है. चारों प्लेयर का बेसिक क्लियर होगा ना, और नया नॉलेज होगी तो डिसीजन मेकिंग अपने आप ही खुद से ले सकते हैं प्लेयर. छोटे छोटे जोन में मतलब डिपेंडेंट नहीं रहेंगे कि आईजीएल बोलेगा तो ये करना है वो करना है. अगर छोटा जोन है तुम लोग को नॉलेज हो जाएगी. क्रॉस फायर में इनिशिएट करो, जिसका डिसीजन बेस्ट रहेगा ऑब्वियसली आईजीएल बता देगा कैसा क्या है. मेन गाइस आजकल का गेम प्ले में यही है भाई कि इन्फॉर्मेशन हर एक प्लेयर से चाहिए. आप एकदम ब्लैंक होके बैठे रहोगे ना और सिर्फ आईजीएल से पूछोगे तो वैसे टीमें नहीं चलती. तुम लोगों ने देखा होगा तो जितनी भी टीम है अच्छी वाली टीम है, सबको खुद से इनिशिएट करना आता है, सबके बेसिक क्लियर, सबका मैप नॉलेज अच्छा है. तो ऐसे ही आजकल गेम स्टाइल चल रहा है हर जगह और अपन को भी ऐसे अडेप्ट करना आना चाहिए. मैं तो खुद बोलता हूँ भाई हमारी टीम वालों को कि एक के भरोसे मत रहो, खुद से इनिशिएट करना. ये सब तुम छोटे छोटे मैचेस में ये चीज़ का प्रैक्टिस करोगे तब जाके तुम बड़े मैच में गलतियाँ करके सीखोगे. तब तक तुम ऐसे ही रहोगे. ओए अपने लौंडे चिल है बे, खुश लग रहे हैं एकदम बढ़िया. Let's go गणपति बप्पा मोरिया. इस बार हो जाएगा गाइस. Let's go. Let's go. Most probably guys gunfight है HC के साथ में.
Another awkward playing path. Now from Sosnovka, there he is leaning here. See where these players want to drop in. Vitality out early down towards Sosnovka. A little bit of a journey for themselves to get up towards that north side. It should be fine. Wait for the circle to come on through. Right now, Axel leading in top players. And for a good reason. This guy has been popping off between games.
But what we've already had today, Blank, it feels like there's been something different in the air for these circles, for these games. Are we getting another ridiculous affair again? Do you reckon this will be normality?
Well, Neptune already jinxed it, didn't she? So we'll see. Again, the circle might be kind to us coming through to game 3. These players sort of need a break at this point. It's been wild so far. Some teams have been able to roll with the punches. Others not so. We're heading down.
But let's see.
Hello. Vitality, they'll get themselves a nice start on this one. Down towards the south side. No eking their way up past the coast on the western side. They get to start in a good position. This could head back over towards the northwest side. But Godlike already taking 2 knocks here. S-Power has to hold it down.
Let's see if they can withstand the full frontal assault that's coming their way as S-Power opens it back up onto Loco. Oh, close quarters engagement with the shotgun. Good pre-fire on the angle. Vinny gets it done. It's not the start they wanted.
Hustler crew has been dropping on teams all day today. Do not care one bit. They lose Loco in the process, but feels like they've got their job done there. I think Godlike might need to start figuring out how they want to drop this one out, because they are going for this trash drop, right? They're going for split loot around apartments. I think personally, maybe they need to start dropping together. Because
उनका भी एक बंदा बाहर गाड़ी के लिए गया हुआ था, अपना भी एक बंदा बाहर गाड़ी के लिए
it's bad now because people keep dropping on top of them all the time. It's so tough to work with. So Godlike might need to make a change in that category. Also, I mean, Hustler crew has just been all over the place. It's hard to predict for Godlike.
Keeping them guessing. And that change of drop, that change of pace has certainly been hurting some of our teams.
3v3
to position to be left in
दोनों टीम के एक बंदे गाड़ी के लिए गए थे. एक जेली कंपाउंड से गाड़ी लेने गया था और एक ऊपर एल कंपाउंड से रिकॉल टावर होता है.
But a trio could still look to weave their way through. Squeeze a few more points out of this one the longer it develops.
With the skin there as well, you can join Naruto Uzumaki himself with the new Ninetales Fury Orc skin. Looks fantastic. 2 versions of it too. Love to see it. Get angry. Feel that rage from the Ninetales in-game. Because it looks awesome as well. It's fantastic. It's a fantastic skin. We'll see what Mania can get done here. For Godlike, it's just been an unfortunate start. I mean, starting off with Horror dropping on them into Hustler crew, I do feel bad for them. I really do. We'll see if they can pick things back up going in towards our 4th Erangel of the day and then to our Miramars. We've seen that anything can happen. They can still work their way back up those rankings. Down towards that south side, that S2G do move on through. A quick replay. I mean, S-Power did hold it down. He's only got micro Uzi to work with. It's hard. It's hard in those situations. A vest as well, level 1 helmet. The fact that he held on as long as he did was pretty insane, to be honest, as well.
Yeah, it could have been way worse.
Ooh, Axel again. Still putting on those numbers. Goodness me, he is fearsome. Again, coming into this for Vitality, there was a lot of talk around Razy and Razak, and I've seen these guys perform before. They look great. But the fact that Axel is just like, guys, we got to get through here. We got to get into the top 5. We're making it through to finals. We're going to do Indonesia proud.
And they're certainly living up to the hype right now with some of the plays that are being made. We've seen these awkward encounters happening down towards Novka as well with the shots over. Everyone taking a few casualties here and there. Wolves only getting away with a duo off the back of things, and S2G falling very early here.
For S2G, they stepped a little bit too close to Vitality's home ground down towards this south side. They want to clear out more space. You got Razak as well as Federales holding over towards the bridge, whilst Razy as well as Axel currently holding down C block. They have a lot of area to work with. They are feeling unbelievably confident. Hustler crew still causing problems for people around the map.
Oh, swing out. Close quarters connections onto the Hustler crew. That's your single knock to play with, looking for more as they do take the fight back over to Vinny. Nade in the hand for the close quarters shut down. It's good damage, but can't find a follow through with a shotgun. Not able to withstand it as they are down and out. Revenge there for their hot drop.
GS getting away with that one in school. Now they do certainly teach Hustler crew a lesson. But we'll need to get on the bus right now to get down towards the south side of the map. Curious to see where this next circle goes, because this could be another nasty one where we end up on the bridge. Wouldn't surprise me after the circles we've seen today. Alpha 7 still keeping it already chilled out over towards Melter, moved away from North George towards this location of the map, considering the plane path itself. The arena, though, they took way longer. I mean, they wrapped back up towards South George. Going to loot in this area, get as much as possible. I think they understand it's going to be a late rotate in. Either on the bridge or send Primos can grab some boats.
Is our Alpha 7 cameo as well.
all together, getting their move on with the hovercraft crossing from the mainland back over. Tianba had that similar rotation, of course, as they do glide
रिस्की वाले
their
देखो
way
तुम
around.
लोग की बात मुझे
Few more
पता है
star
कि
points on that one,
नहीं
Black.
करनी चाहिए अच्छे से लूट करके देन फाइट लो ताकि पूरा ऐसा रिस्पांसिबिलिटी वाला रहे कि हाँ भाई अपन पे सब कुछ है
Like a lot of times when
गाड़ी
they make
वगैरह
this
गन वगैरह आराम से
approach, they're
फाइट
always
लेंगे और ऐसे
expecting teams to be holding in Novo.
वही यार
Yangon
प्लस हर
Galacticos,
चीज
on the
के
other hand, though, they've headed
एडवांटेज और
over towards
डिसएडवांटेज
Observatory.
होते
They've got a
हैं
split there. They're trying to hold out all
उस बेसिस पे
teams.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ मैं किसी को अपन डिफेंड
Cyclone
नहीं कर
down
रहा
towards the
बस
south
बता
side
रहा
though
हूँ
is peaking.
अभी एक हाथ में देखो सिंपल बात है और खराब भी है तो रियलाइजेशन सबको हो जाएगी ऑटोमेटिकली
You can just see him there.
बात सिंपल ही है गाइस
Off in the west hand
कि
side.
हाँ भाई अपन को ये चीज़ नहीं करनी चाहिए ये वाला करना चाहिए सिंपल बात है और वो ऑब्वियसली गाइस वो लोग चैंपियंस हैं तो उनको अपन से बेटर पता है
This was the
टीम के लिए क्या
S2G
जरूरी क्या
fight.
नहीं करके
Well, they were taken out by TT Project, the
Trust
duo
होना
that
जरूरी
tried to
है
get away after their encounter versus
हर बंदे
Vitality.
हर एक बंदे पे
TT
चारों
once
के
again
लिए
right
सबको
here,
trust
right
होगा
now, taking pot shots onto Dopeness bit by bit.
I mean, for TT Project, they know they've got to get some aggression under the belt right now. They are low down in the rankings, and they can't afford to let this game keep going the way it is. Envious finishing out Kenji, and I think that might just be Dopeness out now. We've already lost 3 teams. Hustler Crew, Dopeness, S2G, down to 13, 47 players this stage of the game. It's quite carnage, quite a lot of carnage happening on the map at the moment.
Oh, okay.
A little bit more standard.
Yeah, this is probably better for us and for the teams, Black.
Centering up, we do have those buildings that sit down towards the ridge side on the eastern edge that currently Vitality just have free reign over. Razak might try and regroup. I think it might be a bit dangerous now, holding over towards C block as long as he does. So this is sensible, this is mature coming through from Vitality. They know that a lot of teams would like to take up position towards here. They don't want to leave it up to chance. 2 players getting run down. And even as I say that, Wolves start to make their way up, but they're caught up in between. TT Project.
For what it's worth, they're keeping the heat on TT with how Wolves have played this one. A good squad individually. Zeric's cleaning out towards the ground floor, makes it look simple as he busts around the door, waving the 4-4. Zeric with a nade.
Nice.
Ooh, beautiful bounce on it.
Might be able to pick up effect here, but Vitality is having none of it. They hear the shots, they hear the fighting.
मान्य ने
They
अच्छा
take
एरिया
down
ले तो
effect,
लिया
they
लेकिन
clear
मिलिट्री के
another
अंदर आ
building.
गया
This is just space gained, space garnered right now for Vitality.
कौन सा है वैसे इतना रिस्क लेकिन नोवा लेवल से रिस्क लिया है क्या मान्य ने
You might think Vitality are going to clean up on this one, mate.
नहीं पानी
Watch
से
this
आया
from
जैसे गाड़ी
Zeric.
मिली
I can feel the energy
गाड़ी मिली कि
rising.
साइकिल से
Looks
आया
to get the nade into the back
रोटेशन मार
line.
के
Decent chip damage as they're bombarded.
मिलिट्री का एक अच्छा एरिया ले लिया
4,
इसने
5 nades.
उसके
One
आजू बाजू
after
पे आके
another,
बैठे
keeping
ना
the pinned in
अच्छा
position. Razy with a wrap
पोजीशन
round the
पॉइंट
back,
निकाल
looking
लेगा
for the angle in. Federales advances with
शिफ्ट का भी
Axel.
नीडेड है
It's
एक
a
फेवर
good
चाहिए उसको
knock.
जोन का
Zeric down.
Just an unbelievable amount of pressure being applied right now by Vitality. Axel behind him, Neos drops out, but Vitality looks clean. Not a single player lost on the knock here. And a reset actually, because of Vitality, they've been watching out for a lot of players where they're coming from. Getting a full amount of utility, a full amount of supplies from that squad, that's really good at resupplying them going forward too. And again, more space gained for them. They don't want anyone coming close to those buildings on the eastern side of that ridge. This is their area to play.
Tiamba caught vision as well of Alpha 7 here. Wide play space to work with. Decent amount of cover in between the trees. Just trying to wait for an overextension. Can't really hard commit and hold the angle right now if you leave yourself exposed to the crosshairs. And Alpha 7 don't want to waste too much time amongst this until they feel they've got an edge.
Revel. Wrap down, try and deny some of the sidelines, get over towards the airstrip. Maybe a bit further here. Circle could shift very far over towards the western side of this next circle potentially. Instead it goes central. Over towards Millie Base itself. Manya set up on the southern side of C block here. Trying to keep it as quiet as possible here for Godlike. Try and get towards those later placements. Nongshim, honestly, like I said before, a strong team, but we have not seen a massive amount of that. And again, we've had these pretty crazy, quirky circles so far. Maybe they haven't been able to excel on those. Potentially here, we can see something a bit different.
Yeah, definitely a known quantity with a ton of talent. But like you say, maybe not just been the right place at the right time with the abstract nature of the first 2 games we've had today. As we kicked off the action. Group B, bringing the heat here. A lot of very explosive teams. Not in the worst position with the hilltop control and cover to work with. They'll have to lay the land over the Vitality split if they advance towards them. There was a later rotate as well from Mora that's still been developing in the back. That's why we haven't seen them for some time.
E-Arena, in the meantime, did make the cross, by the way. Over towards the western side. They are rocking up over towards that ridge. There was a 2-2 here from Vitality. E-Arena rocking up on it right now. It's a little bit scary here, but immediately Vitality's backing off the angle. But they have information now. That's the big thing. Will E-Arena catch any of them in the process? Manya now up against Yangon Galacticos as a solo.
Could have had the drop on him. Manya was hoping to at least get that one clothesline play. Introduce him to the shotgun, but he's exposed to Smile through the window. And Yangon do shut down the final member of Godlike as another squad exits stage left.
E-Arena playing this one slow at the moment. Again, I love the way these 2 teams have played this one out. E-Arena was cautious on the approach. Vitality didn't want to hold this position any longer. Quick regroup down towards the eastern side. Like, honestly, Vitality's playing like a finals team right now. This is really, really cool to see.
Clean 44 fight.
Layering up towards E-Arena. They've got the hovercraft in play. I think for Razak's got to be careful here, though. Yes, keep gathering information. Make sure he knows exactly when E-Arena moves, where they move to, so they can plan out the rest of the game ahead of this. Slightly dangerous versus Turney Cage playing on the top of the building.
You talk about slightly dangerous. This could be somewhat lethal. ETSH have to basically fight their way through the EDA blockade that is set up, watching the bridge. Crystal clear line of sight. Looking to fire some shots onto them. The zone shifting in favor of Vitality's current position as well, with E-Arena in close proximity, and that battle does break out. Knockback over onto Emre, it seems like, though, for EDA. It's not gone anywhere near as cleanly as they were hoping for.
It's pretty messy both sides. I mean, EDA has the opportunity to get all the players back up again, but they're outside in the play zone. So one player goes down there. Emre potentially getting him back up again, leaving them as 3. But Aura, they sense blood in the water. They move up. Darkin with a P90. Looks to take some shots over towards him. But again, Horror, this is horrifying, honestly, for EDA. They're just poking their heads slowly over the top, making it uncomfortable right now for them.
You think with that very delayed rotate, they went all the way around the east side over the other bridge. Haven't had too many opportunities to get elims on this game. 32 points coming into it in 3rd place in the overall standings after our previous 2 games. They're going to want a chance to fight, add a little bit more to that. But that wasn't the hard commit onto EDA. Like you say, get a bit of a read off, try and stay safe. Rest of our teams now focusing on forging a path ahead back into the zone.
One thing is that for Aura, they have to be very careful here. They know there's a ridge line that sits down towards Nocturne Red Force. They can play that, but they also understood they didn't want to get too involved with EDA, considering that the main rotational path here for most teams is over the northern side, over the rolling hills, and then swinging by E-Arena and then trying to play off that ridge there. So for Aura, I think they just take their chances. They move down towards the high ground. They're going to isolate along this northeast side of the map whilst keeping their back cleared from Nocturne Red Force as well as Vitality.
Alpha 7 in a pretty good position as well to possibly rearm themselves with some higher tier loot off the back of the drop. One of the times we've seen them not really taking early casualties as well, so we get the full force of Alpha 7 where they play their best PUBG Mobile. E-Arena seeing the wrap round from EDA. And that seems to have caught their attention, perked their eyes up a little bit, but they're going straight down towards Tianba territory.
I mean, right now for EDA, they were just shepherded by E-Arena in the hovercraft, and Edict does make their way up towards the building, but this is an uncomfortable position to be playing. Alpha7 off the distance, also trying to get involved there. In the midst of the chaos. Darko in the P90 goes extremely low, but for Tiamba, they don't want to really leave these buildings too much. Everyone understanding that there are so many positions to play here. There are so many sightlines at play as well, that it's difficult to be making those rotations. I mean, Eda just felt the full force of 5 different teams all taking shots towards them.
Terrified of E Arena, forced into Tiamba, and then skewered by the backstab of Vitality. Alpha7 even assessing the situation to see when they want to make a move. Zone still crunching in. Last few squads making their rotate in.
Yeah. I mean, this is playable though, right? That's the problem for Alpha7 right now. This is very playable in terms of the ridgeline. They've got ahead of them a slight slope that looks upwards. Until they're forced to move, I don't think they're pulling off this position anytime soon. Aura opens up over towards Smile. Behind the missiles. Want to see if they can find Romeo underneath. Sleepy looking to do his best anti-aircraft. Over towards these guys, clip their wings at distance, but this time he's got the DBS in hand, no Balti in play.
Nade after nade to keep the pressure on downhill. A bit of extra distance on that one. Non-ship Red Force still sitting pretty inside of the defensive area they set up for themselves, whilst Alpha7 go from playing passive to pouncing on a team. 72-1 GS taking casualties. Tiamba also find an opportunity to get involved. And Alpha7 collapse onto it now, Blank. Clean up through action.
That's really good. They spotted an opportunity, opened up over towards GS, and they'll find a fair few elimination off the back of it. Yangon Galacticos also do move down this way, tails between their legs after that initial engagement with Aura earlier on. Not the spot they want to be in, and suddenly they find themselves with neighbors here in Alpha7. 2 champions up against one another now.
Domination भले ही रोंडो में तो दिखा नहीं पाए, but
the issue is, Blank,
दोनों एंगल में
heavier the heads that wear the crown, and it's Yangon Galacticus that need to stand their ground and defend versus a reinvigorated Alpha7 with a point to prove.
It's a real big opportunity there for Revo. 6 nades though, and a rough idea of where they're playing. That might just be enough.
Good arc on the first 2. Initial chip damage to aid them in the fight, but no overcommitment. Seeing more of that dynamic tempo they were talking about in some of the early interviews this event, saying they know when to be aggressive now, but they know when to rein it in and try and reset.
Yeah. Again, I think that was the big thing for Alpha7 though. I think they got so in their heads that there was not a single team that could fight them clearly, that potentially that's their downfall. Again, this team has incredible gunpowder, but they just need to realize when to apply it and when to accelerate, when to pull it back. I think they've looked a lot better today, honestly. It's looked a lot cleaner, it's a lot more like the Alpha7 of the past, consistently getting towards those late games.
They're
realizing there's some big dogs in this lobby.
टेंशन ना हो तुम इस चीज को नेगेटिव और के मतलब माहौल में मत कन्वर्ट
More respect, but it goes both ways. They do assess the situation as well, getting a bit of info up top side towards the arena with the split they've gone for. Can't force the issue too heartedly. If they leave themselves exposed, it could be punishing, but that might be an opportunity presented off the shot up from Hora. Filthy angle on that, Blank.
That's a long distance shot as well. Certainly put Tony K down. Helmet's got to be suffering off the back of that. Rough for Tony K as well, as he's usually the front man for the squad here. Joker's wrapping back. It's going to get done. Alpha7 also has taken a knock at the process. These are bad times to be taking knocks. Circle goes central. Nongshim Red Force. Real chance right now for South Korea. Aura down towards the southeast. Tiamba's got to move out from the buildings. It's very clear where they've been playing for such a long time. Potentially move up towards the loot crate. I don't know how far in this is, but you could play off the back of it if you still got vehicles to work with.
Defend करना पड़ेगा अच्छे से. YG के साथ फाइट हो सकती है.
Like you touch on there, could this be a game where Nonshin Red Force finally come alive? They've had a pretty safe pathway throughout the zones we've seen so far here on Game 3. We know they're talented. We've been amping them up. We just need to see it. But let's see if Alpha 7 can bring the thunder on the close quarters engagement. Goodbye, Milu, as Tiamba get hit by the front of the vehicle. Quick flicks coming out from A7. A single knockback onto him, and they're starting to take a bit of damage. Nonshin Red Force taking pot shots down. And although they've cleaned out the ditch, they've got a lot more to worry about.
This is just the difference between EWC and when we come to any other tournaments around the world. PMWC very similar in our approach as well, where you cannot make any play without another team dipping their heads in, right? It's really, really difficult. Every squad knows when to pick up the heat, honestly. E-Arena also suffering massively on their entry. They just could not find a good time to make their way in.
Yangon still living on with a 4-man squad. Hillside position in play currently for them that they will have to abandon eventually. Aura on the rack further down. The duo of Ida was rattled down to only Darkin off the back of this central angle that was taken from Alpha 7. Arcing nades in towards the Tianba compound.
Aura को थोड़ा pressure डालना चाहिए. अपने back
Tianba, despite suffering so much earlier on versus Alpha 7, still alive here, but playing a building that everyone knows is occupied. Darkin and Tianba live in the same nightmare. Right now, Alpha 7 need to make a move. Watchtower is open. Potential at moving over towards that. Vitality takes some heavy hits. Nonshin Red Force continuing to put on the pressure.
अभी आएगी आवाज. मैं क्या इस गेम को अभी थोड़ा रीड करने का ट्राई कर रहा हूँ अच्छे से कि कौन सी टीम क्या बेस्ट मूव बना सकती है. अगर हम लोग किसी कॉर्नर में रहते तो हम क्या बेटर कर सकते हैं. तो वो चीज़ थोड़ा मैं देख रहा हूँ. मेन तो वही है, होरा वाला को बैक क्लियर कर देंगे ना होरा वाले, फिर अच्छा एक्सेस मिल जाएगा उनको. इन लोगों पे ऐसे भी बट
he's on his last legs for now. They need to play medic to get him back up, but Nonshin Red Force have had sidelines to make them feel uncomfortable.
I mean, honestly, for Alpha 7, they've had the roughest game. This is a really, really hard approach for them. I think they've played phenomenally this match so far.
अच्छा EA का सोलो ही बचा है.
It's never been
YG ने पुश करके मार दिया इनको.
Nice भाई. Overall,
कहाँ कौन सी जगह से आके भाई हम लोग को पेल दिया. वाह मैन. और सेम स्प्लिट ले लिया. अभी तो गाइस वो वाला नहीं बन गया सर्कल, वाव मोड वाला. 2v2 खेलते थे अपन. सेम टू सेम.
Nonshin Red Force just uncontested by any other squads. They've just got 3 angles to hold onto A7. And like you say, it's made it so brutal to move up. Meanwhile, we get the POV of Axel that's taking shots down onto him, but running low on supplies again. The ammunition economy could be a problem. They turn their attention straight onto Horror though, Blank, and want to see if they can charge.
The nades just aren't pitched right though. I think that's the last bombardment coming through from Alpha 7 too. There's a couple more nades still left. M79
quality ऐसी है.
You need those smokes to make your way across.
इसमें कैसे brightness बढ़ाते हैं?
I think it might be lights out soon. Great shot from Axel once again. This man's name's been in my mouth far too often today. It's crazy.
Just as Nonshin turn their attention over onto Yangon and Alpha 7 were given a chance to take, they go in. But Horror is still holding. And Alpha 7 cut short on the crossing. They can't arrive, and Horror holds
अच्छा ही नहीं. Horror को पुश करना ही पड़ेगा इन्हें.
Jiggle there comes on through. Looks really, really good in that moment. I mean, Horror didn't give them a chance to move on that one. Joker still up. The arena managed to make themselves into a top 5 despite everything. Yangon Galacticos massively suffering. The sidelines of pretty much just Axel who has their number. But Yangon, I feel like their time is up now.
And that could be a statement that you could attribute to every other squad in the lobby with how Vitality is starting to play. A beautiful day from them so far. 10 elims in the space of this single battleground up to this point. A full 4 squads. The only other that's comparable is Nonshin Red Force. No, Joker!
Almost got the second, dude. I actually felt it in that moment. But he might have single-handedly just ruined the chances of Aura. It goes down to this. Nongshim Red Force versus Vitality.
क्या हरामी है ना भाई, क्या हरामी है ना भाई, पॉइंट देने ही नहीं है मतलब। ये भाई इन्होंने भी एवरेज निकाल दिया।
But right now in the flesh, live in Paris, we're talking about the present that is this game, a gift we've been given with Vitality playing flawlessly and Nongshim Red Force bringing the strategy down to our final two squads.
Side by side now. Vehicles still in play here for Vitality. For Nongshim Red Force, they moved up early. They've got one vehicle that I can see in play. For Vitality, having these cars still available is a really big deal for them, which is maybe why actually earlier on Razak
तीन मैच हुए, पता है ड्रॉ फाइट में, एक में ड्रॉ फाइट में, एक में अनफॉर्चुनेट हो गए, और रोंडो में अपना बेस्ट ही दिया था, रोंडो ने फाइट निकाल दिया। एक मैच से जज मत करो भाई, ओवरऑल होने दो, इमेज बनेगी, अपने आप वर्कआउट करेंगे नेक्स्ट डे पे। और अभी भी 3 मैच बाकी है भाई, और बेटर कर सकते हैं। होप रखो भाई, होप मत हारा करो भाई।
Crushing it right now, giving us the cinematics of the story on this one.
वाइडलिटी ने एक्सेस तो अच्छा ले रखा है, बट अगले जोन में मूव करना पड़ेगा।
That's really raised our opinion of Vitality just in the space of the previous 2 games, with the fact that strategically it's been on the money.
हल्का सा आई थिंक एंड जोन ही है ना गाइस, इसके बाद में भाई सेम टू सेम बना गाइस वो वाला एंड जोन, वाव मोड वाला।
And each of them makes a peek. Right now it's more about information gain than everything. Not having any sight denied by the windows inside. And it comes down to this zone 9. Circles both teams will have to make a move. M79's dropping out the smokes. Clearing out space between the center of the buildings. In come the vehicles. Razak goes first. Gets it up towards the next. Had to make the crossing without taking too much damage here. Again, everything is folding into this.
Cerebral plays. The smoke wall providing the cover that they need to take space off of this. Second by second, edging further closer into a better angle to play off of. They want to cross. Smoke wall goes up. That's a nade being primed from the top of the roof, though. If this is on point from Nongshim, it could be absolutely brutal. Goes into the back line. Just splash damage. What?
What an insane nade. Axel's moving up, though. He's getting towards the back line to up them. He's already in. Razy's going to take a little bit of damage from that. Razak very much hurting now in the back lines. Razy's going to send a Molotov over the top side. Axel hurting.
Nice.
He gets it done with a shotty. 1-for-1 trades on the Elim so far. There's the spark from the visit as we see another player fall. Nongshim Red Force seeing red as they're bringing the heat straight to Vitality. Only a single player remains. He might have the heavy artillery, but he can't do it. Nongshim Red Force with a strategic, comfortable game. Take game 3 and get that chicken dinner.
Just hold strong inside the building, they say. Au revoir to Vitality.
C'est la vie.
But honestly, for Nongshim Red Force, I half expected that just to be the ending of them.
भाई ओजी ने लास्ट टाइम जिससे खेला था, मेरे को पता है भाई क्या क्या कमेंट किया था, कासल ने भी, अपने लोगों ने भी, बाहर के देखो, बाहर के जो करना है वो करना ही है, हर चीज को भाई बनने में टाइम लगता है, अपनी होप इतनी डेंजर रहती है कि सब कुछ सेकंड में होना चाहिए।
But you can see, Blank, it's not just what they've done for themselves, it's the reverberations they're sending throughout the other teams in this lobby.
एनएस आ गया फ्लो में, ऐसे फ्लो में ऐसे नहीं होता भी, फ्लो में वो अपनी टीम का अलग फ्लो बोल रहा हूँ, उनको चाहिए एक ऐसी फाइट जिसमें कैजुअलिटी ना हो, ट्रस्ट वगैरह जो कुछ भी है वो हर एक टूर्नामेंट के जो भी टूर्नामेंट स्टार्ट होता है तो धीरे धीरे करके चीज़ें चेंजेस होती है, अलग अलग मतलब छोटे छोटे चेंजेस आते हैं कि अभी फाइट निकलेगी नहीं निकलेगी, एक बार फाइट निकल गई तो चारों को ऐसा एक तरफ से एक ऐसी यूनिक बॉन्ड बन जाएगा उस गेम मतलब उस टूर्नामेंट के लिए कि भाई लगातार फिर बैक टू बैक फाइट एकदम अलग लेवल पे निकालेंगे। तुम लोग भी बोलोगे भाई क्या निकाल रहे करके। मैं उस चीज़ की बात कर रहा हूँ, उस पर्टिकुलर टूर्नामेंट की, जो कि BMPS में था, बट वो वाला फ्लो, वो वाला ट्रस्ट अभी इसमें बनना जरूरी है। समझ रहे हो? वो बनेगा कैसे? फाइट निकाल के बनेगा, ऐसे नहीं बनेगा बोल बोल के कि हाँ ब्रो मुझे तेरे पे ट्रस्ट है, ऐसे नहीं होता वो अपन निकालेंगे फाइटें वगैरह तब हो जाएगा। A7 के फैन तो भाई पूरे पंप हो रखे हैं। ओजी की बात अलग है, लोबी भी अलग और ड्रॉपलेस भी नहीं थे। वे ड्रॉपलेस थे ओजी के वैसे, सैन मार्टिन उन्होंने ड्रॉप लिया तो था, और रोंडो में तो सबके ड्रॉपलेस होते हैं। हाँ ना, BMPS में डे 1 में लास्ट में थे, कमबैक किया। होता है भाई यार टीमों का। मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, अपन लोगों का थोड़ा क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन बहुत हाई रहती है। एक आईफोन गिफ्ट कर दो कि हम आते हैं। पैसा दिख रहा है मेरे पास में बहुत सारा है ना भाई। मेरा कैमरे की क्वालिटी देख लो तुम, कितना पैसा है मेरे को। हम्म, साजिद खान में वही बोल रहा हूँ, फाइट निकालनी पड़ेगी, वो है भाई। स्नैक्स, अरे भाई जो जैसा होगा, जो भी छोटी मोटी मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग हो जाती है भाई, तुम लेके उसको राय का पहाड़ मत बनाओ भाई, हो जाएगा वो। पंक भाई, बीच में इसका टायरन कब है और आपकी टीम का? हमारी टीम का क्या, जीत के ब्रो हम BGMS, और हमें खेलना नहीं है, ठीक है ब्रो। कहाँ कहाँ से आते हैं भाई अजीब बंदे। मजे लेने आए हो तो भाई अच्छे से लो मजे। क्या इनडायरेक्टली, डायरेक्टली बोलता भाई नहीं हो, क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लास्ट 3 ना रहे बस। बप्पा पे गाइस भरोसा रखो, सब होगा। मेरे को कैसा है? एकदम बढ़िया। पंग भाई लव यू। पंग भाई आपके लिए बुरा लग रहा है, हार्ड लक TR। हार्ड लक वाली बात नहीं है भाई, जो चीज़ें आराम से कर सकते हैं वन साइडेड, उसमें हार्ड लक वगैरह। देखो हार्ड लक तब होता है जब मेहनत टॉप नॉच हो और उसके बाद में कुछ कमी रह गई हो, तो अपन बोल सकते हैं, किस्मत को ब्लेम कर सकते हैं, बट कमी ही हम में है, और हम किस्मत को थोड़ी बोलेंगे अरे यार ये हो गया वो हो गया करके। देखो अपने तो यही बोलना है। किस्मत को इतना ब्लेम देता नहीं हूँ, जो भी एक्सेप्ट करता हूँ भाई। Who hating who? Who? I don't know who hating. सॉरी पंग भाई BMPS लिखा गया रिज्यूमे की जगह फैन न्यू गोल टाइम से क्या बात है। पंग भाई शाउट आउट टू नेतिक भाई बिग शाउट टू यू। हेलो भाई क्या हाल है? एकदम बढ़िया। वर्ल्ड में क्वालिफाई इन सर्वाइवल स्टेज बट नॉट डायरेक्टली। चिल करो भाई अभी। हेलो भाई क्या हाल है? एकदम बढ़िया। आप बताएं आर्यन भाई। BMPS 2025 का 1 पॉइंट अभी तक चुभ रहा है। अच्छा क्वालिफिकेशन का होता है यार। पॉइंट वगैरह तो क्या करोगे भाई? बहुत चीज़ें है गाइस अभी तो। आप लोगों को कुछ पता ही नहीं है। देखो जो इंटरनल चीज़ें होती है वो आप लोग को पता नहीं है। आप बाहर देख देख के जितना आपको समझ में आया आप उतना रिएक्ट करते हो। कभी फ्यूचर लाइफ में समझ में आएगा तो रियलाइजेशन सबको होगा। VIT ने ट्राई तो अच्छा किया था बट वही यार पहले जो मूव बनाता है ना वो थोड़ा सिस्टम हैंग हो ही जाता है। हार्ड एरिया भी इन पे स्लो आया था, उधर से जोन फास्ट था। बिना गुलामी के और शायद तलवे चाटने वालों को जल्दी देखिए राजनीति है ब्रो। ऑब्वियसली भाई राजनीति तो क्या है भाई छोड़ो अभी। मेरे को इतने बंदों ने अटैक कर दिया मतलब वही यार बंदों को अभी क्या बताए। ब्रो प्राइवेट है प्राइवेट बोना ठीक है यार बढ़िया है। हमारी भी यार अच्छी बनती है। हमें ऐसा क्यों सिस्टम हैंग कर देते करके। वही यार देखो हर जगह से थोड़ा होना जरूरी है। नाम नूम काम कूम ये वो गंदगी में मैं मुंह नहीं मारता। पंग भाई भरे पड़े हैं पर बोलते नहीं है। अरे बोल के क्या मतलब? बोलेंगे तो सो करोड़ जो पब्लिक है जो ई स्पोर्ट्स का जिनको ई नहीं पता है वो आके बोलती है ये RR कर रहा है ये कर रहा है वो कर रहा है। मैं बोला यार कोई दिक्कत नहीं है भाई मेरे पे हंस लो भाई। कल परसों तुम लोग का अगर फ्यूचर रहेगा ई स्पोर्ट्स में तुम आओगे इस जगह पे बैठोगे तो तुम्हें रियलाइज होगा ना भले ही वो 1 साल बाद हो 2 साल 3 साल 4 साल 5 साल तो उसके बाद में तुम खुद ही बोल दोगे। समझ रहे हो? मैं यार किसी एक एक को लेके थोड़ी एक्सप्लेन करने बैठाऊंगा कि ब्रो मेरे साथ ऐसा हो गया ठीक है भाई। लाइफ को सो निनो निनो निनो। मेरे साथ प्रैक्टिस की कमी रह गई बस। ध्यान ना भाई तेरी कमी रह गई है। बचा कुचा जो चीज़ है ना वो हमें मोहित रह गया। BGMS का क्या सीन पंग भाई? BGMS का सीन अभी ऑफ है यार क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए एंड BMSD की तैयारी। ग्राइंड कब करोगे नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट के लिए पंग भाई? ग्राइंड यार अभी 10 तारीख से स्टार्ट है जब से BGMS होगा। ग्राइंड करने का यार ज़्यादा कुछ है नहीं हम पे वो अपॉर्चुनिटी मतलब क्योंकि ओल्ड जोन में ग्राइंड करना पड़ेगा उसमें थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। सिनर्जी वगैरह और इंडिविजुअली है ना बहुत सुधार करना है सबको ही। तो वो चीज़ तो वही है कि जितना आप सोलो सोलो टाइम देंगे अपने गेम प्ले को सोलो और से स्क्वाड खेलेंगे तभी इम्प्रूवमेंट होगा एल्स तो थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। और पंग भाई जब मान्या मतलब बच रहा था उसे ऋषि बिल्डिंग ही क्यों किया? रॉयल के और एरिया का उसको अंदर का पता नहीं होगा ना वो एक साइड से मिलिट्री बेस में घुस गया उसने और रिस्क लिया नहीं कि क्या पता डीप में और बंदे बैठे हो। मैं स्ट्रीम देख के अपन बता दे कि ये जगह खाली मन इधर को इधर जाना चाहिए बट उस टाइम में उसके दिमाग में ये होगा कि भाई मैं इतना लेट आया हूँ इतना लेट एंट्री मारी मैंने जोन में तो सी बिल्डिंग तो खाली है बट आगे का एरिया क्या पता खाली हो ना हो करके तो वो बैठ गया होगा उधर ही। मतलब ये चीजें हो सकती है और तो क्या ही है, तभी मूव नहीं बनाया होगा एक्स्ट्रा। भाई बीएमबी में आपके एजलिंग साथ साथ ओपनर शूटिंग बट बैड लक, लेकिन आप कर लोगे। पंक भाई मेरा मैसेज क्यों नहीं, मतलब समझा नहीं। हेलो पंक भाई, लव फ्रॉम नागालैंड, लव यू टू मेरे भाई, थैंक यू सो मच। बीआईटी ये गाइस जो अपना एक बंदा गया ना एक्सेल करके जो भी है, इसके साथ एक और बंदा भी रहता है ना, एक सेम टाइम में ज़्यादा प्रेशर डाल सकते हैं। देखो वो अकेला लड़ रहा है 1v3 है, ये आया थोड़ा सिस्टम हैंग हो गया और एक बंदा रिवाइव देने बैठ गया। 2v4 ही कर रखे थे मतलब ये, थोड़ा सा गाइस मिस कोऑर्डिनेशन हो गया वीआईटी का, वरना मे भी अच्छा निकाल लेते हैं। एक बार धोनी से मिनो और आप स्क्रीम्स खेलो यार। अभी यार सब अपने अपने रास्ते देखो, सब अपना अच्छा कर रहे हैं भाई, हालांकि अपनी किस्मत थोड़ी ज़्यादा ही खराब है। बट आ जाएंगे भाई लाइन पे, क्या ये ई स्पोर्ट्स ऐसे रहता है भाई, उतार चढ़ाओ। पहले चढ़ाव था, अब उतार है, अब ये उतार से चढ़ना है, रस्सी एक साथ पकड़ के चढ़नी पड़ेगी, अकेला नहीं भी कोई चढ़ सकता है। लव फ्रॉम बिहार पंग भाई, लव यू टू मेरे भाई। नॉन ज़ीरो प्लेयर जा सकते हैं क्या PMWC? नहीं भाई, नॉन ज़ीरो को पार्टिसिपेट ही नहीं कर सकते भाई, जाने का नहीं है। गोडल जो मरी किस, अबे वजह वजह मत ढूंढो यार तुम, क्या अभी क्या ब्लेम डालने है किसी पे कि इसकी गलती उसकी गलती है। बच्चों जैसे काम मत करो यार, आराम से भी क्रिटिसिज्म करने का टाइम होता है, बीच मैच में नहीं होता है वो। What type of challenges Indian team faces when they play in global lobby? Adaptation भाई, दूसरी टीम का गेम स्टाइल, क्योंकि दूसरी टीम सारी क्विक रहती है, इंडियन टीम में काफ़ी टीम ऐसी है कि जो बहुत स्लो स्लो चीज़ें करती है, समझ रहे हो? डिसीजन मेकिंग वगैरह सब स्लो रहता है, और बाहर जाके जब अपन सब टीम में फास्ट रहते हैं तो अपन को भी फास्ट फेस करना, मतलब पकड़ना पड़ता है, वो चीज़ सीखनी पड़ती है। प्लस गेम भी स्मूथ है तो थोड़ा डिवाइस वगैरह में हाथ बिठाना, गेम को समझना कैसा क्या है, डीसिंग का भी रहता है थोड़ा बहुत हर गेम में, टाइम लगता है अडेप्ट करने में। तुम वो देखो ना, इतनी जितनी भी टीमें हैं वो सालों से खेलते आ रही है, एक आध होगी जो नहीं होगी, सालों से स्क्रीम्स खेलते हैं थ्रू, मतलब जो भी इंटरनेशनल स्क्रीम्स वगैरह होते खेल सकते हैं। अपन ने भी रिसेंटली खेला नेपाल जाके, वरना इतने सालों में अपन ने खेला ही नहीं है, कितना पीछे है अपन, वो चीज़ भी देखो। पंग भाई शाउट आउट दे दो, शेखर भाई बिग शाउट टू यू मेरे भाई। पंग भाई आई होप बीएमएसडी अच्छा जाए, एंड बीएमएससी भी मतलब फ्रॉम कोलकाता टीम स्टिक कर रहे हो यार। अभी मैं ऐसा कुछ सोचता नहीं हूँ चेंजेस इन ऑल का, मेरा यही है कि भाई बीएमएसडी नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट है, उसके बाद का जो भी होगा देखा जाएगा। बट मेन बीएमएसडी अच्छा करना, क्योंकि हमने 2 इवेंट बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं खेले, क्वालिफाई ना होना मतलब भाई, मतलब अस्तित्व नहीं है हमारा अभी फिलहाल के लिए। टिप्स फॉर नॉन ज़ीरो प्लेयर टू डिफीट देयर ज़ीरो प्लेयर ब्रदर। टिप्स नहीं है भाई, फ़ोन छीन लो उनका, और कोई टिप्स नहीं है। और डू यू थिंक क्लश है? देखते ना यार, अभी चिल करो भाई, चिल करो। मेरे क्या, अभी मैं इधर बोलूंगा तो वो सुन के थोड़ी कर लेंगे भाई, उनका खुद का डिसीजन मेकिंग वगैरह रहेगी, अपन को देखना है और क्या बेटर हो सकता है वो बताता मैं तुम्हें। सारे मैचेस हों दो देन। Start होने वाला boys, let's go.
Boundaries, Jukes. Man, those boundaries are long gone. We saw, in my opinion, the best start in a tournament in PUBG Mobile esports history here, and we got some teams actually competing with them still. It is unreal. The zones have been going all over the place. This first half has been nuts, and I'm expecting even more craziness as we get into the final 3 matches.
There is so much still left to go, if you can even imagine it, right? That is so crazy that we've had such a bombastic start, but we've still got plenty more matches left. This is the last Erangel today, so we're going to be heading to Miramar later as well. The desert awaits, but we have to get through the last of the grassy pastures first in order to get there. We haven't earned that right just yet, neither have our players, but they are getting locked and loaded and lobbied up as we head on into the match. It is time once more to see if Vitality can reach that late game.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. This is the final Erangel. Like you mentioned, this is that place to put up some serious points. We finally saw Nongshim Red Force get their chicken dinner. They were at the down on the bottom of the leaderboards going into that match, but now they've got to be feeling pretty good. Which is going to be the next team to get it? We're about to find out. Let's get into it. The last Erangel here of day number 1 of Group B.
Let's get stuck right in from the military island up towards Saverni on this plane path. We're going to see a fairly fair distribution of drop spots available for everybody. No real big dramas here. Taking a look at those tables as well. Nongshim Red Force jumping up with that chicken dinner all the way to 5th place.
चलो भाई स्टार्ट हो गया गाइस.
Now just goes to show you these
don't कर लेंगे लौंडे.
if you can keep it going. So for Hustler Crew, let's pick up the pace, you know? A UK team in the finals? Absolutely, I'd love that.
Let's get it going. I mean, hey, we saw Nongshim before that last game. They had, what, 6 points? And then now we see them, like you mentioned, in 5th place in just 1 single game. So when it comes to Hustler Crew, they could definitely get it going here. We can see the top players there on that bottom left side with Axel with 14 eliminations.
Yeah, doing bits for the rosters right now. Vitality Arena are going to be slathered.
Shelter जा रहे बंदे. Ro fighting ले रहे हैं.
I'm guaranteeing it for you.
सुन लिया तुम लोग की बात. खुश रहो.
Able to do. They are looking very, very good. Arena a little bit less legs into those later games. I think it's safe.
अबे गैरेज से गाड़ी मत लेने दे भाई स्लीपी को.
So much. And Horror keeping pace. I mean, in any other sort of day, that 41-point record for Horror would be pretty immense, right? After the first couple of matches.
ये जोन तो आज पता नहीं क्या खा के आया भाई ये जोन. सारे जोन नीचे के बंदे क्या? हालांकि एक शिफ्ट ऊपर भी आ सकता है बट रेल होता है वो.
These circles have been absolutely insane, and you're right. We're back down south once again. You got Vitality down there. I mean, it's wild to think that we saw a 39-point game in 1 match.
फिर बढ़िया लूटी बूटी करके एज ए टीम एक जगह फाइट लेंगे. Let's see.
In the next 2 games, which is still pretty good, right? That's pretty good. That's like a middle table performance right now. 8th and 9th, both on 12.
ये भाई लोग को फटाफट जाना है अभी.
So yeah, they've still done pretty well.
सीधा ब्रिज से.
Vitality's consistency for me is really interesting. And given this circle, Vitality are in such a good spot. If it does go south, because they do need to keep themselves nice and cool, calm, collected, and look good.
Yeah, well, you guys gotta make sure you pick up that Naruto skin. That Uzumaki event is going on, guys. Make sure you pick up all that good stuff in game immediately. I'll tell you what, I make sure that I got mine, and I know that Maxman has got his. But which team is gonna get this chicken dinner? We can see the Wolves. They ain't messing around. They said, let's get down south quick.
Absolutely. First over the bridge. Well, second maybe over the bridge, I think it's safe to say. You do have some players.
No.
They're just going to try and flip it. I mean, I guess if you don't have any nades or anything like that.
Would like कि अगर late rotation मारेंगे तो होरे के साथ ही fight होगी.
That's going to slow them down. The good news is that they are across. The bad news is we saw them do that.
Yeah.
So, you know,
out of all the things,
that's the most negative aura that I think I've ever seen of any team is from the NA team, of course.
Out of all the things that could have got put on stream, has to be that one.
मेरा नहीं था भाई. आगे से नेट का थोड़ा आया.
You know what? It was nobody that was driving.
Oh, they get caught by Vitality.
No!
पकड़े गए ऊपर में.
Only had a vehicle.
This just goes to show here, folks, at this level, one single.
Obe!
He got a pan knock. I think that was a thrown pan knock. coming on through. Okay, they're not out of the fight just yet, but they
भाई पैन से मार दिया उसको.
struggle here, and I imagine that Razy's going to get back up.
Yeah, now you got Necessary all by his lonesome. Razak trying to pull off some plays there. Oh my gosh, switching in that buggy. Necessary is done, and the Wolves are getting destroyed. This is what I'm talking about. One tiny mistake, a domino effect into a straight disaster.
Imagine being an NA team right now, man. Oh, that would suck so much. Wow.
Look at his face.
Hey, he's got
Wait.
a vehicle. They found another. Oh, okay. I think. Wait, no. I'm wondering if Vitality found the flip turn vehicle, the beetled vehicle,
Dude.
and if they've pitched it back. That would be brilliant.
This is what I mean, and the good thing is that Vitality is that this is their drop spot. They're already so high on the leaderboards, they can do whatever they want. They can chase this all the way if they feel like it. Let's take a look at the replay.
Okay.
Oh, what's this? No way.
ओबे भाई. माँ कसम भाई.
Bad shot to the face. Are you kidding me? That was insane. If his team would have survived.
भाई वो तो डिलीट ही कर देगा खुद को. इतना गंदा मार खाया है ना.
Yeah, that's that. Okay,
Some
they
say.
get some aura points back for that.
Yeah,
so we can forgive the flip vehicle. You know, if you're getting a ranged pan headshot,
That was cool.
You're breaking brains and scrambling like eggs. You
वो
know,
भी
that's
headshot
fair
खाया.
enough. If you're gonna bring the pan to play like that, you can have that one back.
भाई ये लोग बहुत सही खेल
Yeah,
रहे
that
हैं.
officially is even. Aura balanced. Let's take a look here at Vitality, though. They're looking to
Oi.
put some more work. Oh, look at that, though. We're going to see Lupa get a nice knock on to Razak. Can he hit this next one? He doesn't.
The rest of his team not so lucky either. Will be taking 2 knocks.
भाई इन्होंने कंट्रोल देखो गाइस कितना अच्छा ले रखा है. भले ही जोन इनका फेवर कर रहा है बट ये फाइटें निकाल रहे हैं.
For that recall as well. Ooh, is having the
को कैंप पे लपेट दिया है.
Yeah, and you can see Axel getting those thirsts really quickly here. Kenji, that hovercraft is getting beat up. Still surviving for the time being, but now it's on fire. Kenji has to back up. He's got the UMP in hand. It has to make a crazy play, but that nade hurt way too much. It's all up to Mitika.
3 players for Vitality. They should be able to hold this one down. The question is, how much time is this going to take, right? Because all the while, teams are starting to migrate south. They're moving in towards those bridge locations. Vitality losing time in terms of their ability to set up across these hills and may lose the ability
गोयल ने मारा एक हो रहा है.
getting across. Noxian
Nice.
Force have taken advantage.
बोला था ना कि वो
They are now on the north side of that military base. And in comes Ida as
हो
well.
रही है
across
कि
the
सबसे
bridge.
पहले फाइट लेने
One
हैं.
thing about Vitality, though, is they do have the ability to get straight to the finals in like 4 matches. That is one thing that is definitely happening, though, with how crazy they're playing here. I don't even know if this is PMWC or if this is a classic at this point, because Vitality are just running over everybody. Batika's trying to make something happen, though. Oh, it's actually from across with the AK.
Ida chiming in with a third party. This is the bridge crossing team. They move
Oi.
forward to Vitality. Starting to drop now. There's a flush sent their way.
Right.
A second and they are cut down to 1. All of a sudden, this bridge crossing is going to come back. It's going to punish them. And Axel still down. Only Razy remains.
He's going to go for the res here, and it looks like he might be able to get it. But yeah, they took a long time on this fight. And the longer they waited, those third parties are coming in. Now you got Ida in the mix. So this is bad news for both of these teams. Dopeness is in big trouble. Vitality, I mean, they got 6 eliminations, and the fact that they're so high on the leaderboards, I mean, that's still not a bad game, but you're right. If they would have just made a few different plays, we could have seen a crazy, crazy match from them again.
They had a big opportunity here to take control of the hills. They decided to go for the fight with Dopeness.
एक और पेल दिया
They
हो
lasted
रहा
a
है.
lot
Nice.
longer than they expected,
Yeah.
which is
Oi.
why we're seeing this sort of
Power
thing
knock
unfold.
है.
They got stuck in.
लास्ट वैसा हो रहा है. Let's go पेल दो. वो मायने को नॉक किया दोनों को हो गए अपने.
Maybe not a terrible idea. As you said there though, Jukes, it's the sticking around that has really come back to bite them because the bridge is just so open.
Yeah.
हाँ तो भाई दोनों मिलके दो फाइट.
Hauling it to
Oi.
the middle now. You're gonna see Aura having one heck of a tournament. No fear. Gonna have to make a play here. Gets Edmino. Oh,
Oi.
tries to hit that shot, but God,
Nice Redmino.
down Aura.
Nice way.
Out of this one.
Up on the northeast side, there is time to res here.
बहुत बढ़िया वे.
On the blue zone, about to hit stage 2.
Guys, W's in the chat कर दो बे. बहुत बढ़िया हमारा.
On the road, they can out heal it. That's a
बहुत
really
बढ़िया.
annoying circle for a lot of teams. It pushes you up to the north coast, and I mean, it technically still has the ability to go back to the mainland.
This is so yeah. I mean, you guys can see it there in the top right. This circle, just so much water in between them, and that zone could still go north. But Axel trying to put some more eliminations for his team. Can he win this 1v1? He's got the DBS. Speaker's gonna have to reload. He's got the pump shotgun. Let's see what he can do. It's Og. He's gonna do the jump out. Let's see. Trying to make some moves, find those angles.
Reload on the AUG now. Got 10 rounds behind. It should be enough. He goes for it. He's got the HP advantage. Oh, doesn't even need to sweat it. Razy will get back to his feet, but down on 2.
हो गए अपने सारे रेव हो गए बढ़िया गाइस जैसे बोला था एक फाइट वो एक फाइट जिसमें क्लीन वाइप करते टीम को अभी यहाँ से मेरे को बस देखना है ये लोग क्या मोमेंटम के साथ खेलते हैं पूरा कैरी फॉरवर्ड करना एक गाइस मैं तो चाहता हूँ एक शिफ्ट ऊपर आ जाए फार्म पे बस ये ऊपर वाले देख रहे हैं तो एक शिफ्ट दे दे अपने लोंडो को फार्म पे मिलिट्री में नहीं जाना चाहिए जोन एक शिफ्ट ऊपर वाला फार्म वाला मजा आए भाई
Absolutely. Very, very difficult stuff. Them and Hustler crew, well, everyone towards the bottom of these tables is going to look for that Nongshim Red Force injection of points. Nongshim Red Force getting across the military island early on the northern side of it, I think is going to play fairly well for them in this sort of a circle, given how the lay of the land
buy एक zone shift please
around by teams trying to cross either side of them, rather than coming across, and they can farm up players trying to go for a swim. Let's hop back on board with the fight on our screens though, as 721 GS lost a player. We saw that on the crossing, and Etch trying to keep them there, but there is a knockback over to Fajita.
Yeah, you can see Speed holding that angle on the backside. Needs to get with this team at this point. There ain't nobody in that direction. But oh, we see the MG3s in play. Masco's got that S12K. That's the gun you want, though, in that CQC close quarters combat. And right now, this fight is still ringing out. This is all the way over by Rosshog, folks. This is going to take a long time. Now we're starting to see some util get thrown back and forth, and everybody's just trying to wait for that first critical knock.
Oh, Alico should completely see Nasa there. Uh-oh, going for the nades.
आजा भाई प्लीज शिफ्ट आजा प्लीज प्लीज भाई नीचे भाग गया नीचे भाग गया जोन
will be able to clean out partially some of the team from Etch, and both teams now bleeding heavily. No one having a good time. They're losing players left and right. They still have to get south. I don't think these two are going to get very far.
Yeah, I mean, this was a kind of a sacrificial play. I wouldn't have minded.
Better from side लेना पड़ेगा zone लेट खेलना है तो तब क्या ही है
because it's like
fight
our chances of getting down there are pretty tough now. Let's just try to get these points. But considering where that circle is, I think they could have just avoided this fight and fought late game. But regardless, you know, that's a decision they made.
पंकज भैया स्ट्रीम देखा तो यार ले जाए भाई खाना मैं नहीं खा पाऊंगा भाई मेरा पेट अजीब सा हो गया कसम से बोल रहा हूँ भाई कितना महंगा हो गया आज तो
It does look like they're going to have a clear path to that circle.
Alpha 7 looking to scout the bridge on the western side right now, moving Carrillo up onto the high ground near the lookout post there. The lighthouse
break ही नहीं मारा भाई तो
will be able to see if anyone's holding, which is definitely very possible.
गोल्ड लेक वाले भी गाइस मिलिट्री से क्रॉस करेंगे
Can't be sleeping too long because you do still need to get on towards this circle.
You got to get moving, that's for sure. Let's take a look at their utility. Carrillo's got a UM.
मिल जाएगा भाई लोग को
couple first aids, that's going to help them out here. It is still pretty early. Stage 3, you could definitely afford to eat a little bit of that blue zone. And considering where the circle went, this is not a bad play from them at all. So far, Alpha 7 not doing bad at all. They're in 4th place right now.
मिल जाएगा भाई इन लोग को जोन मिल जाएगा गोल्ड लेक को
Good to see for them, considering that they haven't hit the
मीठा
final
तुम नहीं खाता
all year long yet.
तू खा ले थोड़े थोड़े खाया मैंने चम्मच से
The one final has been. They haven't hit it, but they hit it. They didn't.
भाई वही बना रहे तू ये तो अच्छा नहीं लगा यार
More the point, right? They went down in group stages in
थोड़ी सी बना दियो बनाए तो या फिर रहने दे खाने खा लो
So to be able to regain a little bit of confidence moving here would be brilliant. Obviously a top 5 is what they're shooting for. What's what they should be aiming for, right? But even getting through to survival stage, I think for them would be a little bit of reassurance. Depends how heavy the ego sits, right?
Yeah.
If they're like top 5 or nothing, then fine, sure. it's a competitive spirit. I'll give them that. But
अबे लोग ने क्रॉस नहीं किया क्या अभी तक?
Even survival is better than what they did before, and improvement is the name of the game.
That's what it's all about. And when it
I
comes
think
to
zone का damage लेके आएंगे पूरा.
boxing world, you know, as you get older, the speed.
निकल लो भाई लोग, फर्स्ट एड वाला डैमेज पड़ेगा गंदा. प्लीज भाई मेरी आवाज पहुंचा दो कोई उनके कानों तक. प्लीज भाइयों निकल लो. बहुत गंदा डैमेज पड़ेगा.
But getting to those end games, getting those placement points on top of those eliminations, that can be difficult because in the two recent global tournaments they played in, at the 18 games, they had 46 eliminations, only 12 placement points, which is insane for them. So they're already looking to beat that here, which is great. It's a good sign for them, and they got a good position in this next circle as it hard shifts on over to them. Very, very lucky. Let's see if they can capitalize on it.
I'll tell you who else has a pretty good position here is the Vitality duo, right? Up towards the north side, they've got Tianba as well as Nongshim Red Force up to their north, so nice little buffer. The difficulty, of course, for Vitality is they're playing as two.
भाई पीछे से टीम आ रही है उनके.
How they're going to try.
और फाइट हो सकती है उनके.
You've got TT Project as well on that east side of them. Maybe we're going to push on through. That is 721 GS going.
निकल लो भाई लोग निकल लो, पीछे से टीम आ रही तुम्हारे. बढ़िया बढ़िया निकलो निकलो फटाफट.
But neither is going to be happy about it. S2G still.
फर्स्ट एड मारना पड़ेगा ब्लिट्ज क्रॉस करते ही. हेल्थ काफी कम हो गई भाई लोग के अपने. बैंडेज मारो, फर्स्ट एड मारो भाई, मारते रहो.
In this circle, so it is going to work for them. And yeah, but let's take a look here at this bridge camp. You got S2G there.
तब यार A7 से फाइट होगी जिस हिसाब से जा रहे हैं. सोलो है. सोलो तो है बट सोलो तो काम खराब करने के लिए होता है ना भाई दूसरी टीमों में.
Especially when you're so close to hard cover, you know that you can attack one or two, you lose that element of surprise, but Lost will not lose. On that face, looks for more as well. The spray straight not quite there, and is going to find some bullets sent back his way. And Hamzy has to step up to keep his teammates safe, but now S2G are down to one. All of a sudden, the Hustler crew seem to have found an opening. No real third parties on this one, and Hamzy, I think he just has to get gone here.
Yeah, his whole team's going to be taken out. I mean, this is stage 4 of the blue zone.
A7 के साथ guys fight होने वाली है अपनी.
Crazy as he's on the move here. They should definitely get these confirmations before they push, because it's going to be difficult to get across that zone. Instead, they just said, hey, you know what? Let it ride. We are sending it down this bridge. But for how long are they going to make it across? MCG is up there up top. When is he going to take these shots? Let's see.
I don't think he's going to have the angle to do it. If they break right here, they're going to crash straight into Yangon Galacticos instead. As Smile starts to unload the clip, finds Loco, pulls him out, switching into the driver's seats. Not quite enough, and Yangon Galacticos send Hustler crew for 6.
And yeah, that's going to be them out of here. So 16th place, tough start for them. Still Miramar left to go. We'll see if they can bounce back. But this is one heck of a game here. Is this zone down in military base on the northeast side near the bridge? It's going to be a hill finish. There are quite a few little dips and valleys that teams can hide under and make some plays in. So we still have 11 teams remaining here. Everybody just waiting for that next circle to pop and deciding just where that fight's going to take them.
During the middle of all that, Vitality getting eliminated, allowing TT Project to take a central position here, puts TT Project in the driving seat of these hills in terms of stopping control. There are high grounds around them that technically have more oversight and things, but they are a linchpin of it. Going to force everyone to fight around the sides, and one of those fights is godlike.
थर्ड पार्टी करने आ रहे भाई ये मत मार भाई.
Maybe after that. TT Project goes steal point away.
ओ पावर देख के मीनू पकड़ा गया. नाइस नाइस रे मीनू. पावर बढ़िया भैया, दो नॉक दिए. लपेट लपेट इसको लपेटो. सोलो बचा भाई, लपेट दे मीनू. मार इसको, मार 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 मार. बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया. -100 में आओ भाई. नाइस रे, पेल दिया भाई, बहुत ही अच्छा पेला भाई. पकड़ो पकड़ो इनको ही पकड़ो. चलो जो दिखे उनको पकड़ो भाई, पेल दो.
A worthwhile pursuit in going for a consistent, a sustained third-party hold here. They're now regrouping out to the west.
साथ में भाई, साथ में. सोमे भाई अकेले मत जाओ, अकेले मत जाओ भाई, साथ में. अपने दो टीम मारी, बहुत अच्छी बात है. साथ में फाइट लो पेलो
They like to see that. Alpha 7 fans not too happy on that one, but they're still sitting in fourth place for now. We'll see what
chill.
Where are the drums?
Where's the vuvuzela? What's going on? I can't hear him.
Well, you know what? Well, you'll probably hear them in a little bit, that's for sure, as we get into the desert coming up. But we got this match to look at. We got Tianba in the mix, and Tianba, man, in 12th place so far, haven't had that crazy pop-off game, but in my opinion, it is only a matter of time. QZZ is an absolute animal. In my opinion, one of the best players on the planet. He's a 20-year-old Chinese.
अभी guys TT ब्रदर के साथ अपनी फाइट होगी. अपन पे एज तो है, बट वही है आगे का जोन के शिफ्ट के लिए फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी.
Let's see it.
You know, you got some real big boots to fill when it comes to Chinese superstars, right? Paraboy obviously is the forefront, the paramount of.
He's the vice को टायर नहीं उसपे.
The Chinese superstar
We got to see him. We got to see him recently at PMWC.
Yeah, that's true.
That was fun.
Yeah, I mean, fallen off. I didn't say it. I didn't say it, but he's not here.
You know, we got to see him in a little bit of a show match for those guys that missed it, and it was good to be able to see kind of like the old Nova squad compete once again. Now they did end up having to go against the likes of like Revo and Aurora, and that was pretty dang tough considering that these guys are the modern monsters of these
अच्छा वो
days.
डिप के अराउंड ही खेल रहे हैं.
Still, it's good to see
तो godlike को एक एज दे दिया ना
OGs
उन्हें.
of old still going at it here. But you know what? Speaking of OGs, we got Young on Galacticos, our previous champs, right? When are they going to get that chicken dinner? They're in 9th place so far, 2 eliminations in this game. They have the bottom right of the circle all to themselves so far. Let's see where this next zone goes. If it does go and head on over to them, they could be in a good position to win this one.
NS भी climb कर रही boys.
Big opportunity. I mean, it is TT
Top
Project
5 के लिए.
who can decide a lot of the pace depending on where they put pressure in this circle. They are playing now with great positioning, a great position rather in this zone. They have flexibility to try and third party basically any engagement that comes through, which makes it so dangerous for all of these teams.
Nice रे nice. निकली ओपनिंग निकली. ये वाले भी है बट. ओपनिंग तो निकली है बट ये वाले भी है. अबे यार इनको धप्पा ना करते भाई. वो अकेले घुस गया. पावर डबलिंग पे आए हैं. नाइस रे. नाइस मार देगा. नाइस वन रे. बहुत बढ़िया भी है. एक किल चोरी हो गया बट ठीक है. थर्ड पार्टी आना बनता ही था. 2v3 वो निकाल दोगे. एक खींच दे मान्या. एक खींच दे. खींच दे. एक खींचना है भाई फिर 2v2 रहेगा.
This is what I like to see though. If you're going to make a crazy push like that, you got to do it full send, full attack, and do not waste time. They were able to take out TT Project pretty quick. That's why we still see at least 2 players.
अभी गाइस फ्लो पकड़ लिया ना फिर 2-2 टीम मारने को लगेगी भाई. नाइस रे. फिनिश कर. बहुत बढ़िया मान्या. बढ़िया.
2v2 now between E-Arena and Godlike.
एडमिन ने नीचे वाला शैक ले लिया क्या जाके. ये हिल पे भी है.
Nongshan Red Force are taking shots from across the way, from across that
शैक
road
अभी
on the
भी
northeast side.
शैक क्या है वो.
Hunkered down. They're happy to be out of it at the moment because it looks pretty chaotic on that south edge.
This is getting wild.
अच्छा डीप में ही है एडमिन अभी.
Young Galacticos are starting to push into this circle. The fight has calmed down though, so they don't have that easy opportunity to go for a third party. But hey, little by little, just try to get some more information. And you can see Say Cloud, he's got his eyes on Mormon right there. Got that nade in hand. That's going to be a long toss here, but he's going to, yeah. Once you saw him in that buggy, he's like, I think I need to save this.
Regroup हो गए लौंडे. फाइट का वेट कर रहे वो. इधर कोई आए तो उनको मारेंगे. भागने का अभी देख नहीं रहे वो लोग.
Knew that a nade was probably being pulled, then was the time to go. Rotating around, opening a lot of angles over towards the northeast. Potential for Nongshan Red Force to crack a couple shots, break a tire, could be bad, but safe for now. Godlike could be going.
भाई मत आना इधर प्लीज. कहाँ और चल जाओ IG वालों.
Amanya has a little bit of trouble. Joker spots him and it's a flush.
वो तो होने थे बे. आपस 2 टीम के बीच में पिसना था ही. इन दोनों की फाइट आ जाए और एडमिनो को भाई मौका मिल जाए यहाँ से. निकाल देगा भी एडमिनो.
huge match from the side of God.
लेफ्ट जाओ, हाँ लेफ्ट ही पुश करो भाई, बढ़िया कर रहा हूँ। चल 6 पोजीशन तो आ गई अपनी 2 पॉइंट। लेफ्ट ही पुश करेंगे लोगों को।
They're still outside the circle though. They need to find their spot on the way in. Let's see if they can get there.
And now Nongshim Red Force are starting to move around. Yangon Galacticos have fully committed to this angle, and if they can get rid of the stragglers, maybe it's going to work out for them here. But Nongshim Red Force in the meantime have established a chokehold on the rest of the circle.
Yeah, Smile forced to jump out of his vehicle. That's Mormon gone. That is now the top.
एडमिनो को भी क्लियर करेंगे भाई ये लोग राइट साइड जाके, पता तो होगा।
Huge opportunity for teams in that mid pack to try and catch up to them.
एडमिनो को सर्वाइविंग तो देखना चाहिए, बट 1-2 किल मिल रहे तो ले लेना चाहिए। वैसे भी 1-2 पॉइंट ही मिलेंगे अब।
Our previous game winners, Nongshim Red Force, they
are
now controlling this circle.
I love it.
Option
I mean,
नहीं, option नहीं
उसका high ground position out across the way, controls the low ground between them. Unfortunately, he's going to have to move here as is TZ on that off angle, and they have to set forward.
Option था नहीं, वे NT फोर्थ पे मरे हैं, फिफ्थ पे मरे कि फोर्थ पे, फिफ्थ पे मरे सॉरी। 11 किल और 5 14 पॉइंट आए टोटल।
Jukes, that's all but 4 of their points right now.
Monster game for them and a huge bounce back. Let's see what Young Galacticos.
अच्छा है, भी कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ गया ना अभी।
That player, they can have some real estate to control. We still got a few big teams here. We got 3 full 4-man squads and a solo on the side of Ida in this match.
पावर भाई भूत ही बनाता है पावर।
See where this is going to go. One
शॉटगन
last
लेके सीधा घुस ही गया पागलों की तरह।
and then we're going to
उधर भी भाई टीटी प्रोजेक्ट वाले टीम के साथ भी अकेले ही घुस गया भाई पूरा, पागल हो गए। रुकता नहीं है भाई। एनएस वाले स्मार्टली खेल लिया, जोन का कंट्रोल लिया और वही है। टॉप 5 के राउंड है लोग।
Right? What an absolute monster. This guy is only 18 years old and he is one of the best PUBG mobile players in the world. One of Max's favorites, that's for sure. And let's see what he
अभी तुम लोग को ही मजा आया होगा कि भाई हाँ कुछ इसमें था, ट्राई तो था, तुम लोग खुद बोलोगे
monsters in this lobby still here. You got our previous champs, Young Galacticos. You got Tianba.
भाई इन लोगों पे 2-2 भाई होवरबोर्ड है भाई।
But it was Youngship Red Force at the last second to smash and take that tournament away from them. So let's see who's just going to win this one. Rita. Oh yeah, and there's Rita.
भाई क्या किस्मत है भाई की।
Saying please guys, leave me alone.
अरे
Don't want to be Rita all by himself.
Don't want to be
right
in that
now.
shack. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
right
it's pretty nasty.
भाई तो भगवान भरोसे बैठा है।
You're right. I mean, you're right.
अबे इसको मारे नहीं तो ये तो बीटी दे देगा।
One of the most
ये लोग क्लियर कर ही नहीं रहे।
we saw from him. He's looking to try and build that resume, that CV to become that veteran standard player, and he's well on his way.
Rita?
Moving up towards Rita. He's got a nade to bobble out. Looks good, but only takes half the HP. In the meantime, Tiamba getting descended upon by Yangon Galacticos off in the distance. XZY will look to try and challenge and doesn't quite get the full gut shot there as Rita getting chipped away, and they will find him down. It's the P9 to do it, of course.
भाई NS पे पानी वाली गाड़ी तो होपलेस हो जाते हैं भाई इसको देख के।
How about some nades though, as that is going to be the big bell
यही स्पिरिट
to
चाहिए
get this
प्लस
fight
1।
started. Smile getting knocked there is going to be brutal. Yeah, and Tiamba are going to probably throw all the utility they have to try and take him out.
This is so well orchestrated by Nongshim Red Force throughout all of this. They have taken so much ground. They've stopped movements. Tianba being reserved in their compound. Now looking to try and break out. Yangon Galacticos, they are now trapped in the middle of Nongshim Red Force, out of the blue zone. They are going to get pushed by it, and I don't think it's going to go well for them, Jukes.
I think it's a back-to-back chicken dinner from Nongshim Red Force. They have so much control, and these two teams are fighting each other. Like
NS ले जाएगी चिकन आराम से। NS का चिकन है भाई।
The blue zone's on their side. It's how many eliminations can Nongshim Red Force get?
Yangon Galacticos trying their best to stay alive, but they're 2 players now. Tiamba do still have a chance here, but
इन लोग को बस स्किल ठापने बैठे-बैठे NS वालों को और कुछ नहीं करना। घुमा दे भाई पानी वाली गाड़ी।
TZ's just making it so hard, and they are really going to find it difficult to get out of this divot. Has the hovercraft as well. The fade away with the nade, finds another knock, and now Yangon playing as one. Say Cloud spotted out, but has to back off the volley of fire. Gonna leave the hovercraft on about a quarter
बढ़िया
inch.
बढ़िया हाइट पे
Ian
रोक.
is draining quite quickly, but now he's got a huge amount of ridgeline cover.
एक अच्छा नीड.
Romeo gets flushed away.
Man, that just it's like such a crucial wall. Oh, and those nades are disgusting. Dizzy putting that cover right where it needed to be, and having this hovercraft right towards the end is even better for the side of Nongshim. Is the final circle here, folks. This zone's gonna go down to nothing. Nongshim Red Force have the dead center spot, and Hyunbin gets a Molotov onto the side of Tianfa. These guys are completely trapped.
Yeah, Yangon Galacticos finally going down. Tianfa starting to bleed on the low ground too. They are having a real tough time of it. And this high ground angle.
भाई पानी वाली गाड़ी यूज कर लो, घुमा दो.
So commanding in these off angles over the course of these last circles, and is looking to open another can of Warpass.
Woo, and that's exactly what's happening, because you got another can of Hyunbin down south with that.
हो गया भैया, नाइस रे.
It's a back-to-back chicken dinner on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
That is how you masterfully
8 किल का चिकन निकाला है क्या ना? Let me see. 4 और 4 8 ही है ना? हाँ.
Nongshim backstage with one of the fans out there that was just.
बढ़िया बढ़िया. अच्छा है मिरामार से पहले फ्लो पकड़ लिया, अब ओरा का सर्वाइवल नहीं हो रहा मिरामार में. देखते देखते लेट्स सी कैसा क्या रहता है गेम में, पता चलेगा. हाँ लेट्स गो बे. बढ़िया कर रहे लोंडे.
into a fight instead of maybe even allowing other teams in the area to hold that bridge for them so that they could establish more of that ground.
कई बार ये वाली फाइट देखनी है यार, किसी को दिखाई नहीं ना. कुछ पहले जाके इस वाले में थोड़ा सा एक नॉक तो निकल गया था. ये 3 इधर थे. सोम में एडमिनो मारने पावर अकेला घुसा. थोड़ा सा रिस्की था वो. इस टाइम थोड़ा सा स्प्लिट में थे अपन, हल्का सा बोल दो. सब गाड़ी पे थे, बस डिस्टेंस कम था. वरना ट्रेड है ना तुरंत आता. ये डबलिंग वबलिंग वाले सब मर जाते हैं. देखो इधर पावर को पकड़ ले, वो पावर 1 HP था, इसने 1 गोली मारी है और कुछ नहीं. मारने बैकअप दे नहीं पाए. एडमिनो आया, फिर चलो क्रॉस फायर में मार ही दिया. थोड़ा सी जल्दबाजी हो गई है. थोड़ी सी जल्दबाजी हो गई थी गाइस, थोड़ी सी. बाकी कुछ नहीं है. पंक भाई अपना वॉइस थोड़े से कम कर दो प्लीज. अपने वॉइस तो कम ही कर रखी है भाई, मैं बोल भी नहीं रहा हूँ मैचेस के टाइम में. टिप्स फॉर हाउ टू फाइंडिंग एन और आई एम ऑल्सो फ्रॉम राजस्थान. भाई और ढूंढना तो भाई मतलब यार तुम्हारा नोन होने चाहिए कम्युनिटी में. सिंपल है, डिसिप्लिन होने चाहिए. और वही है यार, तुमने कुछ उखाड़ा तभी और तुम्हें अप्रोच करेगी. ऐसे तो हर किसी को तो नहीं करने वाली. देखो सिंपल आप बताऊँगा, कुछ ना कुछ प्रूव करना पड़ेगा. फ्यूचर टूर्नामेंट में भी कुछ प्रूव करोगे तभी और अप्रोच करती है, ऐसे नहीं करती है. क्या क्या हूँ?
नारियल पानी
तो पिया करो.
पिला रहा उन्हें.
अरे यार ऐसे पापा आके सिस्टम हैंग कर देते हैं.
ठीक है मैं इधर जाऊँ नीचे कोई भी नहीं.
कहाँ गए वो लोग?
को मिल जाएगी ना कल परसों.
हाँ
तो चप्पल कोई छोटे मोटे सामान के सब गई वो.
भैया
गेहूँ पिसाने के लिए अभी भी निकला ही है. जस्ट मैं ऊपर आया हूँ, वो बाहर गया है. वो आया बाद में आऊँगा ऊपर.
ठीक है. ये क्या लिखा है भाई? पंकज भैया. आप भाई पंकज मेरे बड़े भाई का नाम है भाई, जो मुझसे 4 साल बड़े हैं. बाय द वे थैंक यू फॉर 100 कृष्ण भाई. पंकज भैया आप शर्ट क्यों दिख रहे हो? अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है आपको देखकर. लव यू पंकज भैया, कमबैक जरूर करना. पंकज भाई सेट बैठना से काम सेट बैठने से काम नहीं है। आपने भाई जो भी बोला है मैं समझ चुका हूँ, टेंशन ना लो, होगा कमबैक होगा, आज नहीं तो कल जरूर होगा, तब तक हार नहीं मानेंगे, टेंशन ना लो तुम। दिव्यांश भाई थैंक यू फॉर 40, लव यू भाई, लव यू टू यार। पंग यार बता दे यार, कड़े से हूँ चिड़ाव में भाई, इधर से हूँ यार चिड़ाव में, कड़े से क्या हो यार, चौधरी कॉलोनी यार। डिवाइन गेमिंग अवेलेबल है, हमारे को कांटेक्ट करो। मतलब पंग भाई क्या लगता है, गोडल सीधे फाइनल जा रही है सर्वाइवल स्टेज? मैं यार जज तो करने वाला हूँ नहीं, बस वही है, फ्लो मिल गया है अच्छे से, बस हर मैच में कोऑर्डिनेट करके और जैसे अभी पेला है वैसे ही पेलते रहे तो हो जाएंगे क्वालिफाई। भाई मेरी आवाज़ आ रही कि नहीं आ रही है? चैट बताओ। अभी आएगी देखो ना, अभी आवाज़ कैसा भी आ जाएगी। झुकता क्यों नहीं भाई? सारी आवाज़ आ जाएगी, अब देखो भर भर के। हेलो हेलो, थोड़ा सा कम कर दो, सही बात है ना भाई। बोलता ही नहीं भाई, मैं चुपचाप हो जाता हूँ। और बताऊँ थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा आ रही है, देखा पलटू, आवाज़ ज़्यादा आ रही है तो लो कम कर देते हैं। अब कम आएगी, लो भाई। इस पॉइंट टेबल में क्या चल रहा है बताना ज़रा। सिक्स्थ पे आ गई गोड लाइक, नहीं सिक्स्थ पे थोड़ी, एट्थ पे है। ओह माय बैड। 22 25 40 भाई, लेकिन अभी भी पॉइंट चाहिए भाई गाइस, अभी भी पॉइंट चाहिए भाई गोड लाइक को। दो टीम के ऑलमोस्ट 60 पॉइंट हो चुके हैं भाई, और कल तो और बढ़ जाएगा कट ऑफ ऐसे। और चौथी टीम तक के 40 पॉइंट्स है, मतलब एवरेज मेंटेन कर रखा है। पांचवी टीम के सिर्फ 25 पॉइंट है। फिर वही है कि यार पांचवी टीम से ज़्यादा पॉइंट निकालने पड़ेंगे, क्योंकि एंड तक रहोगे एकदम 5th 6th के राउंड तो लक वाला गेम हो जाएगा कि जोन बन गया तो निकाल दिया, नहीं बना तो जीजी। चाहिए अभी पॉइंट चाहिए। 22 से 25 पॉइंट के साथ A7 है, और फिर फोर्थ वाले का सीधा 38 पॉइंट। भाई NS ने भी क्या कमबैक दिया ना वो, लेकिन 16 से आया भाई, 16 से सीधा फोर्थ पे। नाइस रे।
That's a back-to-back chicken dinner, as we already said. Loving it from South Korea. I'm getting those G+5s right now. I'm getting non-full 2.0 vibes. Loving what we're seeing so far. Really happy. But going on to the second slot here, Godlike interesting to see, right, Seven? No hot drop, how it can do for you in these games.
Exactly. Don't worry. We'll get a chance to talk about Godlike a little bit more. Tiamba. How about Tiamba? Tiamba with that great performance as well, putting up those numbers. Tiamba really hasn't been putting up much. And also another team that I wanted to touch base on, Lace, is none other than Yangon Galacticos now having back-to-back good performances.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 in the last 2 games, but not too much to show for it. Then coming into this match, and as the PMWC Championships, they have finally picked up the phone to their goddamn wake-up call, because I could not understand why this team had to take this long to get to this point. Now, we're obviously in this final zone. They didn't have the cover to sort of protect themselves from it. They had to just bide their time to make sure that they can get those placement points. But I mean, it moves them from 15 to 6.
Yeah, it does end up moving them from 15 to 6 because of the sponge points. Something that we ended up seeing there is in the top 5, there was none of the top 3 teams, so allow other teams. And you were talking about Godlike. Guess what, Godlike? This is what happens when you don't hot drop. This is exactly what I've been talking about. And we can look at the stats here as S-Power was able to get those 4 eliminations.
Oh, finally, just give it up. It's just not worth the hot drop. They're really happy behind us, though. They're not hot dropping. They're really hype about it. But no, good to see when you don't hot drop. Look at that, 4 eliminations, 3, 2, 2. Especially Some. What a save earlier.
Yes.
He got the entire team reset. This team is looking great so far.
Man, I just want to talk about Manya's decision to make the largest rotate over to the eastern, well, not from the eastern side, the western side's bridge. They were able to scout. There were 3 teams on that east bridge. They made their way around to the western side. They obviously moved their rotation into there. They were able to obviously protect their 4 eliminations early on, but my God, they actually then took notice of IDA's split hold, took them down, and quickly advanced and moved their rotation in. And then Alpha 7 came out of nowhere. Oh, we're going to third party this here. No, Godlike read that like a book, were able to defend them off. And look, usually, you know, we're going to say, you know, there's a couple of like clutch mentalities, but we're handing that over. We're handing that over to Manya because that was an absolutely insane performance to be able to defend through certain teams after that entire long rotate.
It's the next one. It's
it wasn't you.
I dodged it. I was so quick.
I can't throw him at Max anymore.
It's my turn. It's my day today.
I got in trouble, but my God, what a performance!
No, it was really good.
I kind of need those.
You can't damage me.
We were kind of talking about, right, how you were like, look, Godlike's a really aggressive team. Don't be so aggressive. And the thing is that actually unnecessarily, right? This was very necessary because once they stopped hot dropping, they took out Hora, A7, and with a little help from Yangon, EA as well. E-Arena, the top team. Well, second place team now, but you can see that this is a team that actually can go up against the big names in this lobby as long as you don't hot drop. Don't do it.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Unnecessary aggressiveness from Godlike. You don't need to just wait for the right time. We know you have the fragging power. Snacks is currently watching. He's like, yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. But you know what else we're watching? Wolves Baton with the headshot the Pan Max.
That's so you love to see that. Sorry, I can only laugh at the plays like that. Come on. The Pan is the deadliest bullet. Look, it hit me. You got me.
Why is this a boomerang?
Okay, if only we could have a real Pan.
So actually, you know what? Sorry, I gotta be that guy. Actually,
according to my calculations,
we're talking about no.
WATCHPARTY
like John Allen. Anyway, no.
Thank you.
Looking at these drops going into Miramar, which is going to be the next coming map, right? We do see Godlike actually normally going in La Cobreria. I did do an interview with them just yesterday.
Voice लो भाई कभी तुम ही बोलते बढ़ाओ कभी बोलते घटाओ अब मैं क्या करूं?
From Hora, but that's not all, because apparently what I've seen in the announced drops, Tiamba and also Hustler Crew could also send it over there. Tiamba, I think they're going to put their ego aside, go for maybe water treatment. I wouldn't be surprised. But Hustler Crew,
बैन करो स्पैम वाले को अब हमारे मोड या थोड़ा सही बोले यहाँ से चिकन आ जाए माहौल हो जाएगा कल का माहौल हो जाएगा कर लेंगे रोंडे 2 मिनट बाकी वही सभी है लेट्स सी भाई लेकिन ये और वीआईटी भाई क्या खेल रही है भाई
eliminations.
तो क्या
Average
बोलूं,
is
बस VIT सही
absolutely
है.
insane.
But
And
क्या
that's
खेल
why,
रहे भाई इन
ladies,
लोग
they're
का
truly
domination
sitting
देख
at
रहे
the
तुम.
top with those 59 points.
Yo, I heard Hot Jukes
है
before
भाई.
saying like, oh, you know,
चार
it's not the
मैच
best
में
game
भाई
from them, but you know, blah blah.
42 elimination
But can I
38.
just take you through a story, Rizak? With the drive-by giggle, this team is having so much fun in this game, which is absolutely
commentators
insane. And
Indian
after,
team
you know, a cost of
मेरा
their
वैस
fight,
नहीं है.
a bad
भाई
zone
परफॉर्म
pull,
करेंगे,
the duo and the firepower of
एग्रेशन
Razy and
दिखाएंगे,
Axel is
तारीफ
just
तो
another
करते ही
level.
है
They were
भाई.
actually
ऐसा
able
थोड़ी
to
है.
obtain another 5
अच्छा नहीं खेलते तो फिर
eliminations
नहीं
as a
करते,
duo,
सिंपल
which
बात
is
है.
more than any other squad did
अच्छा
early on in that
करेंगे,
match.
खेलेंगे, सब
Bottom
करेंगे
three
भाई.
teams. You
सिंपल
got
बात है.
721 GSE Sports, Wolves Esports.
बोलने वाले बोलते हैं यार, देखो हर जगह ही है.
Hustler crew. Talking
अपना
about
काम
those
है
drops,
performance
talking
drop
about them
देना.
actually wanting to spoil, right, maybe sabotage a little bit. Neptura, with them being at the bottom, I mean, they're just going to continue on sabotaging their own style.
I really hope they don't do that. They need to actually try and find some points more organically than just hot dropping. However, I don't feel like we're really going to see that today. I think
Start करो भाई फटाफट सी.
Miramar to see if they can actually make it work.
भाई पंक तुम्हारा वो ऐसा लगता है कि रो रहे हो, खुश रहो बे.
Well, yeah, hopefully they're not going to be.
अबे यार मैं इतना बातचीत में गाइस इतना एक्सपर्ट हूँ नहीं, तुम लोग को पता ही होगा, जो भी अपने पुराने व्यूअर्स हैं.
Naruto, you see that? Let's go to stage. Anytime now.
Right now, in fact,
आपके पास तेज है स्टीम की, सही है.
amazing win.
अरे तो अभी एक बार होने दो भाई, गेम वगैरह स्टार्ट आराम से होने दो. गेम स्टार्ट, चुपचाप हो जाऊंगा भाई, ठीक है यार, गलती हो गई भाई.
The Indonesian crowd can't be happier for this team so far. They're going to be very.
कुछ बोलूंगा ही नहीं भाई, ठीक है मैं.
Even in that last match, yes, they come 13th. However, of the 8 eliminations they got, they took out everyone else and then went out by another team. So these guys are on a great time. Consistency's through the roof, like you say. It's also awesome because it feels like a spiritual successor right now. You've got Razak and Razy, like Zuxi and Luxi the past. You've got Axel's doing incredible work on his own, kind of like the Ryzen of the past as well. It's like we're bringing it all back here, and this is the future of Indonesia.
ठीक है भाई, अब कुछ बोलूंगा ही नहीं, चुपचाप बैठा हूँ मैं.
Oh, Luxi is here. Yeah, Luxi is here. I saw him the other day. He's a good lad, yeah. He's a lot more mature than he used to be as well. But yeah, it's always good talking to Luxi. He's a really, really cool guy.
No, definitely. I think that also Vitality not only is able to bring the gun power, but also the positional awareness as well, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to that beach situation in Aaron Kell and having to sort of weave your way behind the strong Alpha 7 position in a lot of that, they understand where they need to go and when they need to go, because sometimes you could be in positions too early, but Vitality was there when they needed to be, even though the circle eventually goes against them.
Well, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think maturity is a great way to describe them at the moment. The way that they are just regrouping on one another during these games is fantastic. It's really, really good stuff. I've been very much enjoying it.
All right, well, thank you very much, Blanket. It's time to head on over to the commentators once again here for another game at PMWC.
Absolutely, we are ready to get stuck in. Thank you very much for the Blank Jutsu breakdown there. It was a real treat to hear about the maturity, the development, the further progression of all of our teams. Because it is get a little bit dicey for a couple, but back-to-back chicken dinner is going to be pretty soothing for the nerves on Nongshan Red Force. Feeling pretty chill. You know what I'm slightly worried about though, is E-Arena.
Okay,
Where they been at since that chicken dinner at the start of the day?
That's a good point. I mean, they've been putting up some decent points, right? But considering that they had 39 in one game, they set that pace like we would not possibly believe. But you know what? That's it for Rondo. That's it for Airgale. It's time to get into the desert of Miramar. We heard it there on the desk earlier. We could possibly actually see some hot drop action here. That is going to make things mighty interesting. As we look at the leaderboards, Vitality on top, 59 points. 6th place cutoff right now.
Hot drop तो नहीं हो रहा, लाख ऑफ दूर है. Let's see secondary क्या है.
That is a 37-point difference. 37 points from 1st and 6th. That's almost as many points.
अगर दोनों टीम एल्पोजो जाएगी, एल्पोजो पर लाख ऑफ जाएगी तो एल्पोजो की बैक साइड उतरना पड़ेगा. गोल्ड लाइक उतर गई.
That's a big one.
Yeah, definitely. I would.
Low स्लियो नहीं क्या? साउथ लो से गोल्ड लाइक का ड्रॉप.
Like we say back home, a biggin.
We say that too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a real big.
You know what? It's international.
Yes, it's pan-Atlantic. That's what we're doing.
Unit of measure. Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
absolutely.
Well, you know what else is larger to charge? This plane path. It's all the way down on the south side. That's not going to be too comfortable for a lot of these squads here. We'll see where the zone decides to go. This circle's been chaotic all day long today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it go all the way over to the water.
Partona, let's go.
Partona.
We're going for a prison circle. That's what we're going to see. 3, 2, 1. That's, you know what?
Elbozo वाली टीम और होरा की फाइट होगी.
Stick around if it's not a crazy circle.
Elbozo, the tried and true. You know what, though? I think it's about time we get a little bit of a break here. I'm looking at the drops. Actually, we're going to see over there in Valle del Mar a little action there on the south side. Looks like ETSH might be in a little bit of hot drop situation. All the players going up north, hunting down some vehicles. We could see some shots out of some cars.
Yeah, Etch and Yangon Galacticos going to be going toe-to-toe a little bit on a hot drop there, but they have taken either end of the settlement.
सबकी feeling respect करते हैं, लेकिन जो जहाँ है भी सही है यार.
For the vehicle drops either. They do have, I believe, one vehicle on the backline, so
already जो जहाँ पर है बढ़िया है, सबको
grab a
motivate
vehicle
करो
and
भाई.
send away, but looks like they want to stick around and maybe try and vie for the spot instead. Godlike alone in Los Leones, and we are going to be seeing that western side start to pack in, I'm sure, as teams make their way out that way and try and make themselves look as good as possible. If you want to look as good as possible, you need to be heading over to that Uzumaki Naruto event, grabbing those fresh-looking skins. Look at the firepower on that skin.
Woo, that Nine Tails Fury right there, and it is insane. Those guys that have played the event, man, let us know in the chat if you're able to take down the Nine Tails, because that man does not mess around. I mean, one of the most difficult bosses I have fought in the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, you need to be hitting those weak points and making sure you're breaking through that armor resistance, and then making the most of the time where it's down on the ground. Either way, that sort of scale of monster isn't going to be played in esports. The only thing that comes close is maybe E-Arena's first game on Rondo. That kind of felt like a similar sort of kaiju level threat in this game, but so far that hasn't been repeated, and we're going to be a little bit more sensible.
They definitely, channeled his chakra, that's for sure, in the first match. But, just like in Naruto, it fades away. You know what I'm saying? So
does it fade away?
I think it lingered a little bit because they still have a whole points here, but Vitality somehow we're able to pass them up, which is just crazy to me. But the one difference that we have from Group A versus Group B is there are some serious points bunches here, right? It was pretty close for the most part when it came to Group A, where we felt like any team could make it in the top 5. The thing is, though, with these next 2 matches to go, if we continue to see, Nongshim, Aura, EA, Vitality, even if Alpha 7 get a win here, it's going to be pretty difficult for these teams to try to make it straight to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, to be fair, 5th place being 25 points, like that's one kind of good game, right? From a team all the way down towards the, well, I say kind of very good game, a 15 elim chicken dinner. That's doable, right?
Sure,
that is a very reasonable thing for a team to be able to achieve. So literally anyone at this point could just jump straight into the top 5 if they've got that firepower behind them, they get a position.
And by top 5, you mean just 5th place.
Oh, wait, yeah. 5th place is top 5. I checked.
That is true. I mean, that's what's so crazy, though, considering that, I mean, 38 to 25 from 4th and 5th is wild. So, yeah, I mean, we still have that 5th place spot that's looking good.
Mostly team on a prime spot
if you continue to give breathing room to those top 4, then that only leaves 1 slot available tomorrow. And
would like a late rotation.
And there's some serious names below that top 5. You got our previous champs, Galacticos, right there at 6th. Our PMGC champs barely holding on right now in 5th. And Tiango, a monster squad right below them. So, man, it's going to be pretty wild to see how things ring out here. You can see the coach corner.
कुछ खास लीड भी नहीं है भाई टीम में बस वो जाके बैठ रहे फटाफट से सेंटर में
you know what I'm saying? Like, let's get
it's
just serious business from these coaches.
Hey, look, they've got to be digesting all of that information as fast as possible, because you don't have a long time to convey it to the team, right? So you need to be looking at those early stages. I think they'll be focused in now much more than maybe in about 5 minutes. Then they'll come back into it a little bit later in the game. But these early game negotiations with the lobby, are going to be pretty important. So I think, you know, fair enough that they're locked in. It's almost like they're trying to take this seriously, Duke.
You know,
which, you know,
now that I think about
kind
it,
of cringe, actually.
Kind of wild. I mean, now that I think about it, like
zone के हिसाब से best position, भाई zone के हिसाब से best position. देखो वो depend भी करता है कि तुम पे zone अगला बने कि ना बने. बस वो ये zone में position ऐसी select करो कि उनके साथ shift हो तो वहाँ से अगले एक दो zone बना सको मार के कैसे ऐसी position.
And he's out of
select करनी चाहिए.
Real high jumps on that guy, you know.
Yeah.
That's powerful. That back legs there. We'll need to consult Neptura to see if that's a reasonable amount of height for a horse to jump, you know.
She is our equestrian expert on the panel.
Very much so.
Take a look at Alpha 7 though. Alpha 7 love El Pozo. This is their drop spot. They know this whole city like the back of their hand. So for them to be able to make it up here nice and safe and sound is going to be a great sign for our PMGC champions here. As far as teams that are not in this zone just yet, we got Nongshim Red Force, who just won 2 chicken dinners. They're all the way down south in Minas. You have Vitality in Los Leones, S2G, and Hustler Crew still trying to get into the circle.
Yeah, up on the north side. Hustler Crew and S2G going to have to try and negotiate around water treatment. La Cobraria as well, potentially. Going through the Crater Fields area is going to be very, very difficult with where Horror sits. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Hustler Crew try and swing wide out over the north, past La Cobraria, past the west side of Crater Fields, and try and find a way in that way. Either that or get much closer to San Martin, but I just don't think that you can move freely on the north side of this circle by going straight past Crater Fields. I just don't think it's going to work out well.
Accident में वगैरह दे दिया.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to find themselves the best spot possible. But oh, looks like we do have a fight. And it's going to be Slownik battling it out with TT Project. Going to go for a little 1v2 action here. Pulls a pin, fakes it, jump shots. Oh, he's got to watch out for that S12K. Yeah, back it on up. Now getting hit by that. He's going to have to find some cheeky angles here. Oh, the jump shot ends up catching it. But here come the rest of the Wolves. Are they going to be able to save their teammate? Looks like they might have just done so and just in time.
And now in comes back to hold the angle, get the flush as well. Slonic is very, very low though, Jukes. They do need to get it picked back up right now if they want to try and make this one work. Neos is still on the top floor. Slonic is bleeding. He's bleeding out, and down he goes. And down goes Neos. He's dropping down for the fight, but it's not going to go well. Necessary does what is needed. And FPS steps forwards to try and challenge it yet again, but he's the last to stand for TT Project. This is going to be the Wolves all day. TT Project, take a tumble.
Oh man, and what a play for the Wolves here. Our NA representatives getting that fight done, and they are in elimination range. They are all the way at the bottom 3 here, so with that fight, it does push them up a little bit. Hopefully to try to at least make the survival stage and extend their tournament life just a little bit longer. But it looks like we may just have a true El Pozo circle here. As now we're going to look at Vitality getting some shots downrange as well.
Getting stuck in as and needed. Ooh, 2 of them are down though, and it's up to Federales and Axel to try and hold off against ETSH. Against Etch, that's a good start. Leveling the playing field now on the numbers. Fajita being as isolated from the rest of the players as he is going to make it a little bit easier to get these reses, but Razak may just be a bit of a goner here, Jukes. He is very far afield. Axel launching the nades, a volley sent from the back lines as well as Federales has one looping over the top. Razy likely going to get picked back up, but I think, yeah, that's that flush down. That's that nade. As it comes on in, Fajita not stop it off to go for the flush. Instead, wants to bolster the position for Dash.
Fajita is sizzling right now. He's going to have to make a play all by himself because these nades are really starting to hurt. Federalis is just on point with them. There's another air burst, and that picked him off a little bit. He does get the heal off, but that nade's gonna hurt a whole lot, and that is ETSH out of there. Vitality. And these guys are just getting eliminations like crazy in the early game.
Hitting those nades like 5 big booms for Vitality. They are doing bits over on the south side, but they do need to get a move on. No one really too close enough to cause any worry for them in terms of third parties, because they are outside the circle. They're going to have to push up north, past Monte Nuevo, and try and find where they can slot on in. In the meantime, I'm taking a look at the rest of this lobby, and Hustler Crew did in fact go for that wide north rotate. S2G didn't. They sent in and they're now south of Crater Fields and have kept all 4 of their players alive. So I didn't expect them to be able to do something like that with Horror taking up that high ground, but seems like they made it work. E-Arena going to follow on that north side behind Hustler Crew and go past the Cooperaria. So potential for the northwest side of El Pozo to get pretty crammed in.
Yeah, and you can see E-Arena just creeping into that top of that circle here. Alpha 7 dead center of this zone. You got Tianba there down south, and we're going to see some crates start to fly in this Miramar match. So not because of the playing path, we didn't see any crazy hot drops. The zone does center on up, so that early rotation from Alpha 7 really paying off here. So take a look at the top players so far. Axel on top, and then no surprise, 2 players from E-Arena followed him.
I mean, yeah, it's still just got to be these 2 teams on these top player cards. It was kind of nutty with the amount that E-Arena were able to do in that first game, and the amount that since then Vitality have been able to rack on up. It's been pretty beautiful stuff. Godlike on the east side losing a player there as we hop back over to the map. Vitality still making their way in from that south side. Those fields that are overlooked by Ida's position now gonna make it pretty tricky. Okay. Oh, I kind of like this approach. Hops out with the parachute. Jumps on top of the mesa. Okay. Looking pretty stylish with the stunts there.
That's how you get it done. The question is how is he going to get down?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
That's the problem. So we got STG, and they said, you know what? We don't have to worry about getting down. We're getting into this building here. And now they're looking for some angles onto Alpha 7. So this fight starting to ring out, which is a little bit wild. I mean, they are in center of zone. It would pay off for these teams to kind of just hold their position and then wait to fight until the end. But with Guizhou kind of out of position here, it is going to make things a little bit spicy.
Yeah, with Dopeness sort of cutting through the middle of that position, it's going to make things hard. STG going to start to get angles on it too once they figure out how to park a car in their little garage there. And there's that nade. That's what you're worried about. That's exactly what you're talking about. And Guizhou goes down. Alpha 7 allowed too many noisy neighbors. They didn't put in the complaints early enough, and now they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do anything about it, like you mentioned. I'm looking at Revo here, trying to do something, though. He's looking at those 3 peaks, just trying to get a little bit more intel. I won't be surprised if we don't even see a fight here happen at all. I mean, this is still dead central zone. I think right now it's just about getting information, just making sure no team just randomly pushes up into them. Now, the fights that could definitely ring on out are there on the south side. You got Vitality, Tianba, Wolves, mighty close to each other. But meanwhile, in El Pozo, we're going to see just a lot of teams just taking little pop shots, trying to knock down a little bit of armor.
I like what Ida are doing on the eastern side of this circle, right? They have that super duper high ground that you know overlooks those El Pozo fields. They're going to have a lot of angles to try and make that one work. And I like what Rita has done here. Move down. They know that they're not under threat from their east side anymore, which means that they can, well, almost certainly not under threat from their east side, not technically guaranteed, but certainly a little bit assuaged. But moving Rita out, I really like that. Gives them a foothold to move down because they're very likely going to have to leave this high ground.
Yeah.
So they can start to scout out the angles that they can crash towards in those fields out on the east side. So hopefully we're going to see a Turkish team have a good game here.
Yeah, the zone definitely goes to them. Oh, and it kind of does. Wow. I mean, it still have some of that play in for them. So this could be a huge opportunity for them to get some points. If that next circle definitely hardships onto the east side, they're going to get a crazy chance. That open field is disgusting. Like if you just try to take one of those little hay bale areas, you're committing to that for the rest of the game. But now we're going to see Vitality, Team Vitality getting into it with Tianba. This is a huge fight.
I mean, Tianba not really getting into it at all, actually, sending straight across the open field. Okay, Vitality and Ida both actually vying for the warehouses on the south side of the field. Ida committing there. Tianba trying to get across out in the open, losing another player. And now, I mean, Ida crunching in Vitality. It might just be working out beautifully for them. It's going to send Vitality away, deny them access to the eastern portions of this circle.
see on the west side. We're looking at
चलो हो रहा भी ऊपर से खेल रही है ये स्लैम तो नहीं आना चाहिए किसी का
XCY gonna be looking for some more players here. Hyunbin mighty close. He heard that pin get pulled and he said, let me time to back it on up. This is a very difficult area to nade. You have to throw it literally in the perfect position if you want to get it on. And now Tizzy from across the way, putting a little bit of pressure. Gonna go ahead and get his teammate back up. And it definitely looks like this fight's gonna ring out all the way to its bitter end here. Because this zone is not kind to either of these teams. And yeah, E-Arena's just trying to find some room to work with.
Trying to roll on up to the back lines, take that 2 versus 2 fight. And it's going 1-for-1, but they're hitting the drop shots. It is brutal. And Nongshim Red Force serve a lesson straight on up to half of E-Arena, and the other half is nowhere to be seen. Big nade in as well across the way. That flush comes through. We're on stage 4 here, which means the zone is survivable, but you don't want to be staying in there too long. Another nade goes a little bit longer, and Hyunbin wants to load one more into the old arm cannon.
30K trying to make a play here. Putting some shots on the Tizzy while he's in the blue zone.
तो पूरा मारने वाला है ये
You are right, man. We saw E-Arena go crazy in Rondo.
Oh, that would have been so good.
Yeah, since then, things have been a little bit difficult for the Thai squad. Tourniquet's got that nade, though. This could be dangerous if he hits it. Doesn't quite get the mark. And now Nongshim Red Force are getting their whole squad together. This is not good on the side of E-Arena.
Yeah, they didn't manage to win that fight out on the east side. I mean, it was a little bit of a gamble, but probably a necessary one. Unfortunately, this time around, it did not go their way. And Nongshim Red Force are looking pretty stalwart in their hold. So easy. Moving across through those smokes, waits for the nade, darts past it, and they are just moving across. Vitality, in the meantime, though, have moved up, and this is going to make things tricky. Razy wants to unleash, but it's Tizzy who goes down to Federales, and E-Arena are going to strike immediately. Snapping the points.
आंखों के सामने का स्किल चोरी होता है ना वो बुरा लगता है.
All of them go to Vitality.
That's crazy. Somehow wasn't able to steal that elimination. Just looks like he may have just.
ये तो हो जाएंगे भाई जिस हिसाब से खेल रहे हैं ना Vitality वाले. आज में कंफर्म है इनका तो फाइनल.
Getting that knock, though. He's looking to get that confirmation. Oh, he's forced around the open. He's got no coverage. He's shimmying. He's moving back and forth. Jumping down. And Hyunbin is right there to catch him. But Young Galacticos were ready for both these teams.
3 points earned for Nongshim. And that is going to put them up in 4th. Keep them nice and happy, to be fair. They're still quite far ahead of Alpha 7 in that 5th place
position. Fight हो सकती है. कौन सी टीम है
भाई? Probably hoping for
7-1 GS.
All of that fight was exacerbated by the earlier engagement, the earlier descent we saw from Ida from that high ground, pushing Vitality further west. If that hadn't happened, I feel like Nongshim had a fair crack at that.
Yeah, you're right, and it goes so crazy how just the tiniest little movement in the lobby can just destroy your squad, and honestly destroy this whole lobby, because it is Team Vitality that gets 8 more points. 67 total, and we are not done with match number 5.
There's still more to go. If you could believe
there's another game.
There's a whole extra game.
67.
This is. Whoa. Careful with that. Careful with that sort of numbers. But we are going to be heading into match number 6 after this as well. And yeah, it's pretty nasty to have a team like Vitality putting on this sort of a show. With the 8 eliminations they've got so far this match, Ida potentially vulnerable to losing Rita as they chase on in. Meanwhile, over in El Pozo, though, there is a charge through the high street. They say the high street is dead, but it might just be dead to rights. GS, but maybe not. In the meantime, Tiamba, they were cut down to 2 earlier on. There's already a lot of damage done, and Moscow, once more, will not be able to chew, though. That's 7-2-1, I believe, just run straight through as they try and make a mad dash after the open.
QZZ putting up a little bit of a car wall here, and this is where they're going to stay for the rest of the match. It is a great spot. This little dip. We could definitely see those 2 players be very dangerous here towards the end.
Oh, I'm worried. I'm worried about Axel's position right now, because Emre is up on the high ground still.
Axel
should be broadside to him. He's not taking the shots. Maybe he doesn't quite have the angle. I know, Emre.
Vitality तो हो गई
guys. Take the shot certainly.
सीधा top 5 के लिए. वो टकला दिख रहा है मारते भाई.
He spotted a helmet there. He spotted a helmet there. What are we getting a replay of? Crazy. Oh, the links. And
boom! That's what I'm talking about. Love to see some sniper action.
थोड़ा सा अगर जोन उनकी साइड में है ना, हल्का सा ओपन भी रहा उसमें भी, तो भी सर्वाइव कर लेंगे लोग, बट इतना नहीं कर पाएंगे। होरा वाले मारेंगे गोल्ड लेग वाले को अगले जोन में। गाड़ियाँ सेव नहीं हो पाएगी, गाड़ियाँ टूटेगी, तो पहले से खेलना पड़ेगा गोल्ड लेग को।
Now coming back to bite them. They do manage to get the reses, but another knock sent straight their way very, very quickly. They have to cross the road, but where do you go? You've got Alpha 7, Yango Galacticos, Dopeness, all in your way. I don't hold any hope that they're going to be able to make this run, but maybe they'll be able to sneak one player, maybe even two through, but even then, that is a too tall of an order for them, and they fall down. Alpha 7, they are down to 2 players despite starting here and really haven't had the best of luck on this game with only the one elimination. We're going out to the open field.
बट होरा को भी है ना, फिर वही है, ओपन आना पूरा। होरा के पास एक शैक है, वो शैक से पूरा गोल्ड लेग को बीटी देंगे वो।
Ridiculous zones.
बहुत ज़्यादा बीटे देंगे वो एक शैक से। बट उनका भी कोई गेम बनेगा नहीं फिर। देखते हैं बाकी शैक में अगर 2 बंदों को रोकते वो 1 या 2 को, तो थोड़े बहुत पॉइंट चाहिए अभी अपन को। किल्स भी नहीं है निकले अभी तक। वो एरिया पे वैसे भी कोई रोटेशन आया नहीं, तो किल तो निकलने बनते थे ही नहीं, बट अभी एक आध किल चाहिए अपन को इन केस एलिमिनेट होते तो अभी।
Fifth place spot. In the meantime, Tiamba getting rolled up on by
some of
Honor, but it's not going well. QZZ holding his nerve. Beautifully done, but I think, yeah, it's just going to be too much of a brunt to bear. And they will go out of it. Able to do a lot of damage, but it wasn't quite enough in the end. And Honor now looking to piece themselves fully back together. In the meantime, Vitality, 10 eliminations. They're the Southside Commanders.
And we see Razy get another huge shot with the 50 cal. So the snipes are coming out. Team Vitality is just dominating right now.
11 eliminations, up to a 70-point total with another match still to play. Placements have only just started kicking in as well. Jukes, we're on 8 teams remaining. A lot of hangers on here, trying to keep themselves right to the edge of El Pozo, but this is about to go off like, as you like to say, the 4th of July.
Yeah, let's get this party started, baby, as we see the Wolves holding it on.
अपन ने शैक का एक्सेस ले लिया boys, बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया। वो वाले शैक का अपन ने एक्सेस ले लिया तो होरा वाले भागेंगे। कितना मत वेट करवा उसको, भाग रहे वो भाग रहे। होरा वाले के दब के खेलेंगे मोस्ट प्रोबेबली। नीचे जा शैक पे मत रुकियो, जा रहा है फटाफट नीचे जा रहा है। गोल्ड लेग पे अच्छा एक्सेस मिल गया फिलहाल के लिए, शैक ले लो एक जना हो जाएगा।
Of things and probably in one of the better spots in terms of the El Pozo teams. Horror really can't step up to them. It's only going to be Vitality across the way that might be able to play spoiler to it, but it's still just getting hotter and hotter and more and more pressure is building inside these buildings.
पावर ने एक चुरा है, बढ़िया भी पावर, बहुत बढ़िया। एक और चुरा ले भाई, एक और चुरा ले, आउट साइड का और मार कर रहे नॉक खा गया।
And they, I mean, S2G are just holding this warehouse.
I think किल चुरा था वो उस टाइम में नॉक आया।
Position for them. Look at this. Got like with the M249. Oh, that hurt though. Yeah, time to heal up.
लाले नॉक नहीं खाना अभी।
Okay, humbled a little bit there for Salmate. Has to stay alive. In the meantime, they are looking for those revives. Dopeness on their last legs here. Wanting to try and make it work. 2 players alive. S2G looking to fight towards the outside now. Lost, burnt back, but in steps Hamzy to take up the mantle of that duel and will be able to win it out. The rest of Dopeness soon to go down. Soulkate does get knocked in the process. As Vitality take a player as well from that. Up to 14 eliminations for Vitality, by the way. As Yangon Galacticos sailing down the cliffs.
Vitality को क्या हो गया guys?
Vitality on 14 eliminations. Jukes, I said it before. I didn't even believe myself when I said it.
भाई लेकिन गाइस वाइटलिटी को क्या हो गया भाई, 14 किल मार दिए भाई इसने भी, एंगल में भी डोमिनेशन, मिरामार में भी भाई।
Razy is just going nuts. I mean, knock after knock after knock. I'd love to see his POV here because he is dominating right now. Meanwhile, I mean, this is just, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. They're stuck.
अबे डालो मत सीधा
They've got 5 limbs down. Godlike go, by the way, into that horror position that we saw before, but a lot of their players are suffering. 2 of them now have fallen. It's all up to Salme on the off angle here, on that high ground. He's not in the next zone, but he's got a nade, and he's going to send it forward. Takes down his own teammate, denying the point. Vitality want to watch this one drop, and Federalis wants to get closer. Wants to be in with that opportunity as S2G join the jump.
Here we go. Now we're seeing it from Vitality's
perspective. They've got so much silence here, but
these teams are just battling their way to find any sort of coverage. And you're going to have to hit the deck because Vitality are going to be soaking up tons of eliminations here. Crazy with 7 all on his lonesome. And these hay bales are just paying dividends for this team.
Nobody's really able to challenge them out in the open. I mean, maybe Yangon Galacticos, if things start to conclude, could dash straight forward towards Federalis on this angle here. Maybe get in with a chance of doing it, but that's kind of the only way I see this not going to Vitality. It was 88 points on that 5th place bubble yesterday for 5th place. They're within striking distance of that right now.
And that nade, oh, that one is much too close for comfort. I like the fact that Wolves are throwing down these smokes just to try and make it a little bit more difficult for this light Sephora to hit these nades. That one looks too good though. And Necessary is out. Elementrix is pinned between that vehicle and hay bale, so that's a perfect spot for both these players to survive just a little bit longer. Every point counts when it comes to Wolves.
Yangon Galacticos will go down entirely. Vitality up to 17 eliminations now. Horror on 11 themselves on this game. And there is just no way that they don't win this. Surely, in the open field, it's going to make things tough. That nade over the top bounces back just incorrectly there. Necessary does get a heal off, but the nade to follow it up, and Axel to follow it through as well. The fact that Wolves are still alive with both of their players right now is kind of crazy. And Horror now have to make that mad dash. I don't know how much more they've got left, but they get another burn.
Well, here comes Team Vitality looking to take this chicken dinner, and it's Razy. He's got the angles. He's got the Molotov. Bird, baby, Bird. He throws it. Oh, starts getting some shots on himself, though. Now hits the deck. But with this utility usage, Vitality are just dominating this lobby.
Razy still has nades to play with as well. Sends that Molotov forwards. Finds Sleepy with the explosion. Razy wants a little bit more. Just Sky now there, as well as Necessary out in the open field. Axel joining him for the 1-2 punch. Razy goes down, and Sky stays alive now with a chance against Axel in a 1 versus 1. Necessary could backstab. There's Razy getting flushed away. A little bit of danger now. He's going to stay at their doorstep as Sky steps forwards. He looks for the feet, looks for the ankle swipe. It is traded, but 2 players now, and Necessary could do it.
Necessary's got to make a play here for this team. Got to keep them alive. Got to get them at least to the survival state. Oh, the angles though are just too good from Razy. Getting a huge, massive win.
19 eliminations coming through from Vitality. It's absolutely insane, right? Okay, sure, we saw something pretty crazy earlier on, fine. But this on Miramar, on that map from Vitality's position, to be able to get that done is miraculous.
भाई भाई 5 मैच में इन्होंने कर दिया भाई, क्वालिफाई करवा दिया भाई। क्या खेले भाई ये, जो फाइट्स निकाली है ना इन्होंने, देखो वही बात है, 1-2 फाइट निकालोगे तो जोन फेवर भी बन ही जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली, बट इन्होंने बैक टू बैक जो निकाला है ना भाई फाइट, नाइस मैन। पहले ही दिन क्वालिफाई कर गए, हाँ ना भाई, मतलब अलग ही क्रेजी चीज़ें कर दी भाई एकदम। सारी टीम मेरे ख्याल से भाई रीड तो करेगी इनको अच्छे से प्रॉपर भाई। कैसा क्या रहा है करके थ्रो हो गया था ऑलमोस्ट, बट ठीक है भाई, कन्वर्ट कर दिया।
Hey, you can't be saying it like that. We're in Paris, you know. You got to go full French. You got to throw out croissant. Well, we are going to head over and see if we get some better pronunciation.
Vitality qualified, yes. बाय द वे ये वाइटलिटी वाले बीटीआर की टीम है, बस ईडब्ल्यूसी के लिए बीटीआर की लाइनअप को वाइटलिटी ने उठाया है। ओह के फाइट में थर्ड पार्टी करनी थी। कोई नहीं यार, छोड़ो अभी। मन नहीं कैजुअलिटी है ना, वो थोड़ा मेरे ख्याल से जोन वगैरह दिख रहा था, फिर उसको पहाड़ से 1 2 3 हुआ है, हेल्पोजो के पहाड़ से मेन, फिर वहाँ से इन लोगों ने अफगानी डाली, अफगानी मतलब हार्ड एरिया लिया सेंटर के अराउंड, मैंने वहाँ से बेस्ट ही दिया मतलब, और क्या ही कर सकते हैं, नीचे कुछ करना ही था। आई थिंक उनकी यूटिल्स थी नहीं कि ऊपर रुक के नेट वेट करते क्या करते, तो सीधा डाल ही दिया। सो इसने पावर एडमिनों में ऑप्शन भी था नहीं, क्योंकि ऊपर रुकते तो वाइटलिटी वाले मार देते हैं। मे बी यूटिल्स नहीं होगी तभी ये चीज़ करी है। हमारी क्या गलती थी? गलती कुछ नहीं थी यार, मतलब वही है, बेस्ट ही दे रहे थे, बट वही है कुछ कुछ चीज़ें देखो फेवर करती है। जैसे वाइटलिटी को जोन फेवर किया अच्छे से, उन्होंने फाइट निकाली स्टार्टिंग में, उसके बाद में जोन फेवर किया इज्जत से, उन्होंने अच्छा खासा चिकन निकाल दिया, तो एक आधा जोन मिलेगा अपनी टीम को भी जहाँ इज्जत से बस चीज़ें निकालनी है। अभी थोड़े डिफिकल्ट जोन हो रहे हैं, जैसे लॉस उतरे तो ऊपर के जोन्स वगैरह जो भी है, और जो एज पे वो लोग फाइट का वेट कर रहे थे वहाँ पर उनको फाइट मिली भी नहीं। एक आध फाइट मिल जाती है ना तो वहाँ से ओवर पंप होके वो पेलने के लिए जाते हैं, कि जहाँ जोन का शिफ्ट गया है ना वहाँ पर हाइट वाली टीमों को एडवांटेज रहता है, जो भी एल्पोजो का पहाड़ ले लेता है या फिर एल्पोजो का मेन एरिया ले लेता है। नहीं वही है गाइस, ये जो क्रिएटर फील्ड और इसके अराउंड का जो जोन होता है ना, इसमें जिन्होंने हाइट ले ली उन पे एडवांटेज रहता है। बाकी जो भी टीमें दूर से आती है रोटेशन मार के लेट वगैरह, उनको बेकार कंपाउंड लेने पड़ते हैं डिसएडवांटेज वाले। एक अच्छा जोन मिल जाए तो कर लेंगे, क्या लगता है पंग भाई? ऑब्वियसली कर लेंगे भाई, ओवर कमिट नहीं कर रहे हैं लोग, इतना कुछ बीट ही नहीं कर रहे, ऐसे मरे नहीं है पागलों की तरह। चीज़ें कुछ कुछ थोड़ी ऊपर नीचे हो रही है तो ज़बरदस्ती फाइट लेनी पड़ रही है। गोल्ड लेग एज यूजुअल रोटेशन नॉर्थ से होता है, बट उनको साउथ से मारना पड़ता है। उसका ब्राइटनेस वगैरह भाई कैसे क्या लो आ रहा है, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई, क्या ब्राइटनेस लो का बात बोल रहे हो? इसमें कौन सा ब्राइटनेस हो गया? ब्राइटनेस लो हो गया, हाई हो गया, चाहते क्या हो? अभी बताओ, अभी आया ब्राइटनेस? ये देखो मैंने कुछ तो किया है, इससे ब्राइटनेस बढ़ता है? सही है सब। समोसा समोसा भेज रहे हो क्या? भेजो गाइस, कुछ ना कुछ भेजते रहो भाई, जो आपका मन है जैसा भी है। वेबकैम के लाइट से कंपेयर कर रहे हैं, वेब सही चल रहा है सब। अच्छा ये क्या है, रुको मैं कम करता हूँ, तुम लोग गाइस बताना मेरे को, ठीक है? ये वाले में मेरे को भी थोड़ा इशू हो रहा था। ठीक है अभी लाइट में कम करूँगा, तुम बताना कि पंग भाई ये वाला आपका थोड़ा सही लग रहा है करके, थोड़ी सी हेल्प कर दो मेरी। देखो देखो ये पहली लाइट है, वाइट लाइट नॉर्मल वाली, ठीक है? उसके बाद में एक सेकंड और रुको, मुझे ऊपर वाली लाइट बंद करनी पड़ेगी, थोड़ा सा बीटी वाला सीन है। अभी बताओ गाइज, तुम बताते था ना, ठीक है? ये कैसा लग रहा है, ये पहले दिखा दिया तुम्हें, और ब्राइटनेस कम करना बता देना। अभी सेकंड वाला ये है, हल्का सा ब्राइटनेस और कम करता हूँ। उसके बाद ये है लाइट, देखो बताओ बॉयज बताओ। फेस कैम का पूछ रहा हूँ मैं, तुम लोग को ब्राइटनेस ज़्यादा लग रहा है एनएससी कंपेयर में, तो मैं वैसे ही कर दूंगा ब्राइटनेस, कोई सीन नहीं है। लाइट है ना, लाइट का सिस्टम हैंग करता हूँ मैं भी। ठीक है अब भाई, क्या हो ठीक है कि नहीं है बताओ, बाकी लोग बताओ इस ठीक लग रहा है कि नहीं। ये देखो ये वाला ब्राइटनेस है, पूरा डार्क में चाहिए तो थोड़ा सा लाइट करते हैं तो फिर ऐसा रहता है ऐसे। ये वाला परफेक्ट है बताओ। बताओ बताओ ये वाला सही लग रहा है, फिर ब्राइटनेस कम करूँ एक। रोटेशन का बताओ, रोटेशन का क्या बताऊँ यार, मैं अभी ज्ञान वाले काम नहीं करने, ला लो सिस्टम हैंग हो जाता है ज्ञान वाले काम करने से, समझ रहे हो। ये देखो ये तो एक सेकंड रुको गाइस। हाँ
decently over at PMI, and I think they had some really pop-off moments. I mean, QZZ was looking fantastic, but where is that now? Tiamba has been down on the tables for a long time at this point. That's got to change. We've got one more chance to see it through. I hope it happens, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really nice. Come on, see some Chinese domination here. I mean, QZZ had a really good moment, that right from PMMI going into this one too. But
that's what I said.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just stealing your
I'm
point.
leaving the desk now.
That's why I don't want you on the desk. Otherwise, he's too good on the desk, guys. It's a big issue. There you go. Your game MVP is going to be Razy. From Razy and Razak, also known as Ray Ray. That's why I call them.
Yeah, we should get that changed. We actually need to get a new MVP card for Ray Ray.
Just Ray Ray.
My boy Ray Ray.
By the way, Racy was able to make that.
Hello.
Ended up backfiring because he ended up getting knocked. But you can see that was going up to par with what you're saying, the greediness. And with this squad, if they're going to continue to perform like that, I see that greediness getting worse and worse and worse. Okay. Which is going to make it even more scary for some of the other squads that are outside of the
आप भी 5 फिंगर स्विच करो पंक भाई, इंटरनेशनल वाले की तरह।
My boy Ray Ray.
अभी यार मुश्किल है यार, देखो मैं कितने सालों से खेल रहा हूँ। 4 फिंगर है मेरा, बहुत टाइम पहले से गई। 4-5 साल हो गए मुझे 4 फिंगर ही हुआ। और अभी 5 में स्विच करना है ना, वो भी BMS जो इस टाइम में थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट वाला चीज़ है वो, तुम लोग को ही पता ही होगा कि कंट्रोल में कुछ इशू नहीं है यार। मैं ऐसा है कि कभी कभार लैग चीज़ें थोड़ा मेंटली कर देता हूँ, कुछ नहीं।
Let's bring back what we saw from game 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, actually looking back real quick at this game in particular, and I wanted to.
By rotation की timing approach में difference बताओ इंडिया से।
Season 1, right, which was a tough tournament for Bigatron. This looks like a completely different team. So confident, the synergies are there. Of course, a bit greedy as time, which is what you just said. But this does not feel like BTR we had earlier this year.
Well, it's not a horrible
timing में यार।
Group of death.
No, sorry, I'm just looking at the consultations here
between people on the
Twitch chat because one of them said this group is not strong.
Rotation timing बोल रहा हूँ मैं, बाकी timing तो मैटर करती है। मेन वो टीम में फाइट वगैरह निकाल रही है ना, वही जीत रही है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली। जो फाइट ले रही है, जो बार बार जोन के लिए खेल रहे, तो ऐसा नहीं कि वो जीत पा रही करके। तुम ये देखो वाइटलिटी वालों ने भी इतना जोन मिला है उनको, बट उन्होंने उससे तो फाइट निकाली है। होरा का भी ऐसे ही गया, कुछ कुछ में जोन फेवर, कुछ कुछ में फाइट अच्छा निकाला, चिकन निकाला। ये का तुम्हें पता ही स्टार्टिंग से ही एनएस वालों का वही है कि 2 जोन पैरों पे बने, उसके अलावा इतना अच्छा नहीं खेले। मिक्स है, देखो ऐसे लोगों में मिक्स रहता है, कुछ कुछ फाइट निकाल जो लगातार निकाल दी, जोन बन गया तो लगातार बन गया, बट वही है एंड ऑफ जोन में कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा ही पड़ेगा। और मीरामार में जैसा अभी जोन बना है तो सब प्रीफर ही करते हैं कि हाइट पहले मिल जाए, जैसा अभी जोन बना था एल्पोजो और ये लेटरफील्ड के साइड का, सब लोग हाइट ही प्रीफर कर रहे हैं। तो ये नहीं कि हम लेट रोटेशन, एक आध टीम होती तो लेट आती है, इनका ड्रॉप एकदम कॉर्नर रहता है, बाकी सब लोग हाइट के लिए प्राइम स्पोर्ट के लिए जा रहे हैं।
I think actually they can. I really like how they've been playing today. I didn't have that many expectations for them going into today.
एल्पोजो के आजू बाजू तुम्हें सबसे प्राइम स्पॉट लेना ही पड़ेगा, एक आध या 2 बंदे को बेच के फायदा करती है बाद में।
This is a really nice team that's able to actually compete very well against everybody else.
जोन मैटर तो ऑब्वियसली करता है भाई, हर चीज में देखो वो लक वाली चीज भी है इसमें, बट वो भी स्ट्रेटेजी ड्रॉप्स मैटर करते हैं, बहुत चीजें करती है। तुम्हारे ड्रॉप पे जोन बन गया तो बहुत फायदा है, नहीं बना तो घाटे ही घाटे हैं।
able to come along at a different time because you guys did end up getting eliminated from PMWC at EWC 26. But anything, first of all, how are you enjoying Paris outside of, you know, getting eliminated?
I'm enjoying Paris. Like Paris is probably one of the best places I've ever visited. I really love it here, and the venue here is crazy. I've never thought of something like this in my life.
Is this guy trying to steal John Allen's job?
I know, that voice, brother. Hey, if being a player never ends up working out, you can definitely might be looking at something with us working maybe here.
Right audio low करो भाई,
what have you learned from PMWC
अरे मैं headphone लगा नहीं
that
रहा
you can take on later into the year, right? Because we still got PMGO season 2. We still got PMGC. Have you learned anything that you can take into those upcoming events?
I think the biggest thing that we have learned is like to be a bit more aggressive, because I think not being aggressive, you stuck yourself in one spot, and teams takes advantage over that, where you allow them to get space, and if you don't do that, I think, yeah, like I said, like I think if you don't give the other team space like BTR are now, they don't allow any team to come close to them, and that's why they have rocked up 61 kills. That's crazy.
It is crazy, honestly, with the way that some of these teams have been performing. It has been scary that you're the having questions for Chiba for X-Force regions.
I mean, I want to know, because I was thinking that there was going to be, you know, some big plays coming in from you guys, but we didn't really see that much coming into the end of, you know, the end of the circles, the end of the games that much. Was there like a rotational pattern that was being cut off by other teams, or what went wrong in the mid phase of your games?
I think the biggest problem that we had is that we kept on losing 1 or 2 players on rotations, and that already makes your game even harder. Like you lose almost like 70 or like 25% of your game winning chance. So I think you have 4 players end game, I think you already have a really good game. So for us, what we need to fix on is try to have all 4 players up on rotations, and also be more coordinated on pushes and holding spots and things like this. That's also a big thing.
Hey, man, ciao. Thank you so much for coming on and just giving us an insight, and I'm hoping we'll get a chance to see you at PMGO Season 2. I'm hoping that we'll get a chance to see you as well at PMGC. You know what? I actually want you to take over my job. I want you to say, John Allen, Hot Jukes, take it away.
John Allen, Hot Jukes, take it away.
Hey, thank you very much, Seven and Shiva over there for that lovely throw. It was great to hear from him, and that is what we talk about so much for tournaments like this, from PMWC, from global level tournaments. Getting that information, getting that practice and knowledge and insight is just
so important. And the fact that they're taking that on board so quickly
वैसे मैं वाली बात चल रही है
with
कि अब
such
तो क्या सुनने
humility
को
as well is beautiful. I love to see it. Let's see him again next year.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, guys, make sure you go follow him on Instagram, shiva.ios. That's what it's all about here, guys. And we're going to get into the last
पंक भाई आइजलिंग का थोड़ा ज्ञान दो आइजलिंग भाई देखो आइजलिंग में आजकल कुछ नहीं रखा है कोई मैं कुछ बताऊं जिस हिसाब से तुम्हारी लॉबी रहती है इंडियन लॉबी या प्लेयर्स ज़्यादा अंडर हो गए या T1 वाले तो उस हिसाब से खेलना आना चाहिए वो सभी को खेलना आना चाहिए चारों बंदों को आजकल तो ये नेटा हो रखा है सबके बेसिक क्लियर करवाओ सबको भाई मैं नॉलेज बढ़वाओ और डिसीजन मेकिंग सबको लेना सिखाओ कस्टम एंड ऑल में तुम सिर्फ आइजलिंग मत करो उसमें सबको खुद से डिसीजन लेने आने चाहिए छोटे मोटे छोटी स्क्रीन से शुरुआत करोगे तब जाके बड़े टूर्नामेंट में डिसीजन ले पाओगे मैच्योर डिसीजन एक बंदे पे डिपेंडेंट रहोगे तो हमेशा चीज़ें खराब हो सकती है क्या बताओ एक बंदा गांधी जी क्या हो जाएगा तो आजकल का थोड़ा यही है
I don't know. Well, we need to make a whole new word for first place. I don't know. Hyper Omega first place. I don't know what the heck is going on here.
Second place to beat first place, but not Vitality. Don't worry about it.
That's right. Yeah. Exactly. This is absolutely insane, folks. That's why they will be.
4 point का difference है guys.
Yeah, you're right. With just eliminations, they would still be in
काफी
first
close
place.
रहेंगे फिर वही बात है कल जो consistent team रही
It's literally an unreal performance. That's why we just keep on talking about it. Top players, 2 of them being from Vitality. It's not shocking at all. Or those guys sneaking himself into there. We got a
उसका सर्कल बन जाए भाई फील तो आ रहा है यार पता नहीं क्यों अंदर से फील आ रहा है दोस्त का सर्कल बन जाएगा
But at least we're going to see some teams be able to hit that north side.
We're not going to be seeing E-Arena too much anymore. I imagine that they are going to start to drop off. This is a full slate of damage dealers from Vitality, and they are doing a lot of work for their roster. Playing part of the east side here, going to leave El Pozo maybe a little bit hard to get towards, but you can drop out up towards the north. Maybe is what Alpha 7 is looking for. Circle fairly chill, centering up west of Mikado. And grab some, sorry, on that north side, I was saying Alpha 7 could grab vehicles, head over that north edge. I imagine that's what they're going to look to do here. Watching out for hot drops, but not really going to see too much. We did have a little bit over towards Biodemar at the start of the last match, but that's not going to happen again this time.
Yeah, not going to happen this game. And now we got it seems like a normal game. I don't know why I'm saying that, because we thought the last circle was going to be okay. And it goes to the one open field in that whole side of the map, which is just unbelievable. But no crazy hot drops. So it does look like teams are going to be avoiding it here. They don't want to be dealing with any of those shenanigans, and that's the right play. I mean, guys, this is the last game. You have quite a few squads that have done a ridiculous match here. And now we're going to go ahead and take a look at some teams just trying to rotate and make the right plays.
Hey, if you're talking about rotation, that's something that you could be doing on the lucky spin. Right, that is what you're going to be trying to look for, right? Getting those good rotations. As we all know, spinning is just a term for rotation.
That's
which
correct.
Is what, it's a beautiful segue, trust me, I did it. But yeah, make sure you're getting those spins in before they go away, to make sure you're getting those skins on board, because they are looking mighty fine. The desk was talking about them earlier. Make sure you're locking those ones down to look as good as these players here.
And they're looking real good. Oh, Obscure, was that a Winchester I just saw?
It was, yeah. I love it.
I like that.
It's my favorite gun sound in the game.
It really is. To me, suppressed
मैंगो लस्सी क्या बात है
Okay.
कौन भेज रहा है चैट में मुझे लस्सी समोसा वड़ा पाव
Go on, Obscure. Give us
क्या
the
बातें
Pop a shot. Go on, you know you want to. Pop that lever. Let's go. Oh, he's not for it. What a spoil sport. Alpha 7 currently in 7th place. They did get pushed off that 5th place spot at the end of that last match.
तो पावर ग्रेड का जो डी है ना उसकी रिस्क पे
as well, who now sit ahead of them.
और एक ये
It is still very much all to play for. We were talking about
नीचे की साइड होता है जो पिकार्डो का गैराज है ना गाइस वहाँ से तुम मोंटे की साइड जाते रहोगे तो पेट्रोल पंप से जो पहले कंपाउंड होता है ना लॉन्ग हाउस उधर एंड होता है इन दो जगह मतलब मैंने जो अभी न्यूज़ ऑन मेटा में खेला था ना लाइक बीजीएमएस क्वालीफायर में तो उसमें ऐसे जोन बना था और दो बने थे ऐसे जोन दोनों एक राइट में एंड हुआ था एक लेफ्ट में हुआ था अलग-अलग मैचेस थे देखते हैं
it's within their wheelhouse.
Absolutely, it definitely is. You know, the scary thing I think for me when it comes to Group B and this whole lobby is just looking at how heavy the top of the leaderboards are, you know, and besides obviously we
आपको
talked about
जीतते
vitality enough,
हुए
just
देखना है.
look even further on down, you got Aura,
कोशिश है भाई
Nongshan
BMSD
Red Force get a good
का.
game
देखते
here.
यार भगवान ने क्या
I mean,
लिखा
we
है.
could be looking tomorrow at one
अपन
slot.
तो देखो यार हार तो माननी नहीं है, बाकी भगवान ने कुछ लिखा है तो यार वो
It would be pretty nasty, I think, for a lot of these teams to look to try and close that sort of a distance. But again, it does rely on performance carrying over to tomorrow. So, I mean, for me, Vitality, they've already done so much today. They've almost guaranteed themselves a spot in the top 5.
Oh, it's done. It's locked in.
तभी सोचो इतने सारे kills कैसे कर रहे
I
हैं.
want to see what they're going to be able to do tomorrow, right? Because a
बाकी
day
टीम
like
की
this
भी लाइक
could go
जैसे
to your
नया
head.
हुआ है.
And you've got to let
लेवल 3 के घेर उठा रहे हैं फटफट सी.
cooler minds prevail.
Helmet
You've got to
West,
listen to your
MG3,
coaches,
MG3
listen
सब
to
जगह
people
मिल
around
रहा
you,
है.
and don't get carried away. Sure, they're
क्या
almost
बात
certainly going to
है.
the finals.
Yeah.
But for me, it's about how they're going to perform in the finals that I'm going to be watching for tomorrow.
और पंक भाई क्या हालचाल है? पंक भाई क्या हालचाल? भगवान भरोसे हैं.
On the planet, you know, and the good thing when it comes to when you have such a ridiculous performance like Team Vitality, I mean, 88 points is literally enough for them to not show up tomorrow and still be top 5. Like, it's 100% they're in the finals,
या तो
right?
वहाँ जोन
So with
जाएगा
that
मोस्ट
kind of
प्रोबेबली. ये तो तुक्का मार रहा हूँ
performance, that gives
TT
you
कि
6
जहाँ बंदे
matches
रुके
tomorrow
या
to
फिर
fix
जहाँ
any problem that you
पावर
have
ग्रेड
going
का जो
into the
डी है ना,
finals,
ग्रेड
and
का
that's
डी
especially important for a
उसके पार्ट
team
की साइड
like
में
Team
राइट
Vitality
साइड
because when it
ये
came
वाले
to
ले लेंगे
PMGO
वो
Season 1
अगर
in
फेवर
their
करेगा
own
तो.
home turf, they
बाकी
did
लेट्स सी क्या होता है क्या
solid
नहीं.
when it came to the
देखा
group
जाएगा वो
stage,
तो.
right? Group stage, they popped off. We thought that, oh man, come finals time, they're going to really do something. And then finals, it wasn't really what they wanted to do, especially when they're at home, right? But now they're in Paris. They have the most ridiculous day out of all these teams here. Hopefully we don't see the same thing happen.
Hopefully not, hopefully not. 107 points was first place for 4 Thrives over in Group A. Vitality, they could do it here and now with a chicken dinner, just saying. They could break that century, they could surpass them with, you know, well, it would be difficult. It would be difficult, right?
Dude, that'd be wild, though.
It would need a 19 elimination chicken dinner. Wait, not even that. No, it would be a 9 elimination chicken dinner, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it? Yeah, I think it would be. So that's actually very doable for them. So if they win this match, it's very likely that they surpass 4 Thrive scoreline in first place from Group A over the 12 matches that they played. But that is a big if for Vitality to get another chicken dinner here. We did see our first casualty, I believe, of the match as Dopeness able to clock a shot over towards TT Project.
Lufa with the car, 98 too. Love to see some sniper action here. It's very rare these days with just how overpowered the M4 and shotgun meta is right now. But you know what? When it comes to military or when it comes to Miramar, right, we're going to possibly see some of that.
Yeah, over on the north side, we're on board with Alpha 7, who have got in and amongst it with Hora. I don't know how much they can stick around here. It doesn't look like they've got the weaponry to be dealing with this. Carrillo's only got an S12K.
Yeah? What happened?
Kind of, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. They must have, I mean, they dropped out from the plane over towards the north side. Maybe they were just really slow on grabbing those vehicles and trying to get out west, which seemed to be their approach, but they've got stalled. They've stymied over in these Crater Fields locations, and it's not looking super good. They do need to get on towards El Pozo and probably get a little bit more loot, if we're honest.
Yeah, I thought that's exactly where they would be heading, straight in that direction. But now look at the player cam there. You see that? That gyro just tapping away with that mini, making some great shots downrange, trying to catch. Alpha 7 off, but it looks like they are going to be able to get away.
गोल्ड लेग ने अच्छा पोजीशन तो ले लिया है. रिकार्डो के गैरेज का एक्सेस भी ले लिया है. मान्य ने जो जगह ली है ना, वहाँ से रोटेशन वगैरह काफी अच्छी जगह मिल जाएगी उसका राउंड जोन बना तो. वहीं पे है मान्य और पे है कलर्स पे गया.
The yoink all the way down south. Nongshan Red Force said, thank you very much.
Vitality?
We'll take that. Vitality said, muchos gracias. I am very, very happy about that one as well, as they're coming all the way up from Los Leones. That is how you do it.
Wow. I mean, that is actually a really big shift for Vitality. They are going to be kept safe from a lot of the teams descending from that north side. The bit that you have to worry about a little bit is sweeps from the west, right? So for instance, Alpha 7, Yangon Galacticos, maybe even Hora could rotate around that west side and try and cut in beneath them, but They have Los Leones to try and buffer any pushes coming from that east side. They might just want to get a little bit more central with it, but yeah, I think for Vitality, this is great news, and they're guaranteeing themselves probably at least a 4-point game here.
That's
I think, which is pretty nice, pretty nice.
दोनों का स्प्लिट तो अच्छा लिया गाइस,
to get to 100, break that century in a single day.
क्योंकि अभी भी शिफ्ट का पक्का पता नहीं है कि सेंट्रिक कटेगा कि नहीं. दोनों साइड के कंपाउंड
The arena kicking us off with a huge match on Rondo and
कि अभी ये
Vitality.
कंपाउंड में बैठ गए ना तो कोई मतलब नहीं. अगर शिफ्ट वहाँ का फेवर नहीं है ना तो पूरा स्टक हो जाएंगे, मूव बना नहीं पाएंगे. अभी के लिए सही कर रहे हैं. दोनों साइड का एक्सेस रखना जरूरी है.
The man, the myth, the legend, all by himself. He's got the DBS. He's got the stairs. But he has to jump out. He hits the headshot and thirst. Oh, but gets popped in the back on his way out. But hey, he said, I'm not going down without taking someone with me.
Hey, that looked real pretty. You know, he saw that nade coming in. He was like, well, guess I gotta do it to him.
Yep.
Hops straight out, immediately puts him in the grave. The flush comes through. Noxious Red Force, yeah, I kind of like this decision to disengage. You don't need to commit. They have the buildings.
Yeah.
They have that defense. You've already lost your player. There's nothing for you there anymore.
Hey, just a quick little handshake. Just said, all right, hey, you know what?
1 for 1.
1 for 1. Good job. See you later. All right.
Ooh, he's got the MG3. Look at that. XZY.
He'll take that.
Don't want to risk
Skills
it.
मिलते नहीं वे वही है.
No, you don't. That's for sure. Man, it's so
नीचे की साइड का इसका कंपाउंड है ना, हाइट वाले कंपाउंड
plays that are happening out
तो
here.
वहाँ पे तो रेयर ही फाइट होती है
SHH
लेफ्ट
getting a run
राइट.
over.
जब तक सर्कल कोई छोटा नहीं हो गया अभी कोई तुम्हारे मुंह पे किल ना देके गया हो. क्योंकि ज़्यादातर बंदे जो चर्च वाले बंदे हैं ना चुम्मा से लेके चर्च में खेल रहे हैं वही किल्स ले जाएंगे.
Pass up 4 thrives, 2 crazy days in just 1 single day of matches. That is a huge thank you on this. Actually, I used to say thank you in Indonesian again. Oh, is it Terima kasih, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we were learning it whilst we were over there before. Like I say, that's what they want to be saying towards the end. And right now on the southeast side, they've got a really good spot.
इसके बाद एक ग्रुप हो जाएंगे
border of Los Leones.
Let's see
Potentially hold this one out. I'm slightly worried about some of the buildings further out. They might be vulnerable to that, but the next circle is going to be coming through fairly soon. The north side definitely more
chaotic.
छोड़ के लोग reunite होंगे. That's where we're going. Okay, so Vitality, they get the circle once and then it takes it back.
Yeah, so you know what? Okay, we'll get it a little close to you, but you're going to still work for this one here. If you want to etch your name into PUBG Mobile history even further. But, you know, the one thing that happens when you have such a crazy performance like this, it really kind of puts a lot of expectations on your shoulder, right? So we hopefully will see Team Vitality keep the same energy, right? Not just going into tomorrow,
ज़्यादा कुछ करना नहीं है. एक आध अंदर स्लैम आएगा तो डिफेंड करना है और बाकी कोई किल जहाँ के भी मिल रहे हैं ट्रेस कर पा रहे हो तो नॉक फिनिश करो भाई.
We don't want to get eliminated.
फिलहाल के लिए वेस्ट कर सकते हैं. कोई भी मुंह से गाड़ियाँ जा रही हो खींचो और नॉक फिनिश करना ही करना है. किल तो वैसे निकलेंगे. बैठे बैठे किल नहीं मिलने वाले इसमें. बहुत वैसा कंपाउंड वैसा ना डाउन बीच वाला कंपाउंड है. बाकी देखते हैं अगले जोन में मिल सकते हैं किल. ये जोन में तो मुश्किल ही है. जब तक कोई आके देता नहीं है.
Mid-pack area, but Elementrix is forced to hit the laydown. Gonna try and edge it out here. Baton jumps on out the vehicle. He's hit the shimmies. He's dodging these shots. He's moving back and forth. Sky now starting to get some return fire on him, and he goes down.
He's burning him with a Disco Inferno there, dancing around those bullets. And there is nothing you can do about it. Sleepy will be on the chopping block there as well, and he will be put to bed. No fear of not living up to that name as he's turning tail and fleeing from the sight of that pack of wolves.
Gotta get moving. Yeah, the wolves, man, they were doing that dancing with wolves right there. We like to see that. But now we're going to see Alpha 7 getting mighty close to S2G. Carrillo ends up getting popped out the vehicle by Hemsuji. Guizao tries to get in the building, but S2G has a set play for them. Alpha 7 falling apart here. That's Revo eliminated. It's just Obscure. Last one up for A7. If we're going to see them in the finals, they're going to most likely have to make it happen tomorrow.
Something happened to Alpha 7 on this drop, Dukes. I mean, over on that north side, they got stuck in with Horror. They didn't seem to have much loot on board. They've been down the blue for ages. Now they've slammed into S2G and broken their noses on the brick wall that met them. Yeah, Obscure trying to have to skirt through the alleyways around them, but now the Wolves are going to have firing lines onto him, and I don't think he's going to make it. The NA squad will be the ones to deal the death blow towards Alpha 7. The Wolves have problems of their own over towards the south side on the Chumacera foothills. Now, over towards the rest of the circle, things are a little bit more disparate now, a little bit more settled. Slightly worried in the south edge. I think Dopeness and Vitality is the engagement that's the closest to maybe happening, but even then, they're sat across the road from each other. Next circle, far less dramatic than the last two.
Far less dramatic than this whole dang day, dude. These zones have been toxic, and then finally
बस अपन को इधर ज़्यादा कुछ करना नहीं है, बाकी आजू बाजू के बंदे ही कर देंगे. डिफेंड करना है इनके स्लैम होता है तो प्रेजेंस देते रहो.
Young on Galacticos are going to be holding that south side. E-Arena, craziest first match ever, and then really letting off the gas here towards the end of the day. Can they pick it back up? That's the question. Take a look at this replay here. Lupa, bang! That's what I like to see.
Beautiful. Scrubs him out of the game with a nice little headshot from
भाई यार अभी मेन मैचेस चल रहा है पर फील लो तुम भी यार, अपन बातचीत करेंगे मैचेस खत्म होती है.
And you're right, we are seeing these snipers a lot
ये तो
more,
होने
and
तो चलो लोग also
I'm
respect
here
this.
for it. Unfortunately, the Winchester doesn't seem to be amongst them, despite sounding the coolest of all of the weapons in the game. Tianba, they are trying to find a little slice near to Godlike. And Eagle wants to suppress the angle too, but that's going to be made all the harder by the third party from Vitality across the road to the east. In comes S2G as well.
Kill
From that northwest side, trying to move past, but
nice रे मीनो.
finding those shots.
बढ़िया.
Mino
एक और किल बढ़िया होगी हमारी गैस का बंदा.
more knock over towards Tianba, isolating them just to the longhouse now.
Oh, nice.
Shots ringing all over the place. The Wolves are starting to get beat up. That's QCZ getting knocked by Tianba. There's fights happening everywhere. Eagle's going to go ahead and try to pick him up. Looks like he should be able to get that res. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Elementrix fighting it up with TT Project. Tries to get the shots through the window and gets denied. TT Project finally starting to put some points on the board. They were in the bottom three, now in 12th place. Feeling a little bit more comfortable here, but they still got a long way to go.
There is still a lot of distance left on the track.
बस कोई पागलों की तरह के सीमेंट पे स्लैम ना करते हैं. एक दूसरे को बैकअप दे नहीं पाएंगे लोग.
Going to be a tough position to try and get across towards, especially with Vitality holding out on your east side. The south approach is currently stymied by all of these teams trying to leave from Chumacera. It makes that ground pretty difficult to move around. Not to mention Nocturne Red Force taking that compound that overlooks the approach. So for now, Godlike
एंड जोन में काम आएगी.
Big chilling right now.
आजू बाजू से डिफेंड करना है.
7th place, 27 points. A good win here will have them definitely kicking back and relaxing a little bit more than they would if they didn't. E-Arena really relying on that first game here. That was 39 points in one match. For the others, not being able to replicate even close to that kind of success. So they're still in 3rd place with 58. That's a great start, but teams are starting to catch up to them. Now 2 have already passed them. Lufa's got that car 98. Come on,
love you, Prince Bhai.
One
Thank
more
you so much.
snipe.
That's all you want to see. That's all you want to see.
That's all I want to see. I mean, I want to hear the crowd start chanting, right? One more snipe. One more snipe. That's
K9, K9.
Yes.
Let's get it done. Heading in to send the bite to be as big as the bark on that. Seen it a couple times. Maybe we'll be treated to it a couple more. But again, our team's now just waiting the next 5 seconds to find out where the next zone will be. Where is it going to go? It settles out to the east. This is right on the crossroads. This is good for Godlike. This is good for Vitality. Vitality
अभी ID और इसकी fight होगी.
Trying to put pressure on, but Hustler Crew don't need to get close just yet. It's the teams from Chumacera that I'm worried about. It's S2G, TT Project, E-Arena, and Yangon Galacticos. All of these 4 teams are going to have to figure out who's going to get the chance to try and move into the Mincer in a minute.
And it's going to be a tough one, that's for sure. Yeah, Mincer's the right word.
और ऊपर तो बहुत भीड़ होने वाली है चर्च के अराउंड.
Trying to
चर्च के जो बैक पार्ट होता है ना चुम्बसेरा का जो पूरा फाइट होगी.
That they're going to have to go to, but
अभी है Godlike की किल्स निकालने की बारी है.
Every single direction. Now we're going to look at Godlike trying to find some cheeky little shots through the window, looking for the tiniest little pixel to shoot at. QZZ from Tianba, very happy to just share this real estate right now. They're dead center of the zone. They're saying, hey, Godlike, y'all are good. Look over there. We'll look over here. Okay, and then once we get to the end game, we'll battle it out.
Absolutely. Happy to play in the
We're
shadow.
total full squad, by the way. Yeah.
Happy to play in the shadow of the bigger tree that is Godlike right now.
That's right.
They are cooling off in the shade for the time being after having taken some pretty heavy casualties.
Fight in the shade.
Yangon Galacticos on the western
अभी kills
side. This is
निकालने
that
वाला कुछ करना
western
नहीं
side,
बैठे kills आएंगे वही निकाल
scenario
सकते
that I was worried about. The
Extra तो नहीं
arena,
करने
they were
वाले
already down to 2 players alive, and Yangon Galacticos puts them one further out of the money. That's going to get flushed away, but Mana is down. Low HP on Smile, a little bit diminished. Can TT Project make anything happen? Because they are the ones to deal the final blow towards E-Arena, ending their day on 58 points.
Second and third place are gone. That is a huge, huge thing for this lobby. Nongshim Red Force are down 1. S2G
Nice
is still in
range.
the mix though here. Meanwhile, TT Project, Yangon Galacticos battling
रेड
it
लेक
out
के आजू
back and
बाजू कोई
forth.
नहीं आने वाला भाई
Romeo gonna have to make a play here. It's only him and Smile up for
कोई
his
गैराज पे
team,
बलिया
throwing out
पानी
some
मार दिया
nades. That actually did a little bit of damage there, but now here comes S2G. They heard this fight happening. They want a piece of this action.
S2G इनका
They are
क्या
getting
मिटा
starting to
रही
get peppered though from other teams. That's gonna be Nongshim Red Force. Ooh, Kamikaze trying to find a little bit of coverage by that hill, and he does find it.
I like this. I like this from S2G. They've read this fight is going to get a little bit stuck, and they're moving ahead of it. Instead of trying to get stuck straight in, they're prioritizing zone. They know that Nongshim have great oversight onto any position that they would third party from. So instead of going for the third party on the Yangon TT fight, they are going to go instead and put pressure on towards that Nongshim position. But maybe they should have had their eyes set over towards TT Project, because they are stepping over these hills. They are going to step towards Hamzy, and they're going to take him down too.
Effect just blind shooting through that smoke, and it connects. He'll take that all day long.
चर्च के नीचे गड्ढा होता है ना इसको अच्छी पक्के उधर चली गई S2G
Gonna try to find any space here. They're gonna be driving right in between these two squads, but Nongshim Red Force was just waiting for them to start making that push.
Yeah, S2G off the losing player sent straight ahead and tried to get further into the zone. I feel like it's probably a good read here, but Nongshim Red Force now have bigger fish to fry. And they are cooking some awful speed. Trying to step forwards now. They've crashed onto the Tiamba position. The Shadow no longer the danger-free location it once was, but another duo will take up the mantle, and both in purple.
That's QZZ getting eliminated there. Tiamba just not able to do what was expected of them at the start of day 1. But it's kind of hard to do when you got some squads going absolutely insane. Nongshim Red Force had the high ground.
This gold line kill feed सही से पड़ी हो.
Circle. They're not going to be able to hold this position for much longer, but they can definitely get some serious eliminations here. Oh, almost catching Lost on the way to that tree, but he is able to find that little piece of coverage. Meanwhile, Romeo catching Yangon Galacticos getting peppered. Zera getting shot in his back. Fights going in all over the place here. Nongshim Red Force looking to clean this up.
Off angle पे बंदा भी है.
Yeah, 3 players now alive as Hyunbin does go down for Nongshim Red Force.
Nice. Gold line opening निकाली.
Trying to push out beneath them.
बढ़िया. Off angle वाला बंदा निकल गया guys. चलो अभी निकाल सकते gold line fight.
Right now, XCY with that MG3 shuts down Yangon Galacticos, and that's the 5th place team now out. So Nongshim Red Force.
चल पेलो भाई इसको सांस मत लेने दो इनको.
This is again a big opportunity for squad, especially like S2G, to make something happen. And they got some good sight lines here.
I think this is a big opportunity for Godlike as well, right? On this position, they have got all 4 of their players. Etch is currently putting pressure on. Not too many other teams are going to be pushing towards this compound. Could potentially third party from Hustler Crew. But Etch making this crossing is going to be tough. Because, I mean, Nongshim Red Force, they've got a side swipe on the approach as well. Moving through this compound is going to be so difficult. The question is how many points are Godlike going to get for this hole? Because if Nongshim just
बढ़िया.
That's a little bit of a drag.
साथ में.
Yeah, let's see.
एक और need.
Godlike. How many eliminations are they going to get? They're going to have to fight out ETSH first.
I think noodles खत्म हो गई थी.
S Power's got that nade.
है सब पे
cooking it.
बाकी.
Actually, no, he's just holding on to it. Waiting to
kill
see
feed
the
मिस कर दी
approach
boys
from
अपने इधर.
ETSH.
थोड़ा सा एडवांटेज था इनको वाइप करने का.
Nothing. This is bold.
अच्छा इनको अभी भी लग रहा है एक आध बंदा राइट में सैक्रिफाइस कर रहा है और बाकी 3 आगे पुश कर रहे हैं.
The chance of them getting third partied is pretty
वरना
high.
kill feed पड़ी होती है ना तो
So I'm not surprised to see them
already
play
3
this
में
a
नहीं
little
लोग.
slower for now.
I mean, you say it's pretty high. I feel like a full squad third partying this is probably fairly unlikely. I mean, the most likely is Hustler Crew, but either are playing as a duo. Do they want to leave that longhouse? Probably not.
बहुत बेकार जगह भाई फंसे हुए कसम से बोल रहा हूँ भाई
straight up back-to-back fight, but with Nongshan Red
अरे
Force
अरे दूसरे
essentially diverted S2G now. It's go time for Etch.
मर गए
A nice
लगता
molotov
है
to place to cross to cut the cross, but Etch pushed straight on through, and speed is there. And it is aggression to find it. A nice name.
nice
Still part of the seams. And Godlike
nice
caught
रे
their nerve.
And the
भाई
crowd goes crazy. Godlike fans getting nice and high.
भाई मैं क्या बोलूं मतलब हर जगह जाके परंपरा निभानी है क्या अपने ही टीममेट को फोड़ रहे नेट से भाई धक धक हो गया था मेरे को
Not going. Nongshan Red Force in the meantime took down S2G by the
बढ़िया
way.
चल थर्ड
Who
पार्टी
do end this match
में
currently
छोटे
in
जोन में
fifth place.
चांसेस होते हैं थर्ड
He's
पार्टी
under
के
threat from Godlike now on that north side. The difficulty, they have to move. Push to the longhouse, get towards the crossroads.
Get to safety, get in a position to
Darius
put your
party
team
होगी
ready
क्या
for
obviously
this
भाई
chicken dinner. Problem is you still got Team Vitality up on top of the leaderboards, and they are still in the mix. As we look at Godlike, 4 eliminations, they are there. Dopeness are still here, and that's a team that definitely could use these points. They do have that coverage, but this is outside a circle. The problem with the zone is that there's not a lot of spots left to take. The only way to really make this win happen is you're going to have to make a push, and you're going to have to get it done the hard way.
Yeah, it's really tricky now to make ground in this one. The reason Dopeness can't push up the roadside there out to their west is because of Nongshan Red Force and 721 GS, right? Both of those two teams have the angle to control the roadside. If that fight goes poorly, if the players start to drop from both of those sides, it is going to get a lot easier for them to move.
baby ने
And
भी
if you're
धक-धक
going to get
करवा
a
दिया
pick on
था
the Razy, that's also
पावर
going to
को
be
फोड़
quite a
दिया
boon to your movement
Let's
potential.
get it. Lufa with the car 98, making it happen in the end game. I love to see it. Nongshan Red
एक साथ
Force
ऐसे टीम पुश
looking to
करो भाई
possibly
जिधर भी
get
कर
their
रहे हो
3rd chicken dinner on the day. That would be huge for them. Tizzy having to make a play though. Here comes 721 GS with the buggy. He's got the shotgun.
ये भाई एक एक क्यों चला रहा है
It's one. Can he get another? He's getting the thirst. Nongshan Red Force doing a great job of stiff-arming this team.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. Tizzy does go down, but he does enough damage to make it difficult. But now Malik has found a pick onto the off angle, and Nongshan Red Force are going to go low. This is the scenario that I was thinking about for Dopeness. They can start to move west because that fight has gone a little bit mucky on the western edge. There's no longer the pressure from that side.
Let's go, and Nongshan Red Force finally eliminate that threat behind them. They have their back against the wall now. Now it's time to look forward and soak up some of these eliminations. But like you mentioned, Dopeness utilizing their time, pushing up, but they gotta battle the titans of the lobby. It's Team Vitality versus Dopeness. They're trying to get away. They say, no, we don't want to deal with this. And they're punishing him on the way as they go straight into the jaws of Nongshan Red Force.
Oh, it's not going to go well for you there. 2 players alive, that's all they need on the crossfire, being hounded out of position by Vitality.
कोशिश अच्छी थी बट वही ये यूटेक्स वगैरह थे नहीं इन लोगों पे जो भी टीम थी ना डीएनई करके
But Vitality are the biggest of dogs in this lobby.
बस गाइस ये एक इम्पोर्टेंट फाइट है अपनी लॉन्ग हाउस वाली ये निकल गई तो चिकन आ गया समझ लो लॉन्ग हाउस वाली फाइट सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है अपनी
with 9 eliminations, they will pass up 4 Thrive's 2-day performance in 1 day alone. Let's take a look though at Godlike Esports in the building. They got their shotguns loaded. You can see Mania pulling the pin. Psych! Putting it right back for now.
Uh-oh.
It's them versus Ida though. Oh yeah, S-Power getting knocked. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Another nade being cooked now for Rita, Manya and Same on that angle. The backstop's there. A little bit of damage and S-Power now is very low. Admino can't step forwards. There's off angles to be dealt with. In the meantime, Hustler crew have gone down on that north side. The res, I think it's going to stick here. As Same keeps his nerve up into the building. And Nate being cooked. Response now for Admino to try and take down this duo from Ida. This is the step that they need to take now. S-Power with another nade, but the shotguns are lying in wait. And it is vicious. It is brutal. A second one into the mixer. As Vitality chime in as well. Down goes one for Ida, but Darkin still giving it a good go. Over the top they roll, and Vitality may do the unthinkable.
Vitality pushing Godlike at the perfect time, and it's Godlike going down. It's Vitality versus Nongshan Red Force. A great performance on the side of Godlike, but an insane performance from these two teams. Vitality looking so solid. Nongshim Red Force looking for their third chicken dinner, but it looks like it's all Vitality here when it comes to Group B.
भाई ये लोग तो पागल हो चुके हैं, 100 का कड़ा कर देंगे पार। इनको दे दो भाई, आज दे दो भाई, जिस हिसाब से खेल रहे हैं अरे क्या पागल वागल हो गए भाई। अगर एक दिन का टूर्नामेंट होता है ना गाइस, फाइनल्स वगैरह, विनर से भाई आज के, ये पूरे EWC के विनर है भाई। ये भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं भाई, इतना पागल हो चुके भाई ये लोग तो। PMWC भाई इनके नाम कर दो, वाइटलिटी के नाम भाई, क्या खेले है भाई। भाई जिसको भी तुम बोलो ना कुछ सीखना है सीखना है भाई, इनकी जाके मैं स्ट्रीम पे देखूं इन लोगों ने कैसे फाइट निकाली, कैसे खेला करके भाई। कोई रिएक्शन नहीं है भाई, इतना कुछ चिल मोड में है अपना। 6 मैच और खिलवा लो भाई इनसे भी। किलफीड का है ना गाइस, मेन किलफीड का खेल हो गया यार, उधर कुछ नहीं है, मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम्हें। अपने लोंडो को बस लगा कि थोड़े ज़्यादा बंदे हैं, मैं एज ए प्लेयर फील कर सकता हूँ क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली मैं खेला हुआ हूँ लैन वगैरह पे। दिमाग में ऐसा होता है, अपन मिस आउट कर देते हैं ना, किलफीड मेरे से भी होती है। तो मे भी उनको समझ लिया, उन्होंने समझ लिया होगा कि विदाउट पोजी के बंदे बैठे लेफ्ट राइट ज़्यादा होंगे, तो यूट्यूब से एक ओपनिंग मिलती देन पुश कर देंगे अंदर। सिंक में खेल रहे थे बट वही है, थोड़ा प्रेशर वगैरह डाल सकते थे बेटर तरीके से। वाइटलिटी का कंपटीशन ओनली गया। मीनो ने मारा तो सही यार, बट मीनो का मारने वाला फिर वो अभी काम यही आएगा मतलब। अभी क्या देखो, बात ऐसी है ना कि अभी 5th रैंक पे है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली ये लोग। 5th से फिर कल एक भी मैच है ना 0 पॉइंटर कोस्ट नहीं कर सकते अपन, बात ये है, मैं तुम्हें बताऊं। एक भी मैच है ना, एक भी मैच होस्ट नहीं कर सकते अपन लोग।
Time you got to play that slow, and they did it the right way. And the problem is just that with how
क्योंकि कल राउंडों में जिसने मान लो नीचे वाली टीम ने किसी ने ले लिया 15-20 किल का चिकन तो मिनिमम होगा, वो सीधा कोई भी नीचे की टीम है ना जिसने भी चिकन निकाला वो सीधा टॉप 5 में आके बैठ जाएगी, क्योंकि उसके बाद का जो पॉइंट गैप है ना भाई वो बढ़ता जा रहा है। फर्स्ट का तो भूल ही जाओ, सेकंड का भी ऑलमोस्ट भूल ही जाओ करके। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली मेरे को लग रहा है भाई अब 4th 5th स्लॉट के लिए लड़ेंगे लोग, लड़ेंगे तो मुझे नहीं लगता भाई कुछ एक्स्ट्रा होगा अभी। तुम लोग खुद बताओ गाइज, जिस हिसाब से बंदे खेल रहे हैं। कोई लेट में सी है 4th 5th से ही होगा भाई स्लॉट को लेके। 5th के 37 है, और नीचे वाली टीम किसी ने भी चिकन मारा सीधा कम बैक हो जाएगी। उसके बाद में एक ह्यूज भाई डिफरेंस आता है, ऑलमोस्ट 20 पॉइंट का गैप है 4th से। और कल कट ऑफ बढ़ेगा, मुझे पता नहीं क्यों फील आ रहा है। क्योंकि डे 1 पे जो टीम अच्छा खेलती जरूरी नहीं डे 2nd पे भी वो अच्छा खेले, तो कल कट ऑफ बढ़ने वाला है भाई। थोड़ा तो ऐसा कुछ होएगा भाई कि कट ऑफ बहुत गंदा बढ़ने वाला है। कर तो लेंगे लोग, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है बस। भाई गोल्डन 2v, अबे 2v4 अपन को दिख रहा है ना वो कि 2v4 है करके, उनको नहीं पता, इन्फो नहीं है ब्रो। मैं बोल रहा हूँ उनको इन्फो नहीं थी इसलिए थोड़ा चीज़ें ऊपर नीचे हो गई है, वरना उनको पता रहता है सिर्फ 2 बंदे वो अपना इतना अच्छा खेलते, इतना अंदर घुसका मार देते हैं। थोड़ा सा ऐसा हो गया ऊपर नीचे तो थोड़ी बीटी हो गई। मे बी ये जो टीम ने आके कहाँ किधर किसी को मार रहे होंगे ना, तो किसी से एक बंदे से मिस आउट हो गई, मतलब लॉन्ग हाउस पे फाइट हो रही थी। बहुत छोटी चीज़ है भाई, किलफीड है ना, तुम्हें पता है किलफीड का इतना बड़ा रोल होता है ना, मतलब वर्ड्स तो सिर्फ 2 ही है किल फीड, बट इसका सबसे बड़ा रोल होता है ना गेम में। तुम इसके थ्रू पता लगा सकते हो कहाँ बंदों की फाइट हो सकती है, कितने बंदे कम होंगे, मूव बना सकते हो तुम। ये एक चीज़ तुम्हारी स्ट्रांग हो तो करके 100 चीज़ें कर सकते हो इसके थ्रू। हम भी उसी में मार खाए थे भाई किल फील्ड में। हमारी स्ट्रांग नहीं, हमारी टीम की भी बहुत वीक है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा। कट ऑफ 85 रहेगा शायद, तो पता नहीं भाई, जिस हिसाब से चल रहा है ना। नीचे वाली टीम ने कल किसी ने भी बूस्ट वूस्ट कर लिया अच्छे से भाई, एकदम 4th 5th तक आ गए। और ऊपर वाली टीम ने 3rd 4th वाली जो भी टीम है उन्होंने थोड़ी सी हगीज कर दी, तो सिस्टम हैंगे ब्रो। बाकी ओवरऑल अच्छा खेले वो, इसको दिक्कत नहीं है टॉप 5 में। आई होप कल से भाई एकदम अपन को हर एक मैच में नया एवरेज पॉइंट निकल जाए, बस अपन क्वालिफाई आराम से हो जाएंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। एक चिकन चाहिए और बाकी सब में एवरेज पॉइंट चाहिए बस, ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं है। तंग भाई लग रहा है अंडर कॉन्फिडेंट हो गई, फाइट नहीं ले रही थी अब। भाई गॉड लाइक फाइट ही ले रही थी, कुछ चीज़ें अनफॉर्चुनेट हो गई, कुछ में ड्रॉप फाइट निकली नहीं, उसके बाद में थोड़ा जोन वगैरह का भी इशू हो गया, कैजुअलिटी भी हो गई, तो छोटी मोटी चीज़ चलती रहती है भाई। वो भी नहीं गए
Between game 2 into game 3, was there any kind of discussion in the team or kind of change of pace that you might want to kind of talk to us about?
일단 현빈 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문은 사실 오늘 첫 두 경기가 그렇게 순탄하진 않았는데 그래도 세 번째 매치부터 2연 치킨을 먹고 또 마지막 매치까지 또 2등을 하시면서 굉장히 또 좋은 마무리를 했습니다. 그래서 이 매치가 끝난 이후에 좀 어떤 점을 좀 얘기를 했고 좀 어떻게 분위기를 전환하셨는지 일단 궁금합니다.
일단 1, 2 매치가 잘 안 됐는데도
हैशटैग
저희
5 है गॉड
팀은
लाइक, अरे
분위기를
हाँ
최대한
लाले पता है,
살리려고 좀 같이
बट
텐션
वो
높여가면서 했던 것
ऐसे है ना,
같고
कल कंसिस्टेंट रहना पड़ेगा।
저희
एक भी
팀원들이
मैच
너무
अगर उन्होंने ऊपर नीचे
잘해줘서
किया तो
마지막
उन लोग को मिल जाता
매치까지도
पता। देखो
잘해서 점수 잘 먹은 것
मैं
같아요.
तो प्रे करता हूँ भाई रोंडो की
Yeah,
शुरुआत
even
उनकी
though
बहुत
we're
अच्छी जाए भाई,
like 1 or 2 points into
ताकि
the
उनको
first 2
ज़्यादा नीड
games,
पड़ी नहीं
I mean,
रहेंगे
we're
लोग
not
सब
down
में।
yet. I mean,
रोंडो में
we
कर दे
just
कल
try to
सिस्टम कंप्लीट,
bring our tensions up as
एक
much as
20-30 किल का
possible.
चिकन
Like,
मारते
just
अच्छी
try
मजा आ
to
जाए।
get spice up with everyone.
कर देंगे
So
भी,
yeah,
मेरे को
I
फील आ
mean,
रहा है
yeah,
लोंडे
we
कर
try
लेंगे।
to be vibing
एंड
and
तक
we
भी
had a really
निकाला
good
है और
vibe
बेटर
of
कर
the team.
सकते हैं।
So I think that went
वो
pretty
मरे
well
भी
for
किन
us.
से ही अभी भाई,
And
वाइट लिटी
we
से
had
जो
a
प्राइम
really
फॉर्म में
good
चली रही
teammates.
है।
I think they lead me to pretty well. So yeah, that led to really good results today.
Okay, and backstage,
पर ओवरऑल
Maxman
पॉइंट
is
टेबल
your
देख लेते हैं
biggest
बस,
fan, and I
थोड़ा
want to
वेट
know,
कर लेते
he
हैं।
believes that ever
ए,
since you
जिसने
came
भी
onto the
लाइक नहीं किया
international
लाइक
scene as
शेयर
a young
सब्सक्राइब कर
player,
दीजिए
you've been
गाइस,
unbelievably
लेट्स
consistent
गो।
with your performance.
ऐसे ही तुम्हारा
Is
भाई
there any
डेली आता
secret
रहेगा,
spice to that, or what do you think from your
लाइक
perspective?
करिए, लेट्स
사실
गो।
또 중계석에 있는
ये
맥스맨 캐스터가 사실 현빈
예,
선수의
예,
또
예.
굉장한 팬이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 또 현빈 선수가 또 어린 나이에 이렇게 국제 무대에 처음 와서 정말 지금까지 굉장히
कर लेंगे,
꾸준한
अपने
모습을
लाडले
보여주고
लोग कर
있는데
लेंगे,
그
टेंशन ना
비결이
लो।
무엇인지 궁금합니다.
एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है भाई, जितने लोग भी देख रहे हैं 5-10 जने भाई, जाके
아직 제가 막
मोटिवेट करो,
잘한다고
ज्ञान नहीं देना अपन को
생각하는 선수가
कि भाई ये कर
아니라
लो वो कर लो, सिर्फ
더
मोटिवेशन
잘하려고
दो
노력하는 선수라
थ्रू
더
इंस्टा या किसी से भी
성장하는 것
भाई।
같아요.
हार्ट्स इन द चैट उनके लिए
Honestly, I don't
कर
really
लेंगे
feel
भाई, भी
that I'm
पॉजिटिव
really a
माहौल
good
बना के
player.
रखो,
However, I'm trying
नेगेटिव
to be
1%
good
भी
at
नहीं होना
it.
चाहिए
So
अपनी
I
साइड
think
से।
the consistency
अपन एज ए
of
स्पोर्ट्स
keep
फैन हमेशा
trying
सपोर्ट करेंगे
and
भाई।
the continuity of being an effort player. So I think that's what makes me a really good player right now.
Staying humble and looking amazing whilst doing it. Kamsahamnida Hyunbin, thank you very much. And that does it down here on the stage.
Standing by.
Thank you, Calares and Barty with those interviews, but we gotta talk about the records that are being broken here at Kirilla City Grid, because not only did we get a 29 elimination in the first game of Group B, we also got Vitality to outperform 4 thrives from Group A. In Group A, in 2 days, 4 thrives was able to get 107 points. Here to
अच्छा ये तो रही पॉइंट टेबल, मैं इतना क्या देखूं, पोजीशन पॉइंट नहीं है इसमें बट ठीक है। हैशटैग 5 4 लाइक 37 35 34 बहुत क्लोज है, 29 26 23 तक किसी का भी कल चिकन आया सीधा टॉप 5 में आके बैठ जाएगी, 12 तक जो भी टीम है। और प्लस ईए ने आज थोड़ी हगीज कर दी। वैसे ईए ने जो पहले मैच में जो 29 स्किल्स का चिकन निकाला था ना, उसके बाद लगा कि भाई ये लोग कर देंगे वन साइडेड, उसके बाद थोड़ा सा ढीले पड़ गए, बट ठीक है, तो पहला मैच का उनको एडवांटेज मिलेगा कल के लिए। बट वही है गाइस, अगर कल थर्ड या फोर्थ टीम जो ई और एनएस है, इन्होंने अगर एवरेज पॉइंट नहीं निकाले और इसी में स्टक रह गए, तो कट ऑफ भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है कट ऑफ का। बाकी वाइटलिटी भाई ऐसे मारते रहेगी कट ऑफ वगैरह, तो मेरे को लगता नहीं है भाई। कल तो मजा आने वाले वाइटलिटी को देख के, कुछ ना कुछ तो होगा, इन्फो नहीं होगा, कल सही से खेलना पड़ेगा। कल का प्रिडिक्शन दो, प्रिडिक्शन क्या है यार, कर लेंगे लौंडे, जाके भी स्टडी करनी है लोंडो को, एक दूसरे पे भरोसा करना है, थोड़ी वॉक वगैरह करो, चिल माहौल रखो, और ऑल द बेस्ट गाइस कल के लिए। आई होप जो आप लोग चाह रहे हो वैसा ही हो। चलो गाइस, आज की स्ट्रीम समाप्ति की ओर। आई होप आप लोग को मज़े आए होंगे स्ट्रीम पे। भाई यार रिजल्ट्स वगैरह सेंड करते रहा करो, जैसा जो भी है करके भाई, मस्त एकदम। मजे तो आ गए भी स्ट्रीम करके आज। चलो गाइस, बाय बाय, टेक केयर, लव यू ऑल। कल मिलते हैं सेम टाइम पे स्ट्रीम पे, ठीक है? 3:30 बजे तुम्हारा भाई आएगा लाइव, अपन लोग देखेंगे, फुल मोटिवेट करेंगे लोंडो को। आप लोग भी मोटिवेट कर दो, मैं भी मेरी साइड से मोटिवेट कर देता हूँ। मैसेज देखेंगे, मोटिवेट होंगे और कल क्वालिफाई होंगे, टेंशन ना लो। तो गाइस बाय बाय, टेक केयर। इंडिया ओपी स्पैम हो जाना चाहिए हर जगह, उनके कमेंट सेक्शन में जाके भी इंडिया ओपी स्पैम मार दो और कर लेंगे वे लौंडे। चलो गाइस बाय बाय, टेक केयर, लव यू ऑल, गुड नाइट एडवांस में। अच्छे से डिनर करो, लोगों के साथ बातचीत करो, खुश रखो उनको, हंसी मजाक करते रहो। यस, पीस।